KONOHA reborn as UCHIHA crossing to pirate. Chapter 1, Suhui awakens, 2 talents awaken, space-time gate god rewards hard work. In the 29th year of KONOHA, in a room in a large courtyard of the UCHIHA clan, Swish. A 6-year-old thin boy named UCHIHA Xianqing suddenly opened his eyes and sat up straight when he successfully extracted the first ray of chakra. At this moment, a large number of familiar and unfamiliar memories suddenly emerged in his mind. After a while, he digested the memories that kept emerging in his mind, while looking around with a look of astonishment and muttering in his heart, "Have I traveled through time? I didn't expect to awaken the memories of my past life only now, and I also traveled to the Hokage world." After he finally digested and sorted out the memories of his past life, a voice sounded in his mind: "First contact with extraordinary power, awakening of wisdom, awakening of talent, you have obtained the time and space gate talent supernatural power, and the god rewards hard work talent supernatural power." At this time, such information suddenly emerged in UCHIHA Suinking's mind. Immediately afterwards, information about the 2 talents, abilities, and methods of use began to flow into his mind. At the same time, a mysterious rune was condensed successfully in his sea of consciousness. One was like a mysterious portal, and the other was like a dodecahedral crystal, sitting steadily in the center of his sea of consciousness, standing opposite each other. After a while, when UCHIHA Xianqing digested this information, his eyes lit up, he took a breath of cold air, and thought happily, "I got it. Great. These 2 talents are quite good." Space-time gate talent. Initially, there is a space-time gate transit small world with an area of 10 kilometers. Initially, it can only connect to the pirate world, allowing UCHIHA Xianqing to freely travel between the pirate world and the Hokage world through the space-time gate. In addition, people with a favorability of 80 points to Xianqing can be bound by the space-time gate talent and obtain the right to freely shuttle between the 2 worlds. Of course, Xianqing always has the absolute highest authority. And once the target is bound by the space-time gate talent, the favorability of Xianqing will never be lower than 80 points, and the secrets related to the space-time gate cannot be revealed to non-bound members without Suinking's permission. Basically, there is no possibility of betrayal. If you betray Xianqing, the bound target will lose all memories and gains related to the space-time gate and after binding. Favorability: 0 to 9 stranger, 10 to 29 friendly, 30 to 59 good friend, 61 to 79 confidant, 80 to 89 close friend, 90 to 99 life and death friend, 100 life and death companion. God rewards hard work talent. Do anything, any practice behavior can gain gains and progress, practice to the limit, and even break the limit to realize more advanced practice methods, skills, ninjutsu, etc. The more fully prepared you are when you realize, the more skills, ninjutsu, and experience you have mastered, and the more powerful the skills you will realize after the realization. Haha. With these 2 talents, I finally have hope in the future. Otherwise, with my current congenital deficiency, sickly body, and the identity of the UCHIHA clan, I don't know when I will die. After UCHIHA Xianqing understood the abilities of his 2 talents, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then, according to the talent information, a mind moved, and an attribute panel composed of the god of rewards hard work talent, which only he could see, appeared in front of him. Of course, the attribute panel was just manifested by Xianqing in his own way. In the final analysis, it is just a manifestation of the god of rewards hard work talent. UCHIHA Suinking. Talent: space-time gate, heaven rewards hard work. Lifespan: 6 months. Chakra attributes: water, wind, fire, earth, yin. Skills: UCHIHA Chakra Refining, 1/100, Entry Level, Traditional Hyuxia Medicine, 2314/10,000, Grandmaster, Health Preserving Exercise, 1/5000 Minor Success. Skill proficiency level, entry level, proficient, grandmaster, minor success, grand success, perfection. Half a year. Seeing the lifespan column, Uchiha Suinking's originally happy expression quickly faded, and his brows furrowed. I know that my body is very poor in this life, but I didn't expect it to be so bad. It seems that I have to find a way to regulate my body and restore and increase my lifespan first. Otherwise, even if I have the talent of heaven-defying, there is no future. Thinking of this, Xianqing looked at the 3 skills in his skill column. In addition to chakra refining, traditional Hyuxia medicine grandmaster and health-preserving exercise are obviously skills brought by his past life memories. In fact, in his previous life, he was also a doctor of traditional Hyuxia medicine who was terminally ill. He relied on his medical skills and health-preserving exercises to save himself. In the end, he did not live past 30. But this is already a miracle. He should not have lived past 20 in his previous life. Health-preserving exercises obviously played a key role. Unexpectedly, after awakening the memory of his previous life, he also inherited the experience and insights of the previous life's health-preserving exercises. But this seems to be very reasonable. However, it is just an inheritance of experience and perception. The specific training effect still needs to be cultivated by oneself. Let's try whether the health-preserving exercise is useful in this life. Thinking of this, Uchiha Xianqing immediately stood up and began to practice the health-preserving exercise according to the practice method in his memory, dancing his body. After practicing once, Xianqing felt a little tired and out of breath, but also felt that his body seemed to be better. He didn't know if this was his illusion. You practiced the health-preserving exercise once, proficiency +1, lifespan +1 day. Wow! It really works. At this time, sensing the information fed back to him by the talent of God rewards hard work, and seeing the extra 1 day of life in the life column of the attribute panel, Uchiha Xianqing knew that this was not an illusion, and was immediately overjoyed. 1 time adds 1 day to my lifespan. If I do it a few more times every day, won't my lifespan increase? Even if I can only add 1 day a day, I don't have to worry about my lifespan running out for the time being. Hey! Thinking of this, Uchiha Xianqing breathed a sigh of relief, stretched his sore body, and thought to himself, the lifespan problem has been solved temporarily. Next, I should use my medical skills and the relevant medical skills and resources of the 2 worlds to regulate my body, make up for my congenital deficiencies, and let my body recover completely. Only then can I practice and become stronger. Otherwise, it would be basically impossible to practice and become stronger with my sick and fragile body. In addition, thinking of this, Xianqing suddenly thought of his mother in this life, Uchiha Yuri, the current elder of the Uchiha clan. Yes. That's right, it was Uchiha Yuri who created the Sharingan forbidden technique, isn't I? There are 2 theories about her time in the previous life. One is from the Sengoku era of the ninja world, before KONOHA was established. The other is after KONOHA was established. People in the previous life have been arguing about this. But as far as he knows, at least in the world he is currently traveling through, Uchiha Yuri did exist after the establishment of KONOHA. I'm getting off topic. The health of his mother in this life, Uchiha Yuri, has also been getting worse in recent years. It has become more and more obvious in the past 6 months. Combining his medical experience in the previous life, Xianqing judged that if he did not receive proper treatment, his mother would probably die soon. This is not okay. If he wants to change the fate of the Uchiha clan in the future, he can't do without his mother. In addition, if he wants to open up the situation in the pirate world in the early stage, he can't do without his mother's help. After all, he is a weak group now. If he goes to the pirate world by himself, let alone obtain resources, he may not be able to save his life. 80 points of favorability is not something that ordinary people can achieve. But his mother is definitely fine. Mikato's sister may also be fine. Uchiha Xianqing thought. I can teach my mother the health-preserving exercises later, but I don't know if they will help her situation. Maybe, I can see my mother first? Or take her to the pirate world to find a famous doctor, such as Dr. KONOHA. In short, I have to confront my mother first. Thinking of this, Xianqing took a deep breath, walked out of the room and came to the living room. At this time, Uchiha's Hilly was sitting in the living room waiting for something. When he saw Xianqing coming out, he immediately turned around and showed a gentle and loving smile and said, "Is it out so soon? Congratulations, you have successfully extracted chakra." With Uchiha's Hilly's strength, he easily sensed the weak chakra fluctuations from Xianqing. She was happy for her son. Because she knew that her son wanted to get rid of his weak body and become a powerful ninja since he was a child. The more his body did not allow it, the more determined he was in this regard. Originally, Uchiha's Hilly did not want Xianqing to bring up chakra, because his body did not allow it. But he couldn't persuade Xianqing, and fearing that he would go to extremes, he still taught him the chakra extraction technique. Now seeing that he succeeded, Uchiha's Hilly was both happy and worried. P.S. New book uploaded, please collect, send flowers, and comment. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 2, Binding Mother Uchiha Yuri, Teaching Health Preservation Kung Fu, please add to favorites, give flowers. Comments. Yeah. Thank you, Mom. Uchiha Xianqing smiled back after hearing this. Then, she walked to sit opposite Uchiha's Hilly, looked serious, and looked at her mother seriously and said, "Mom. Are you willing to believe me?" Hey. Uchiha's Hilly was stunned at first, then she reached out and touched Uchiha Xianqing's head with a funny smile. "What nonsense are you talking about? Mom is of course always willing to believe you, so, do you have anything you want to say to Mom? Just say it." She could feel Xianqing's seriousness. Although she was a little confused, she still believed Xianqing unconditionally. "Thank you, Mom." Hearing this, Xianqing smiled, and then, in the surprised look of Uchiha's Hilly, his mind moved, and a mysterious rune condensed from his brows, and controlled it to float in front of his mother and said, "Mom, touch this mark with your hand first, and choose to agree in your heart. If you have any questions, let's talk about it later, okay?" It was too troublesome to explain directly, so he chose to let his mother become the binder of his time and space gate talent first. In this way, it would be easier to prove later. He had not expected it wrong before. From the moment he saw his mother, he sensed through his talent that his mother's favorability towards him was directly the full value of 100. It completely met the requirements of binding. So, don't do anything roundabout, just be direct. Oh. Uchiha's Hilly looked at the mysterious mark, then looked at his son with a serious face, and nodded, "Okay." The next moment, she reached out and touched the mark. Immediately afterwards, some information emerged in her mind, and she also understood that this mark was a contract. After signing the contract with Xianqing, she will have great benefits, but will also be controlled by Xianqing to a certain extent. Although she was a little surprised when her son had such a strange method, out of trust in her son, Uchiha's Hilly chose to agree without hesitation. The next moment, the rune mark turned into a stream of light, followed Uchiha's Hilly's hand into her body, and entered her sea of consciousness between her eyebrows in the blink of an eye. It turned into a door-shaped rune phantom and sat in the center of her sea of consciousness. At the same time, the effects and limitations of this mark all flooded into her mind. This can travel through the time and space gate of the other world. Uchiha Yuri quickly digested this information, and looked at Uchiha Xianqing with astonishment and surprise. "Xianqing, what is going on?" Uchiha Xianqing listened, smiled slightly, and explained, Actually, it's nothing. The moment I successfully extracted chakra, I suddenly awakened such a talent. I also obtained some mysterious inheritance, and obtained some information and secrets of our world and the world opposite this time and space gate talent. Talent? Mysterious inheritance. Uchiha Yuri frowned slightly after hearing this. This kind of thing is really unheard of. It's too mysterious. Xuanqing, didn't you get the inheritance of the immortal? Uchiha Yuri could only think in this direction for a while. As the great elder of the Uchiha generation, she still knew many secrets of the ninja world from the Uchiha's past classics. Among them, of course, the Sage of Six Paths may not only be myths and legends, but may be real people. Is it the inheritance of immortals? Maybe. Uchiha Xuanqing shrugged his shoulders without comment, and said with a serious face, "Mom. None of this is important now. You just need to know that this is a great thing for me. The key now is to make full use of this inheritance and the resources of another world to regulate our bodies, restore our health, and prolong our lifespans, and then consider other things. What do you think? I have obtained some medical inheritance, and I can see that your physical condition is also very bad. If you die, you will lose everything." Hey! Uchiha's Hilly heard this, and his eyes suddenly lit up slightly, and asked with some surprise, "So, Xuanqing, there is an inheritance that can cure your congenital weakness in the inheritance you obtained?" Hey! Xuanqing nodded affirmatively. There is a health-preserving method that can regulate the body and make the body healthier. I have tried it just now, and it really works. Although the effect is not very obvious after 1 or 2 times, if you stick to it for a long time, you will definitely live longer. This is the information my talent gives me. Oh! Uchiha's Hilly smiled knowingly after hearing this. He thought, it seems that little Xuanqing has some secrets. However, I don't need to know, I just need to know that it is not harmful to Xuanqing. A mother who can't be a mother doesn't need to ask questions, as long as she is sure that it is not harmful to the child. Mom. I will teach you this health-preserving exercise now. Try to practice it and see if it works for you. As he said this, Xuanqing stood up and demonstrated to her while dictating without caring whether Uchiha's Hilly agreed or not. The process of demonstration and narration was extremely detailed. Uchiha's Hilly did not reject her son's good intentions. While listening attentively, he opened Sharingan and copied every move of Xuanqing. You practiced the health-preserving exercise once, proficiency +1, lifespan +1 day. How is it? Did you remember everything? After finishing the first round, Xuanqing Chong let out a sigh of relief, touched the sweat on his forehead, and turned to look at his mother and asked. It's okay. Uchiha's Hilly nodded affirmatively, then stood up and said, Mom will try to practice it once, you can see if there is anything wrong. Although she did not have much hope that this technique could improve her body and prolong her life, she could not let her son down. If possible, she actually hoped to live longer, protect her son to grow up healthy, happy, and safe, and become her son's eternal support. Since the death of 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama, the 4-man group headed by 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen has been increasingly malicious and suppressing Uchiha. Even Uchiha Kagami was secretly murdered by them. Although Uchiha Yuri had no clear evidence for this, she was sure that he was definitely murdered by Danzo and his men from the mysteries surrounding Uchiha Kagami's death. Now that she was supporting them, Sarutobi Hiruzen and his men did not dare to target Uchiha openly, but only dared to do some small tricks in secret and test them a little bit. They only bullied her because she was in poor health, otherwise, Uchiha Yuri would let them know the price of testing. She couldn't imagine what would happen to the Uchiha clan if she died in the short term. What would happen to her son in the future? Even if Xuanqing obtained the immortal inheritance and awakened a powerful talent, if he didn't have enough time to grow and to adjust his body, he probably wouldn't have a future. This was what Uchiha Yuri said she couldn't allow. With such thoughts and expectations, Uchiha Yuri began to try to practice the health-preserving exercises. This exercise was actually quite simple for her. Even without the Sharingan copy, she could easily remember and understand it. After all, she is a super genius. Under Suinking's gaze, Uchiha's Hilly practiced the health-preserving exercise very smoothly and in a standard way. "Mom, you are amazing. You can do it in just one time. How is it? Do you think this is useful for you?" Uchiha Xianqing waited for Uchiha's Hilly to finish practicing, and couldn't help but applaud and asked in admiration. "Hey!" Uchiha's Hilly finished the exercise, exhaled a long breath of turbid air, carefully sensed the condition of her body, and smiled softly at Xianqing and said, "It works." Although it is not very obvious yet, Mom can feel that the chronic illness of the body has been reduced a little bit, and the body is a little relaxed. I think if you practice it for a long time, you should be able to recover a lot and extend your life. Xianqing, you are really Mom's lucky star. She was not lying. With her meticulous control of her body, she did clearly feel that this health-preserving exercise worked for her. She felt that if she persisted for a long time, combined with proper nutritional supplements and medication, she should be able to clear some chronic diseases, eliminate some hidden injuries, and restore some lost essence, thereby prolonging her life. Realizing this, Uchiha's Hilly was very excited. P.S. New book uploaded, please collect, send flowers, and comment. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 3, The Hope of Extending Life, the first journey into the world of pirates. Please collect, send flowers, and comment. Hey! Is it useful? It's good that it's useful. Uchiha Xianqing was relieved when he heard his mother's affirmation, and immediately smiled and said, "In this way, Mom and I can continue to live. In addition, Mom, haven't I also gained a lot of knowledge and experience in medicine and herbal medicine? Wait for me to check your physical condition. I will prescribe some prescriptions for you to regulate your body and speed up your recovery according to your situation. Of course, I need it too. As long as Uchiha's Hilly's body can be improved and her life can be extended, the road ahead will be much easier." Oh! Uchiha's Hilly raised her eyebrows slightly after hearing this. Even medical books and herbal knowledge and experience are included? This immortal inheritance is really comprehensive. In that case, Xianqing, you should take a good look at Mom first. As for the matter of medicinal materials, leave it to Mom. Our family is not short of money. Yes. Uchiha Xianqing immediately checked his mother's body. Soon, Uchiha Xianqing frowned and took back his hand from his mother's wrist, and said solemnly, "The situation is much worse than I thought. In addition to various hidden injuries, your cells have been continuously extracting chakra in the past few years, and the vitality and division are now seriously depleted, which has seriously affected your lifespan. But this is not the most fatal." Speaking of this, Uchiha Xianqing raised his head and looked at his mother's right eye with a dull white pupil with an ugly face, saying, "The real fatal thing should be that you used izanami at the beginning, which not only made your right eye completely blind, but also consumed a lot of your life source and soul source. This is the most fatal." He thought that the price of this forbidden technique was only blindness, but he didn't expect it. Uchiha's Hilly saw Suinking's superficial thoughts at this time, and smiled slightly. "I didn't expect that the medical inheritance you obtained was so powerful that you could even see through such things. Moreover, you even know the forbidden technique of izanami. It seems that what you said, knowing some information and secrets of the two worlds, is not just that simple. However, what you said is not entirely correct. Izanami is not the main reason for the consumption of my soul source and life source. After this forbidden technique is perfected, as long as it is mastered and used correctly, there will be no such side effects. The price is really just a Sharingan blinded. But this forbidden technique was developed by my mother on her own in order to prevent the internal strife of the Uchiha clan. It is normal to have some failures in the development process. Therefore, it caused the abnormal loss of soul source and life source. There is no way around it. It is a miracle that she can succeed in creating such a heaven-defying forbidden technique on her own. She was heaven-defying and lucky that she didn't die directly during the development process. Is that so? Uchiha Xianqing listened, nodded in understanding, and gave his mother a thumbs up. Mom, you are amazing. You can do such a thing. However. Then, he frowned and said, if you want to make up for your lost life, simply conditioning your body and removing hidden injuries are far from enough. You must restore your lost soul source and life source. Isn't the congenital deficiency of the body a congenital lack of life source? And these, with the medical knowledge I have mastered so far, cannot be made up. Maybe, we have to go to the pirate world across the space-time gate to find a way to treat it. Of course, if he can rely on the talent of heaven rewarding hard work to improve his Huxia medicine skills to a small success or even a great success, it is estimated that there will be a way. But this requires a lot of time. Maybe he can wait with his health-preserving skills and the talent of heaven rewarding hard work, but his mother may not be able to wait. Moreover, the ninja world is too dangerous. The key is to heal myself and my mother as soon as possible and improve my strength as soon as possible. Time is running out. Oh. Uchiha Yuri was a little surprised. Is there such a powerful doctor in that world who can solve our physical problems? If so, that would be great. I think so. Uchiha Xianqing nodded uncertainly. That world is also quite magical. Then, Uchiha Xianqing gave his mother a general introduction to the worldview of the pirate world, devil fruit, and other things. Then he said, among the devil fruits, the healing fruit, the hormone fruit, etc., should be able to cure our problems. Of course, these are not easy to find. We can go to the Drum Island to find the witch Dr. KONOHA. She not only has extremely powerful medical skills, but it is even said that she has the secret of the longevity medicine. Even if she can't completely cure us, she should be able to help us recover a lot and extend our lifespan a lot, so that we can have more time to find a solution. The most important thing is that she is easier to find. At this point, Uchiha Xianqing looked at his mother and said, so, Mom, let's take time to go to the pirate world as soon as possible and find Dr. KONOHA to treat us and regulate our bodies. Okay. After listening to it, Uchiha's Hilly thought about it for a while, and nodded in agreement. Then he asked, however, how long do you think it will take to get there? I can arrange things for the tribe in advance. Uchiha Xianqing hesitated after hearing this and said, I don't know about this either. Because I don't know where we will be after we get there, how about you go there with me first? Determine the approximate location, and then come back. He even needs to confirm the timeline there. I hope the plot hasn't started yet. Xianqing thought. Okay. Uchiha's Hilly naturally had no objection, it just so happens that I'm free today, so let's go now. Do you need me to prepare anything? No. Xianqing shook his head, anyway, I can return at any time, so there's no need to prepare anything else. But I'm not sure if the location over there is safe, so, Mom, please help pay attention. He is just a weak chicken now, don't let him die as soon as he gets there, that would be a tragedy. Well. Leave it to Mom. Mom is very strong. Uchiha's Hilly smiled and waved his fist. Yeah. Uchiha Xianqing also smiled and nodded, then reached out and grabbed one of Uchiha's Hilly's hands, and with a thought, he directly activated the space-time gate rune in the Sea of Consciousness. The next moment, he and Uchiha's Hilly disappeared in the house. Pirate World. The first half of the Grand Line, a sea area between the Seven Waters and the Sabayati Archipelago. Two pirate groups are fighting fiercely at this time. One side is the fleet of the Nine Snake Island, and the other side is the Crazy Shark slave group specializing in the slave trade. Bring the boat over and capture them. The female warriors of the 9 Snake Island are top quality goods and will definitely sell for a high price. Haha. Leave it to us. Boss. Kill. The battle lasted only more than 10 minutes, and the 9 snake pirates were at an absolute disadvantage. They were beaten back by the crazy shark slave group and the enemy landed on the ship. Sister, what should we do? Everyone is in danger. Sonia asked with a terrified face, hiding behind her sister. Yes. Sister. What should we do? Go up to help. Marigold also asked immediately. P.S. New book uploaded, please collect, send flowers, and comment. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 4, Rescue the 3 Hancock Sisters, The Art of Fighting in UCHIHA. Please add, send, and comment. Hancock, who was only 12 years old, wanted to say something, but suddenly her face changed drastically. She turned her head and looked at the cabin behind her. She stretched out her hands to protect her 2 sisters behind her, and shouted to the cabin, "Who? Come out!" At the same time, she was wondering in her heart, has there been an enemy sneaking into the cabin? At this time, a voice came from the cabin, accompanied by a sound of footsteps. Don't worry. We are not your enemies. We just broke in accidentally. Can I ask where this is? Soon, 2 figures, one big and one small, came out of the cabin. The visitors were Xianqing and UCHIHA. They didn't expect that the first teleportation location was actually on a ship. As soon as Xianqing came out, he looked around. From the appearance of the ship of 9 Snake Island, especially the 2 giant snakes, he instantly judged that this should be the ship of 9 Snake Island. Then, look at the 3 sisters of Hancock. From their appearance and the information about the ship on 9 Snake Island, Xianqing also guessed, could this be the 3 Hancock sisters? So, the current timeline is before Hancock became a slave. This is good news for Xianqing. So beautiful. When the 3 Hancock sisters saw UCHIHA, they couldn't help but admire her subconsciously. UCHIHA is not only very beautiful, but more importantly, her mature and gentle temperament is particularly attractive. Of course, the 3 Hancock sisters only admired her subconsciously. Although Hancock felt that UCHIHA and UCHIHA Xianqing did not look like bad people, she still did not let down her guard and asked, "Who are you? What is your purpose here?" "Don't worry." UCHIHA saw their vigilance, looked around, and comforted the 3 Hancock sisters softly. "My name is UCHIHA. This is my son UCHIHA Xianqing. We are here to treat illnesses. It's just an accident that we are here. Have you been invaded? I can help you defeat the enemy. As a price, you tell me the location of this place, and then send us to Magnetic Drum Island. How about it?" Hey! Hancock was stunned when he heard it. Treatment? Magnetic Drum Island? Can you really help us? Ha 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 ha. At this time, an unpleasant laugh sounded from far to near, attracting the attention of Hancock and others. I saw a pirate who was over 2 meters tall and looked extremely rough and ugly. He looked at UCHIHA and Hancock with a grin and said proudly, "Look what I see. There are not only 3 little beauties here, but also a mature big beauty, and even a pretty boy with delicate skin and good looks. It's a pity that you, the pretty boy, are sick and you can't live long. Otherwise, it would be a good commodity." UCHIHA Xianqing. If he couldn't beat it now, he would have wanted to kill this dog directly. "Surrender to me obediently, and you can suffer less. Otherwise, he. Hearing the pirate's threatening words, UCHIHA ignored him directly and turned to Hancock and said, "Wait, let me deal with these garbage first." "What did you say?" When the pirate heard this, his face suddenly sank, and he was ready to swing the machete in his hand to attack UCHIHA and teach her a lesson. The next moment, Uchiha Yuri turned his head and looked at him. The Sharingan in his left eye had been opened at some point, and turned into a strange Mangeki Sharingan. Illusion Sharingan. Then, the pirate just stood there, without moving. Puff. Uchiha Yuri flashed, passed by the pirate, and killed other pirates not far away. The pirate controlled by the illusion suddenly spurted out a stream of blood from his neck, and then his head rolled to the ground, his eyes wide open, as if he was dying with his eyes open. Fire Style Phoenix Claw Red. Fire Style Gao Long Fire Technique. Wind Style Vacuum Sword. Uchiha Yuri continued to perform ninjutsu, bombarding those pirates who were not from the Nine Snake Island. Soon, the battlefield over there became Uchiha Yuri's show. The pirates of the Nine Snakes pirates were dazzled by the strange ninjutsu. Uchiha Yuri's efficiency in killing enemies was frighteningly high. After some of the pirates were killed, especially after seeing several leaders being killed easily, they began to flee in panic. In just a few minutes, the battle was completely over. Except for the dozen pirates who escaped, the remaining hundreds of pirates were basically killed by Uchiha's Hilly. Your mother is so powerful. The three sisters of Hancock witnessed all this, and Hancock couldn't help but turn to Uchiha Xianqing with bright eyes. Haha. Of course. Uchiha Xianqing smiled knowingly after hearing this. Yes, she is Uchiha's Hilly. Thank you for saving me. I wonder if you are. The leader of the Nine Snake Pirates dragged his injured body to a place not far from Uchiha's Hilly, and asked with gratitude and confusion. We are just passing by, don't worry too much. Uchiha's Hilly smiled and waved his hand, and walked towards Xianqing and the others. Then he said to Hancock, Okay. I have done what I said. Then I will trouble you to take us to Magnetic Drum Island first, is that okay? Hancock blinked his eyes after hearing this, and looked at the leader with an embarrassed look. Leader. She was also helpless at this time. She hadn't agreed yet, but Uchiha's Hilly helped on her own. But she couldn't deny Uchiha's Hilly's kindness. Because without Uchiha's Hilly's help, their entire pirate group might suffer. But this matter is obviously not something she can decide. She is not the future pirate queen yet. Seeing this, the leader immediately understood the situation and immediately said to Uchiha's Hilly, Magnetic Drum Island? Is it the Magnetic Drum Island where the Iron Bucket Kingdom is located? I heard that there is a civilization with superb medical skills there. Are you going to go there for treatment? While speaking, she also glanced at the sick Uchiha Xianqing. Yes. Uchiha Yuri nodded affirmatively. Is it okay? Of course. The leader nodded affirmatively. We all remember your life-saving grace in our hearts. We, the Nine Snakes Pirates, are not the kind of people who will not repay a favor. We agree to this. But this alone is far from enough to repay your kindness. Do you have any other requests? Although, as long as we can do it, we will try our best to meet your needs. In addition, many of our people are currently seriously injured, and we have already asked our former captain for help, so we need to go to Sabayati Archipelago to rest first. After the repair, we will send you to Magnetic Drum Island, okay? It's just right that you can think about the rewards you need during this period. The leader also wanted to report this matter to the former captain Sheyeo first, and it would be better for her to give the reward. I may not have enough things in my hands to give a reward. Is that so? Uchiha's Hilly did not answer immediately, but looked at Uchiha Xianqing. Xianqing, what do you think? Okay. Uchiha Xianqing naturally had no objection, and it would be better to say that this is better. Just in time to meet Sheyeo and Rayleigh. Then let's do it. Uchiha's Hilly heard this, smiled with satisfaction, and said to the leader, then let's do as you said first. Thank you. The leader was relieved after hearing this. Hancock was immediately sent to prepare a room for Xianqing and others to rest. Then, he began to command people to clean up the battlefield, treat companions, and repair the damaged parts of the ship. P.S. New book uploaded, please collect flowers and comments. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 5 Conqueror's Haki, Rokushiki, and the Return of Life. Please add, send, and comment. How about this room? Do you need 2 rooms? Hancock quickly took Uchiha Xianqing to a spacious and exquisite cabin and asked. Sure. 1 room is enough. Uchiha's Hilly took a look and nodded with satisfaction, then asked, by the way, how long does it take to get to Sabayati Archipelago from here? Hancock hesitated and said, it will probably take 1 or 2 days. Any questions? She still has a good impression of Uchiha's Hilly and Xianqing. If Xianqing hadn't been there this time, they would have been captured and made slaves. No. Nothing. Just asking. Go and get busy first. There are still many of your companions who need your help. Wait until you're done. Uchiha's Hilly shook his head and gestured. Well. Thank you. Then I'll go and take a look first and come back later. By the way, I'll prepare some food for you when the time comes. Hancock followed suit and left quickly after saying this. Uchiha's Hilly took Xianqing into the cabin and closed the door. Then she turned to Uchiha Xianqing and asked, it seems that you know some information about Little Hancock and even this pirate group. Tell Mom about it. Okay. Uchiha Xianqing naturally did not refuse, and immediately told her mother all the information she knew. Hey! Uchiha's Hilly was surprised after listening. Most of the female warriors of the 9 Snake Island, who are all female, have mastered armament haki, and some have mastered observation haki. Do they have the power of the inheritance of 2-color haki? It's quite powerful. This reminds me of a place called Nadeshiko Village in the ninja world, which is somewhat similar to the 9 Snake Island. They are all female. When Uchiha Xianqing heard the name of Nadeshiko Village, he immediately thought of Jiraiya. In the future, it seems that this guy has a deep connection with Nadeshiko Village, and he also tricked Naruto. So, what do you think about us asking for the 2-color haki training method in return? Uchiha's Hilly asked. She was also very curious about the power system of this world. She wanted to study it. From Uchiha Suinking's description and some of the situations observed in the previous battle, both the observation haki and the armament haki have extremely high value. It's better not to. Xianqing listened and shook his head directly. This involves the inheritance of 9 Snake Island. Not only is it easy to be rejected, but it is also easy to offend 9 Snake Island. It's not worth the loss. Next, they will go to their former captain, Sheiyao, who is also the previous emperor of 9 Snake Island. She is at least a super master of 2-color haki. She also has a very strong intelligence channel. Even, there is her lover, the former deputy of the Pirate King, Zilabaz Rayleigh. Rayleigh is even a super strong emperor of Grand Master Conqueror's haki. If converted to our world, he should be much stronger than cage-level strong men. I'm afraid even if he is not as good as first Hokage Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, he should not be much worse. We can completely ask for Rayleigh or Sheiyao's Conqueror's haki training experience and even Marine 6 styles and the practice and experience of returning life. This is not only better, but it will not be misunderstood as coveting the haki inheritance of the 9 Snake Island. What do you think, Mom? Many times, when it comes to the secrets of racial inheritance, it is easy to cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Hey! Uchiha's Hilly was stunned when she heard it. A strong man comparable to Uchiha Madara? The haki practice experience of such a strong man should be more precious, right? Can they agree? If possible, she naturally thinks that what Xianqing said is better. At the same time, she also felt that there are far more top strong men in this world than in the ninja world. Of course, considering the population of this world, she thinks it is normal. This place is much larger than the ninja world. It shouldn't be a problem. Uchiha Xianqing nodded affirmatively, neither Peony nor Rayleigh are the kind of stingy people, they are also grateful people. At most, I'll trade them for information they can't refuse. Whether it's Conqueror's hacky training experience or Marine 6 styles and life return, I'll take it. The opportunity is fleeting. He originally thought that he wouldn't get these good things so quickly. Now that he has this opportunity, he naturally can't miss it. Since you are confident, then do as you say. Uchiha Yuri listened, naturally no objection, and then asked doubtfully, but what is this Marine 6 styles and life return? Is it important? Can it make you always remember it? Is it related to the Marine of this world? Yes. Uchiha Xianqing nodded affirmatively, it's related to Marine, to be precise, it's related to world government. It's a superhuman skill that develops human potential and strengthens the human body. Moreover, it should be regarded as a prerequisite for the systematic training of two-color haki. Mastering the 6 styles, then the distance to awakening the mastery of armament haki and observation haki is not far away. Of course, this is not the key. The most important thing is that after mastering the 6 styles, you will have the opportunity to master further extraordinary physical skills, life return. This skill may accelerate the recovery of your body and ours, and even strengthen the speed, and help restore the source of life. Let alone integrating the will into every cell of the body, the fact that this skill can greatly enhance the digestion and recovery capabilities, and quickly convert a large amount of food into vitality is something that Xianqing cannot refuse. After Xianqing roughly told Uchiha's Hairi about the 6 styles and life return, she suddenly realized, strengthen the digestion and recovery capabilities, and control every inch of flesh and blood in the body. It is indeed a very strong superhuman physical skill. If you have this, will it also be effective for the rapid recovery of cell energy? In other words, isn't it also very effective for the rapid recovery of chakra? The ability to save life will also be greatly improved. Yet, Uchiha Xianqing listened and nodded affirmatively, it should all be effective. That's why I said this is very important. Of course, it will be very difficult to master life return. This, it seems that only a very few super geniuses can master it in the entire pirate world. CP9, all members have mastered the 6 styles, and it seems that only Rob Lucci has mastered life return. This shows the difficulty of this skill. Difficulty is not a problem. As long as there is a training method, Mom believes that I can definitely learn it. Uchiha's Hilly said confidently. Who is not a genius? Hehe. That's right. Uchiha Xianqing smiled when he saw his mother like this, and then said, by the way, I guess you have noticed it too, Mom? The people in this world are extremely strong, much stronger than those in the ninja world. Yet. Uchiha's Hilly nodded affirmatively, I noticed it a long time ago. This should have a lot to do with the environment here, right? Mom has sensed it. In the sea of this world, there are countless creatures with huge vitality and size. This is just the shallow sea surface. There may be more powerful sea beasts in the deeper layers, right? Of course, the human physique in this world may also be different from that of the people in the ninja world. She needs to study it before she can judge clearly. It's mainly the environment. Uchiha Xianqing Kaid, there are even super sea kings thousands of meters long in the ocean of this world, and there are countless sea kings tens and hundreds of meters long. Even for land creatures, there are countless beasts tens of meters long. So, I think we may often hunt some sea kings and beast meat for food. Combined with health-preserving exercises and physical training, it may not only speed up our body recovery and quickly strengthen our physique, but also restore some vitality. What do you think, Mom? P.S. New book uploaded, please collect, flowers, and comments. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 6 Uchiha Yuri, Fugaku is not fit to be the clan leader, please collect. Flowers, comments. Yes. Uchiha Yuri nodded affirmatively after hearing this. Even if you don't say it, I will do it later. This kind of good thing that strengthens the body cannot be missed. In the future, you can even consider providing some Sea King's meat to those obedient and loyal members of the tribe to strengthen their strength. After all, the Uchiha tribe will definitely be handed over to you in the future. If they become stronger, it will be of great help to you in the future. Unfortunately, not everyone can meet the requirements of the contract. Otherwise, you can send some people to establish a stable base to hunt Sea Kings and fierce beasts for a long time. In this way, I don't have to do it myself. At this point, Uchiha Yuri paused and said to Uchiha Xianqing said, in view of this, when your body is better and your strength is gradually improved, Mom will help you gradually establish prestige in the tribe. Also, arrange some children in the tribe to follow you to contact and learn, so that it will be convenient for you to influence and subdue them. Try to improve their favorability as soon as possible, so that it will be convenient for you to contract at that time. How about it? Obviously, since knowing Suinking's talent characteristics, Uchiha's Hilly has been thinking about these things. Everything was arranged clearly for Xianqing, and he didn't have to worry too much. Originally, considering her own impending death and Suinking's physical condition, Uchiha's Hilly intended to support and train the third elder's son Uchiha Fugaku to become the next tribe leader. But now, she has changed her mind. Sure enough, it is better to let her son come. Fugaku is not decisive and tough enough, and is not a suitable candidate for the tribe leader. Uchiha Xianqing naturally has no need to refuse. Well, then listen to you, Mom. Having a powerful mother saves him a lot of things. Xianqing was very glad that he had contracted his mother at the first time. By the way, at this time, Uchiha Yuri asked again, Xianqing, do you think that after I go back, I can leave a shadow clone there, or leave a shadow clone here, and maintain it for a period of time? If it can, it will be much more convenient next time. Otherwise, the time wasted on the road will affect the ninja world. It makes her unable to split her time. This time, she was just here to explore the way and didn't plan to stay for a long time. I didn't expect that the place to land was actually on a pirate ship in the sea, and she also saved the 9 Snakes Pirates group by the way, so she had to change her plan. Well, you can try it. Maybe, it should be possible. Xianqing listened and said uncertainly. Then try it. Immediately, the two tried it. The result is undoubtedly successful. Leaving Shadow Clone in the ninja world or the pirate world, the original body is in another world, and Shadow Clone will not disappear directly. Xianqing even found that he could set coordinates at any location he had been to and then teleport to that location. This also includes people or ships, and other objects. This is really awesome. It means that he can freely teleport to places he has been to in the future. This is not limited to the world of pirates, the same should apply to the world of Hokage. If it weren't for the fact that his strength and timing are not right now, Xianqing would have wanted to open the map. In this way, we can even go home and rest for a few days, and then go there in person when we reach the Sabayati archipelago. What do you think, Mom? Uchiha Xianqing looked at Uchiha's Hilly and asked. Uchiha Yuri pondered for a moment and said, let's try to leave one person there. To avoid problems or being seen through. After all, we don't know whether observation haki can see through Shadow Clone. Also. At this point, she stretched out her hand and pinched Suinking's cheek with a smile and said, have you forgotten that you have only extracted a trace of chakra and have not mastered Shadow Clone at all? Even, with your current physical condition, it is not suitable for you to extract more chakra or even practice Shadow Clone technique. Uchiha Suinking's face froze when he heard it, and he said helplessly, I forgot. It seems that I have to recover my body as soon as possible. Otherwise, there will be too many inconveniences. Haha. Don't worry. Don't worry. Take your time. It will get better. Uchiha's Hilly saw Suinking's depressed look, and couldn't help but touch his head to comfort him. No more talking, let's practice health-preserving exercises first. I don't think I have reached the limit for today. As he said, Uchiha Xianqing stood up and continued to practice health-preserving exercises. He also wanted to test the maximum number of times he could practice every day. Okay. Mom will practice with you. Try to recover our bodies as soon as possible. Uchiha's Hilly smiled and stood up to practice with him. You practiced health-preserving exercises once, proficiency +1, lifespan +1 day. You practiced health-preserving exercises once, proficiency +1, lifespan +1 day. After 2 times. Hoo. I can't do it anymore. Uchiha Xianqing panted, sat down on the floor, wiped the sweat on his face, and stopped practicing. He was too tired, and now he felt sore all over. At the same time, he felt very hungry. Obviously, his body would not allow him to continue practicing for the time being. Even for health-preserving exercises, energy and nutrition sources are required. On the contrary, Uchiha's Hilly was far from reaching his limit. Seeing Xianqing so tired, she practiced while comforting him. Since you feel that you have reached your limit, then you should rest first. Mom will continue to practice. Try to recover your peak strength as soon as possible. Due to physical problems over the years, her strength has declined greatly. This world is too dangerous, so she should try to recover her peak strength as soon as possible. Okay. I'll think about the prescription for recuperation first. Also, copy some medical books and use them as a reward for Dr. KONOHA. If there is not enough reward, this person will not be able to talk. The name of the witch is not for nothing. You are very thoughtful, just do as you say. Uchiha's Hilly naturally had no objection, and was only relieved in her heart. The child really grew up overnight. It seems that the inheritance is very powerful, and Xianqing has been given too much knowledge and information. Also, information about the ninja world and the pirate world. I'm afraid it's not just information about the past and the present, but it may also include information about the future. When I have time, I have to ask Xianqing carefully, so as to prepare for the future. Uchiha's Hilly thought to herself while practicing. She could feel that her son had a sense of urgency since he awakened his talent and obtained the inheritance of the immortal. It's not just because of her and Suinking's own lifespan. She felt Suinking's strong desire to become stronger and a strong sense of crisis. It seems that the future of our family and even Uchiha is not good. Otherwise, Xianqing would not be so anxious. Xianqing didn't know that his mother had inferred so much from some of his detailed emotional changes. He first flashed back to the ninja world, took some blank papers from home, and began to copy medical books while prescribing prescriptions for the two to regulate their bodies and heal their bodies according to his own situation and the physical condition of Uchiha's Hilly before. More than an hour passed in a blink of an eye. After practicing the health-preserving exercises dozens of times, Uchiha's Hilly also stopped temporarily. P.S. New book uploaded, please collect flowers and comments. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 7 The Miraculous Effect of Sea King's Meat and Health-Preserving Exercises. The source of life begins to recover. Please collect, send flowers, and comment. Knock, knock, knock. At this time, there was a knock on the door and Hancock's voice, Sister Cheery, can I come in? It's time for dinner. Come out and eat. Squeak. The next moment, Uchiha Cheery walked over and opened the cabin door, smiling and saying to Hancock, have you eaten? Thank you. Please lead the way. As she said that, she turned around and waved to Xianqing over there, and followed Hancock out of the room. Xianqing also stopped writing, got up and followed. Soon, several people came to a huge restaurant. Master Cheery, welcome. Welcome. Thank you Master Chiri for your previous rescue. A group of female warriors from 9 Snake Islands saw Uchiha Chiri appear, and they all thanked Uchiha Chiri respectfully with gratitude. There was also this respect and fanaticism in their eyes. Obviously, for the female warriors of 9 Snake Island, strong women can arouse their favor and admiration. Of course, there were also a few female hooligans who walked over and started to tease Xianqing. Xianqing was so annoyed. What the hell is going on? Okay. Lords Hilly and the others are here, let's eat. Lords Hilly, please sit here. The leader clapped his hands and immediately guided Uchiha's Hilly and Xianqing to sit down at the main seat. After Uchiha's Hilly and the others started eating, he invited everyone to eat. Hey! This meat! After swallowing a mouthful of meat, Uchiha's Hilly felt warm in her stomach, and streams of warm current began to flow throughout her body. Her eyes suddenly lit up. This kind of meat full of vitality and nutrition is comparable to many precious medicines in the ninja world. But here it's just a piece of meat? Unbelievable. Considering the sea beasts full of vitality she had sensed in the sea and what Xianqing had said before, although she was excited in her heart, she remained calm on the surface and asked the leader beside her, "This should be the meat of sea kings, right?" "Yes." The leader listened, nodded affirmatively, and asked with a smile, "It's just the meat of an ordinary sea kings over 100 meters long. Is it still to your taste?" In fact, the leader also found some abnormalities in Uchiha's Hilly and Xianqing. That is, the two of them gave her the feeling that their physique and vitality were not particularly strong. If she hadn't seen Uchiha's Hilly's powerful strength before, she wouldn't have believed that Uchiha's Hilly, who had such a weak physique and vitality, would be so strong. In the general perception of the pirate world, the vitality and physique of the strong must be strong. Even those who rely on devil fruit have vitality far beyond that of ordinary people. And Uchiha's Hilly gave her the feeling that her vitality was not even as good as hers. Let alone Xianqing, whose vitality and physique were not even as good as those of ordinary civilian children. Of course, she didn't think deeply about it, just thinking that Xianqing or even Uchiha's Hilly had a physical problem. After all, they seemed to be planning to see a doctor. That's good. You're thoughtful. Uchiha's Hilly responded with a smile on the surface, but was quite surprised in her heart. The meat of sea kings that is 100 meters long has this effect. So what if it is hundreds of meters or even thousands of meters of sea king's meat? I dare not imagine it. She felt that just relying on the meat of sea kings in her mouth, combined with health-preserving exercises for a month, her physique and vitality would have to increase several times. At this time, as the meat of sea kings was digested, a stream of warm currents flowed through her body. She could clearly feel that every cell of her body was hungry for this warm current energy and devoured it crazily. Her physical condition also improved at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even her face became a lot rosier. Long-term refining of chakra, coupled with the fact that the origin of life is indeed, suddenly gained vitality and high nutrient substances suitable for cell absorption, the effect is a bit too obvious. But Xianqing's side is not so good. As soon as he swallowed a piece of sea king's meat, he felt the pressure in his stomach increase greatly. It felt difficult to digest and the digestion speed was very slow. But the vitality and nutrition contained in this little bit of meat that was slowly digested also made him feel warm all over. The fatigue and soreness from the previous training dissipated a lot. The chronic illness also dissipated a little. I didn't expect that my stomach and digestive system are so weak. Uchiha Xianqing's heart sank, and he immediately ate a few more small pieces of meat, then stopped and said to his mother and the leader, "Mom, I don't feel like I have much appetite now, so I'll eat this first. I'll take some food back to the room first." He was going to try to digest it with the health-preserving exercises to see if it worked. Otherwise, in the current situation, he was afraid that he would not be able to enjoy the meat of the sea kings. If even the health-preserving exercises didn't work, he could only prescribe himself a drug that improves digestion. Uchiha Yuri was slightly startled when she heard this, and after looking at Xianqing, she roughly understood what Suinking's expression meant, and nodded immediately, "Okay. Then you go." After that, she turned to the team leader and said, "I'm sorry. The child is too weak." "It's okay." The team leader heard this and shook his head, "I hope he can get better soon." "Don't worry, we will finish the work as soon as possible and send you to the magnetic drum island for treatment." Then, the team leader ordered Hancock not far away, "Hancock, take brother Xianqing back to the room." "Okay." Hancock heard this, and could only put down the food in his hand helplessly, stood up and waved to Xianqing, and then took Xianqing out of the living room. Xianqing quickly picked up the large plate of meat in front of him and followed. On the way, "It seems that you are really seriously ill. I hope you can get better soon." Hancock looked at Xianqing with sympathy. "I will." Xianqing smiled and nodded. He still had some confidence. At the same time, he also checked with his talent. Hancock's favorability towards him reached 52 points. It was not low. "Unfortunately, my strength is too weak now. If I personally rescued Hancock and the others this time, I am afraid that Hancock and even some of the female warriors of Nine Snake Island would have reached the minimum requirement for binding, right?" Xianqing thought with some regret in his heart. This is not an exaggeration. Because the female warriors of Nine Snake Island are relatively pure, the favorability of the savior will be higher. Soon, Hancock sent Xianqing back to the room. Xianqing did not keep her any longer and sent her to continue eating. After Hancock left, Xianqing put down the food in his hand and stretched his body. He felt that he had recovered a lot. The soreness and fatigue had been reduced by more than half after more than an hour of rest and the recuperation of Sea King's meat in his stomach. He immediately began to practice health-preserving exercises. As the action progressed, Xianqing could clearly feel that the digestion of Sea King's meat in the stomach was accelerated. At the same time, a stream of warm current spread from the stomach to the whole body. The whole person felt warm and comfortable. You eat Sea King's meat to assist in practicing health-preserving exercises, proficiency +3, life +3, life source +0.01. Wow! Not only has the lifespan increase effect doubled, but it can even restore the life source? That's great! This life source should be related to the root of my congenital deficiency, right? There is hope for recovery. Perhaps, as long as the meat of Sea Kings is combined with health-preserving exercises, without additional treatment and conditioning, I can make up for my congenital deficiency and completely recover my health, right? Uchiha Xianqing thought excitedly in his heart. He felt that he still underestimated the benefits of Sea King's meat to him as a ninja. P.S. New book uploaded, please collect, send flowers, and comment. Read books every day on the 11th. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 8 The Dawn of Full Recovery, Uchiha Yuri's Joy, please add, send, and comment. Keep going. Since it is so effective, and the health-preserving exercise can indeed speed up the digestion of Sea King's meat, then what reason does he have to stop? The key is that with the help of Sea King's meat, he not only did not feel much physical fatigue and soreness, but felt better. Immediately, Xianqing continued to practice again and again. You eat Sea King's meat to assist in practicing health-preserving exercises, proficiency +3, life +3, life source +0.01. You eat Sea King's meat to assist in practicing health-preserving exercises, proficiency +3, life +3, life source +0.01. As the Sea King's meat in the stomach was quickly digested and converted into vitality and nutrition to be absorbed by Xianqing, his body almost recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even his face began to show a faint redness, no longer withered and pale before. Looking much healthier. After practicing more than 10 times in a row, Xianqing felt that his body was really exhausted to the limit, and most of the Sea King's meat in his stomach was consumed, so he stopped. Hey! After finishing the exercise, he took a long breath and wiped the sweat off his face. Although his body was tired and sore, he felt like he had unloaded a heavy burden and felt much more energetic. Walking to the table and sitting down, Xianqing looked at the large plate of Sea King's meat in front of him, thought for a while, and waved his hand to put it directly into the space-time gate. He also designated an area to prohibit time inside, and prepared to use it specifically to store food and other things to prevent them from spoiling. He had absolute control over the space-time gate, so he could do this easily. Then, Xianqing checked his attribute transformation. Lifespan, 7 months and 12 days, congenital deficiency, life origin, 3.43/10. It was found that there was a significant change in the lifespan column. Not only did the lifespan increase by more than a month, but there was also an additional state, and the life origin situation was also directly revealed. A normal 6-year-old person has about 10 life essences. I'm really short of it. No wonder my lifespan is so short. Currently, practicing health-preserving exercises with Sea King's meat can restore 0.01 life essences. The limit of practicing health-preserving exercises with Sea King's meat is about 15 times a day. Later, as the essence is restored and the body is strengthened, the number of times you can practice every day will definitely increase. If you don't rely on other means, just the current combination, it will take about 60 days, or 2 months, to completely restore the true life essence. Thinking of this, Xuanqing's eyes began to shine. Great! It only takes 2 times at most to recover health, which is much shorter than I thought. Haha! He even began to imagine the scene of completely recovering his body, and then relying on his talent and hard work to rapidly become stronger, unifying the ninja world, and dominating the pirate world. That day will not be too far away. Uchiha Xianqing waved his fist confidently and muttered. What won't be too far? At this time, Uchiha Yuri's voice came from outside the door. Then, the door was pushed open and Uchiha Yuri walked in. Seeing Xianqing, she keenly noticed that Xuanqing's vitality had improved and his condition had improved a lot. She immediately excitedly swooshed, and flashed in front of Xianqing, grabbed one of Xuanqing's hands, and used chakra and perception to explore Xuanqing's physical condition. Finding that all this was not her illusion, she immediately looked at Xianqing with joy and excitement and asked, "How did you recover so much? So fast? Is it the effect of Sea King's meat?" "Yeah." Xianqing nodded affirmatively and pointed to the open door over there. Wait for Uchiha Yuri to wave his hand and control the door with chakra line to close it. Xianqing spoke kind, it is the effect of Sea King's meat combined with health-preserving exercises. I left the restaurant before because I found that with my previous physical condition, my digestive ability was also sharply reduced, and it was difficult to digest the Sea King's meat. So I thought, if I could speed up digestion by using health-preserving exercises. As it turned out, my guess was correct. The health-preserving exercises combined with Sea King's meat not only doubled the effect of cultivation, but also greatly reduced the fatigue and soreness of the body during cultivation, and increased my number of cultivation times. The most important thing is that through my talent, I also feel that this method is restoring the source of my life. I estimate that with this method, it will take less than 2 months for me to completely make up for my congenital deficiencies and get a truly healthy body. If combined with appropriate conditioning medicine, this time will only be faster. Really? Uchiha Yuri was so excited after hearing this. Can this method really restore your congenital deficiencies? Yes. Absolutely true. Uchiha Xianqing nodded affirmatively. Moreover, I believe that this method should also be effective for your mother's lack of life source. So, please also practice health-preserving exercises with me in this way. With your physique and digestive ability, I believe that your speed of recovering the life source will only be faster than mine. Of course, your level of understanding of health-preserving exercises must also be improved. His health-preserving exercises are at the level of minor success, and the effect is much stronger than Uchiha's Hilly's. Well, Mom listens to you. I'll practice it. Uchiha's Hilly nodded happily, and with a gentle look, she reached out and touched Suinking's cheek, and immediately walked aside to start practicing health-preserving exercises. And Xianqing was not idle either, and continued to copy medical books. From time to time, he also paid attention to Uchiha's Hilly and gave her some advice on health-preserving exercises. In this way, with Uchiha's Hilly's genius, her proficiency in health-preserving exercises increased at a speed visible to the naked eye. After more than 10 rounds of beating, Uchiha's Hilly felt that the Sea King's meat in her stomach had been completely digested, and she stopped. With her physique, she naturally had not reached the limit of physical exercise. Especially with the endless vitality and high nutrition to restore her condition. She stopped simply because the Sea King's meat was digested. At this time, her health-preserving skills also broke through the entry stage and reached the proficient stage. Give her a few more days. She feels that she should be able to break through the Grandmaster level of health-preserving skills. Hey! Xianqing, Mom feels like she has recovered to her peak state. Uchiha's Hilly stopped practicing, walked to Xianqing and sat down and said, not only the serious illnesses and hidden injuries in the body have been repaired a lot during the practice, but even the origin of life has been restored a lot. The method you said is indeed useful. Mom feels that if I give me more than 20 days, my origin of life can be completely restored. Unfortunately, the origin of the soul is not so easy to restore. Otherwise, I can really fully recover to my peak in the short term. Fortunately, the lack of the origin of the soul does not have such a great impact on lifespan. As long as the life source is completely restored, her lifespan can be restored by more than half, and living for another few decades is not a problem at all. Moreover, after the life source is restored, it can slowly nourish the soul and slowly restore the soul source. If her life source and physique are further strengthened, the nourishing effect will be further increased. It seems that it is no longer a luxury to recover to the peak. Who would have thought that a meal of otherworld Sea King's meat combined with health-preserving exercises can have such a heaven-defying effect? She even felt a warm feeling in her blind right eye, as if it was recovering. P.S. New book uploaded, please collect, send flowers, and comment. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 9, Ways to Speed Up Soul Recovery. Xianqing, Fugaku is a fool, please add to favorites, give flowers, and give comments. That's good. Congratulations, Mom. Uchiha Xianqing was also very happy to hear this. This is really the best thing for him. As for the soul origin, we can think of a way later. By the way, Mom, is there any meditation method in the clan to improve mental and soul power? Yindun practice method is also fine. Uchiha Xianqing asked again. With the talent of God's reward for hard work, even if there is no complete spiritual practice method in the ninja world and the pirate world at present. But as long as there is a broken or imperfect spiritual or even soul practice method, he is sure to break the limit with the talent of God's reward for hard work, and suddenly realize and create a real spiritual and soul practice method. By then, will it still be a problem to restore the missing soul origin of Uchiha's Hiri? Not at all. Even, it is possible to rely on this to optimize the opening method of Sharingan, and even create a complete Manjiki Sharingan, Eternal Manjiki Sharingan, and Rinnegan practice method. Well. Uchiha Yuri frowned and said, it is true that it can improve mental power and practice Yindun meditation, but the effect is not very good. It requires constant practice to be effective. Do you need it? She guessed that her son asked this question because he probably had a way to improve mental power and even restore the essence of the soul. The immortal inheritance was obviously not as simple as she imagined. Yes. Uchiha Xianqing listened and nodded happily. As long as it is effective, I will find a way to further improve it. By then, your soul essence may also be able to actively accelerate recovery. Okay. Uchiha's Hilly did not ask more questions, but nodded with emotion. I will get it for you when Mom goes back later. But remember to take care of your body, don't be too anxious. Take your time. Mom's body has recovered a lot, and she can live for a long time in the future. Don't push yourself too hard. No matter what kind of bad future you see, there is Mom. Mom will always be your support behind you and can protect you from the wind and rain. Seeing Uchiha's Hilly's serious expression and hearing her words, Xianqing felt warm in his heart, chuckled and nodded, yes. I know, Mom. But how do you know that I know about the future? Hee. Uchiha's Hilly heard this, smiled and stretched out a finger to gently touch Suanking's forehead and joked, you underestimated your mother, didn't you? You didn't hide too much in front of your mother before, and your mother can still infer something. So, what will the future Uchiha and the future ninja world be like? What makes you so eager to save my life and so eager to become stronger? Can you tell your mother about it? She really wanted to know more. Not only did she want to share the pressure for her son. At the same time, she also wanted to prepare and plan in advance according to the future. She always planned before taking action, and didn't like to fight a battle she was not sure of. After listening to this, Uchiha Xianqing was silent for a while, and asked her mother to set up a soundproof barrier around the room. He then said, in the future, the Uchiha clan was exterminated in Konoha 55 years under the coercion of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo. Next. Uchiha Xianqing told Uchiha's Hilly in detail about the future he knew. Even including the second, third, and even fourth wars. There is also news that Uchiha Madara is still alive, Black Zetsu, White Zetsu, Satsuki Kagaya, Sage of Six Paths, Satsuki clan, and so on. He told his mother everything. Anyway, Uchiha Yuri can be absolutely trusted. 100 points of full favorability is not a joke. From the moment of binding the space-time gate, this value will not drop, and he does not need to worry about his mother being unfavorable to him. Even if it is an accident. I didn't expect that the future would be like this. After listening to this, Uchiha Yuri frowned. Not only is Uchiha Madara still alive and making trouble in the ninja world, but there is also a 1,000-year-old conspirator like Black Zetsu behind him. Even aliens, Sage of Six Paths and so on have appeared. That's true. No wonder you are under so much pressure. Indeed, judging from the strength of the people you described, my current strength and that of the entire ninja world are far from enough. Fortunately, we still have time and the resources of the pirate world. Future Mother is confident that she will grow to a level that is enough to compete with or even surpass Uchiha Madara. So, don't worry too much, we just work hard together. If there were no resources and training methods from the pirate world, and no cheats from Xianqing, she might not have confidence. But now both mother and son have cheats, what is there to be afraid of with just Uchiha Madara and Satsuki? Yet. Uchiha Xianqing smiled knowingly after hearing this, I have always had confidence, but I just feel a little bit of urgency and pressure. Confidence is something I have never lacked. Even if we are defeated for a while, at most we can hide in the pirate world for a while, and then fight back when we become stronger. Since I awakened my talent for the space-time gate, we have been invincible. Haha. That's true. Uchiha's Hilly also smiled knowingly after hearing this, it seems that I have comforted you in vain, you see very clearly, little Xianqing. This is very good. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo. Hehe. At this point, Uchiha's Hilly changed the subject, his face darkened, and said bitterly, I didn't expect them to achieve this level in the future, very good. Very good. It seems that I was too conservative and tolerant in the past. It was also because I felt that my life was coming to an end in the past, and I chose to compromise partially for the future of you and Uchiha. Now, everything has changed. In the future, I will definitely make them look good. Want to destroy me, Uchiha? Then I will destroy your Sarutobi, Shimura and 4 clans, If a tiger doesn't show its power, do you think it is a sick cat? She is Uchiha's Hilly. Considering the current situation of the Senju clan, the miserable future of the Uzumaki clan and the future of Uzumaki Mito, she is already thinking about how to unite with the Senju, Uzumaki and Uzumaki Mito step by step to liquidate Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Dans, and others. She is not the kind of person who sits and waits for death and passively counterattacks. Mom. Haki. Uchiha Xianqing heard his mother's haki speech and immediately gave her a thumbs up. It is really reassuring to have such a mother. Hehe. Uchiha's Hilly smiled and touched Suinking's head, saying, "Leave it to Mom. I'll take care of it. Of course, you can always tell me what you think, and we'll discuss it." Yeah. Uchiha Xianqing nodded repeatedly. Sure. It's Uchiha Itaki. This kid was completely brainwashed and fooled by Sarutobi Hiruzen and others. At this time, Uchiha's Hilly changed the subject again, frowning slightly, and said, "He was fooled into personally slaughtering the entire clan. His brain is broken." Yes. Uchiha Xianqing listened and nodded repeatedly to express his agreement. Moreover, I think this matter is not entirely Uchiha Itaki's problem. Uchiha Fugaku should also bear a great responsibility. Bringing 3 or 4-year-old Uchiha Itaka to the front line of the battlefield, under the guise of feeling the cruelty of war, is simply crazy. Uchiha Itaka was completely led astray by him from the beginning. And later he kept tolerating and appeasing Sarutobi Hiruzen and others, which led Uchiha step by step into the ditch of despair. He is not suitable to be the head of the Uchiha clan. At the same time, he is not worthy of Sister Mikoto. P.S. New book uploaded. Please add collection, flowers, and comments. Read books every day during the National Day. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Top up now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 10 Xianqing, Sister Mikoto is mine, Rayleigh and Peony. Uchiha Yuri nodded affirmatively after hearing the first half, but when she heard Suinking's last sentence, her expression suddenly became playful. Who do you think is worthy of your sister Mikoto? Of course it's me, Uchiha Xianqing subconsciously said what was in his heart, and then suddenly reacted. Looking at his mother with embarrassment, facing her playful look, his tender face blushed. Ahem. In short, Fugaku is not worthy of Sister Mikoto. Mom, just tell me, right? You. Uchiha Yuri saw Suinking's forced quibbling and changing the subject, and smiled and stretched out a finger to his forehead and nodded, jokingly, "Mom didn't expect that you are already a little pervert at such a young age. You've been eyeing your sister Mikoto so early. But you're right, Fugaku is indeed not worthy Mikoto. Moreover, from the future you described, it should be that you have not awakened the talent, without me in your future. Now that your fate has changed, the future is naturally different. So, mother supports you to marry you in the future. So, you have to work hard. Not only do you have to work hard, you have to learn to gradually establish prestige in the clan." Time, Xianqing basically stayed on the boat, either with Sea King's meat cultivation, or to copy the medical book and cultivate Uchiha brought to her with the reciprocity of Uchiha. On the day I got this technique, I was able to master it after a few attempts. I successfully entered it into the God-rewarded talent panel. Later, it was much easier to improve. 2 days later, the group successfully arrived at a port somewhere in the 13th area of the Sabayati archipelago. I successfully met Shayeo and Rayleigh, who had been waiting here for a long time. Congratulations on your safe return. As soon as the ship docked, Shayeo took Rayleigh on board, nodded to the leader, and then looked at Uchiha's Hilly and his son, gratefully saying, you are Uchiha's Hilly and Uchiha Xianqing who rescued my 9 Snakes pirates, right? I am here on behalf of 9 Snake Island to thank you. I know everything that Naki promised you. Sending you to Magnetic Drum Island is far from enough to offset your kindness. If you have any needs, please tell me. As long as it is not too much, I will try my best to meet your needs. In addition, I am also well informed in intelligence. If you have any news you want to know, just ask me. I will provide it to you for free. Thank you again. If Uchiha's Hilly and the others had not appeared in time, she could not imagine what kind of heavy blow the 9 Snakes pirates would have suffered this time. It is very likely that Hancock and the others would have been kidnapped by those damn slave-hunting groups and sold to celestial dragons. If that were the case, the consequences would be disastrous. You have to know that Hancock is the next candidate for the Emperor of 9 Snake Island. There is no room for error. You are too polite. It's just a coincidence that I'm doing this. Uchiha's Hilly didn't rush to ask for benefits, but smiled modestly. No. But Shayeo was clear about gratitude and resentment, and shook her head directly and said, "A favor is a favor. There is no doubt about this. Please make your request. If you haven't thought about it, you can remember it first and come to me to fulfill it at any time." Haha. At this time, Rayleigh smiled and patted Shayeo on the shoulder and said, "Okay. There is no rush for this kind of thing. This is not a place to talk, why don't you take everyone back to the store first?" As he spoke, he looked at Uchiha's Hilly, revealing a questioning look. "Okay. Sorry to bother you." Uchiha's Hilly naturally had no objection. Soon, the group arrived at the door of Shayeo's shop. Seeing the shop with the signboard of bar, Uchiha's Hilly was slightly startled and subconsciously glanced at Shayeo. "Shayeo. Ahaha." Shayeo was a little embarrassed by Uchiha's Hilly's look. Fortunately, she was thick-skinned enough, and she returned to normal in the next moment, smiling and waving her hand and said, "You know. There are all kinds of people here, villains, and pirates are countless. Such a name is more deterrent." Yet. Uchiha's Hilly and Xianqing both nodded, looking like I believe it. With the previous preparation, Shayeo was no longer embarrassed and welcomed Xianqing and his mother into the store. After serving wine, juice, cakes and so on, she then asked again, "I heard that you are going to see a doctor on Magnetic Drum Island? Do you need me to introduce you to a great doctor? My husband knows a great doctor who should be able to cure this young man's illness." Xianqing's body is not normal, and anyone with a little bit of insight can see it. Even in the eyes of Shayeo and Rayleigh, Uchiha's Hilly's body is not very healthy. His vitality and physique are too weak. It is hard to imagine that this is a strong man who can easily kill several pirates with more than 100 million. However, they can feel that Uchiha's Hilly seems to have a special energy in his body, which may be one of the reasons why Uchiha's Hilly is so powerful. This kind of thing involving the other party's secrets, neither Shayeo nor Rayleigh asked. Impolite. Not for now. Uchiha Xianqing spoke first without waiting for Uchiha's Hilly. "We are going to find the witch doctor KONOHA on the Drum Island first. She should be able to solve the problem between me and my mother. If not, I will trouble you later." Oh. Seeing Xianqing actually speak first, Shayeo and Rayleigh looked at him with some surprise. Shayeo said, "Which Dr. KONOHA? I know her. Her medical skills are really amazing. Maybe even better than Crocus. But, this person is not easy to invite. If there is no reward that satisfies her, she will not take action. I hope you are mentally prepared for this." Yet. Uchiha Xianqing nodded in understanding. "I am already prepared for this." "Is that so?" Shayeo immediately understood. "That would be great. I hope you succeed. So, have you thought about what reward you want? Please don't refuse this. She doesn't like to owe favors. We have also considered this. At this time, Uchiha Xianqing spoke again, looked at Xieyao, and then looked at Rayleigh and said, I want to use this favor plus the information of the son of Roger, the Pirate King, in exchange for your Conqueror's Haki training experience and the training methods and experience of Marine 6 styles in life return. Uncle Rayleigh, is that okay? Rayleigh was shocked and said, what? Information about Roger's son? That guy really has a son. For a moment, he even ignored why Xianqing knew his true identity. This news was really explosive for him. Brother is really surprising. Such shocking news broke out. Although we have doubts. We have not been sure whether this news is true. Xieyao also looked at Xianqing with surprise at this time. At the same time, she also found that since entering the store, Xianqing and Uchiha's Hilly seemed to have reversed their priorities. It has always been Xianqing who made the decisions. This surprised her. It also made her curious about Xianqing. P.S. New book uploaded, please add collection, flowers, and comments. Have fun reading during the National Day holiday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 11, Garp adopts Ace, It's Really a Cat Giving a Mouse a Bride, 1/6. Please collect and comment. It seems that this sickly little guy is not as simple as I thought. Don't judge a book by its cover. Uchiha? I've never heard of it. Very mysterious. Peony thought. Brother, are you sure the news is true? Rayleigh calmed down after a while, and looked at Xianqing seriously and asked, this is not a joke. Of course. Uchiha Xianqing nodded affirmatively. Back then, after your Roger pirates disbanded, Roger went to South Blue. He met and fell in love with a woman named Porgas de Rouge on Bartella Island. After a year of getting along, Rouge became pregnant with Roger's child. After that, Roger surrendered himself and opened the Great Pirate Era. And the world government vaguely discovered that Roger had a child in South Blue, and sent a lot of people to South Blue and killed many pregnant women. I think you should have an impression of this matter, Aunt Xiao, who is well informed. Yet. Xieyao listened and nodded affirmatively. I remember it very clearly. After all, it involves Roger, and my husband is also very concerned. But in the end, this matter seems to have been left unresolved. Only many innocent pregnant women and even children died. So, at that time, Porgas de Rouge successfully escaped the world government's search? It's hard to imagine how that was done. Yes. Uchiha Xianqing nodded affirmatively, because of the secret cover of Marine Vice Admiral Garp, and Rouge's forced endurance to not let the child be born until 2 years later, she successfully avoided the world government's investigation. But because of this, Rouge died directly after giving birth to the child. This is definitely a ruthless person and a great mother. It made Xieyao and Uchiha's Hilly feel sympathetic and admired. I didn't expect it to be like this. Xieyao and Uchiha's Hilly looked very complicated. Garp? You said that Garp covered for Rouge? Roger, that BD, actually believed Garp, the Marine, and didn't believe me. It really seems like something this BD can do. Humph. Rayleigh said angrily. Xieyao shook her head and said, this is actually the best way to deal with it. What Garp promised is still trustworthy. On the contrary, if it is handed over to you, it will be more likely to be noticed by the world government. Don't forget that during that period, everyone in your Roger pirates was under extremely strict surveillance. The world government is not stupid. And Roger is obviously not stupid either. That's right. Rayleigh nodded helplessly. It seems that we owe that old guy Garp a huge favor. So, where is this kid hidden by Garp now? Isn't it in the Marine headquarters? If so, it would be really funny. When Rayleigh thought of Roger's son being trained by Garp to become a Marine, he had an indescribable feeling. Angry and dissatisfied? Not really. Happy? Not really. I just simply feel that things are unpredictable. It feels like a cat giving a mouse a bride. No. Uchiha Xianqing shook his head. Garp sent him to his hometown, the windmill town in East Blue, and gave him to a good bandit named Dodden to raise. Oh. That's right. Garp also recognized Ace, Roger's son, as his grandson. Tisk tisk. I always feel that this guy did it on purpose, just to be a generation older than Roger and let Roger call him dad. It's probably revenge on Roger for throwing such a big hole at him, haha. Really? Peony. There are too many elements to complain about, and the two of them didn't know where to start for a while. Good bandit? Recognize Roger's son as his grandson. This kind of BD is really something that Garp, that BD, can do. Rayleigh complained with twitching eyes. Hee. Peony also said happily, if Roger survives, wouldn't he still call Garp dad? I guess he will fight Garp to death. It can only be said that this pair of old enemies is a pit against each other. She can also understand Garp's collapse when he received the pit thrown by Roger. The key is that with Garp's personality and his relationship with Roger as both enemies and friends, he had to accept it. I guess Garp wanted to kill someone at that time. Ha ha ha. Rayleigh couldn't help laughing when he heard this. He deserves it. What he did was inhumane. Garp should take revenge on him. Gold Ace? That's the name Roger, the BD, would give. Speaking of this, Rayleigh was full of emotion and nostalgia. Roger's sword used to be called Ace. No. Uchiha Xianqing heard this and shook his head. Ace's full name is Porghast. Ace, not Gold. Ace. This is not just to avoid suspicion, so as not to be suspected by the world government. At the same time, it is also because Ace himself has always hated his father and is unwilling to admit that Roger is his father. So, when you go to see him, you'd better figure this out first. In his opinion, all the suffering he has suffered, the death of his mother, and the sinful blood he carries are all because he has an irresponsible BD father. Rayleigh frowned and took a sip of wine, sighing, oh. I understand. This child has too much to bear. In addition, Garp, this BD, is not a qualified elder, and I'm afraid he can't guide Ace properly. I feel that this child will probably end up as a pirate. This is a smart child. You can see something from his concept. Moreover, Rayleigh has no doubt that Garp wants to train Ace in the direction of Marine. But at the same time, Garp himself also has concerns. Otherwise, he would not have thrown Ace to a bandit. Instead, he should have kept him at the Marine headquarters to raise and teach him. Of course, Garp's choice to save Ace also shows that Garp himself does not recognize the justice of Marine or the world government. If Ace really stays at the Marine headquarters and becomes a Marine, there may not be a good result in the future. Don't really think that this old guy is confused. As a former enemy, Rayleigh knows very well that this old guy is very shrewd. In addition, I agree to your conditions just now. Give me some time, and I will write down my experience of Conqueror's Haki, Marine 6 Styles, and Life Return for you. However, I want to remind you that Conqueror's Haki is not something that everyone can awaken. It is also difficult to practice and improve with paper experience alone. If you really awaken Conqueror's Haki in the future and want to learn and master it further, you can come to me again. I will be responsible for handing over what I know to you in person. The same is true for Armament Haki and Observation Haki. You can learn 6 styles by yourself. This thing is actually mainly to stimulate the potential of the human body, and at the same time pave the way for awakening Armament Haki and Observation Haki. Only Life Return is different. It is derived from 6 styles, but it is far beyond 6 styles. It is extremely difficult to practice. Even I spent a long time to master it. You must understand this and do it according to your ability. Life Return cannot be forced. P.S. New book uploaded. Please collect flowers and comments. Enjoy reading every day during the National Day holiday. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Top up now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 12 Asking Tolman Rayleigh to Hunt Sea Kings, 2/6. Please bookmark. Comment. Yes. I understand. I will do my best. Uchiha Xianqing listened and nodded heavily. Thank you, Uncle Rayleigh. Haha. What's the point? Rayleigh listened and laughed out loud. I should thank you. Not only did you save the children of the 9 Snakes pirates, but you also brought me such an important message. That's right. At this time, Sheyeo also spoke to Xianqing and Uchiha's Hilly. The information about Roger's son alone is enough to exchange what you want with this guy. In my opinion, these are not enough to offset your kindness in saving Hancock and others. How about you make some more requests? Otherwise, I feel uneasy. She knew the importance of Ace's news to her husband. For this news, a little practice experience is nothing at all. This guy is even willing to take the initiative to teach and impart these things to people he likes. Uchiha Xianqing listened, but shook his head repeatedly. No. We don't need anything for the time being. These are enough. Don't be too greedy. However, I may need some information in the future. How about bothering you, Aunt Xiao? Sheyeo listened and smiled knowingly. Hee. Good. That's settled. If you need any information, just ask me. I'm quite well informed about intelligence. However, she didn't think Xianqing could really use her intelligence. Because, judging from Ace's intelligence, Uchiha Xianqing and others also have a stronger intelligence system than their own. People probably said this just to be polite, so as to avoid further entanglement. After treating Xianqing and his team to lunch, Sheyeo and the team leader found Xianqing and his team again, and said a little embarrassedly, because some of the crew members are seriously injured, plus the preparation of supplies, it may take 5 days before we can set off this time. Is it okay? No problem. Uchiha Xianqing did not refuse. At present, his and his mother's health are getting better rapidly, so these few days are not a big deal. Moreover, here, Rayleigh and his team provide more advanced Sea King's meat. Xianqing and her mother recover faster, so they will not refuse it. By the way, Uncle Rayleigh, I want to collect some Sea King's meat and store it for later consumption. I wonder if you can help me? It's too expensive to buy it directly. Xianqing asked a little embarrassedly. Oh. Rayleigh was slightly stunned and chuckled. This is simple. There are many Sea Kings in the sea. With my strength, I can easily hunt them. But how are you going to store it? This thing can't be kept for too long. Even with the vitality of Sea Kings, without a refrigerated place, it will stink in a month at most. Don't worry about this, I have a special storage method. Sorry to bother you. Uchiha Xianqing smiled mysteriously. He planned to collect it directly using the space-time gate space. As for whether it would expose his secret? Anyway, there are many devil fruits with magical functions in the pirate world. Even if Rayleigh suspects, he will only suspect that it may be some kind of devil fruit ability. Suanking's real secret cannot be exposed. But there are not many opportunities to easily obtain a large amount of Sea King meat. You can't let your mother go to hunt, right? With her means, it is estimated that she can only use Susanoo, and perhaps illusions will also work, but this is uncertain. Other ninjutsu are not so useful against the huge and vigorous Sea Kings. Moreover, Uchiha's Hilly's current physical condition is not suitable for using Susanoo. Haha. That's fine. I happen to be free now, let's go now. Rayleigh didn't ask any more questions and waved his hand directly. Hee. Good. Xianqing nodded happily. I'll go too. You kid is not well yet. It's easy to get into trouble. At this time, Uchiha's Hilly also stood up and said. Obviously, she was still worried about letting Xianqing go alone with Rayleigh. Rayleigh would have to hunt Sea Kings at that time, and might not be able to take care of him. Please sir Rayleigh. Uchiha Chiri nodded slightly to Rayleigh. Haha. It's a piece of cake. Let's go. It's just right for the ship of 9 Snake Island to take us out to sea. So saying, Rayleigh brought Xianqing and his mother to the ship of 9 Snake Island. He said hello to the leader Naki, and soon the ship went out to sea. However, after walking more than 10 kilometers, the ship stopped temporarily. Then, Rayleigh jumped directly into the sea. Boom! Boom! After a while, a roar and vibration sounded from the bottom of the sea, causing the sea surface to surge. Gurgle, puff. Soon, a huge sea snake-like sea kings with a length of 100 meters and a diameter of no less than 5 meters floated to the surface of the water in a coma. Rayleigh popped his head out from the side of the sea snake, looked at Xianqing on the boat and asked, "Brother Xianqing, how is it? Are these sea snakes enough? Do you need more?" "Yes. 10 more will be enough. Uncle Rayleigh, please." As he said that, Xianqing turned to look at his mother. Uchiha Yuri shook his head with amusement, grabbed Suinking's collar behind his neck and jumped up, landing steadily on the sea. Oh! Rayleigh and even the people on the boat were surprised to see this scene. Can you stand directly on the sea? Because of that strange energy? It's really mysterious. Rayleigh noticed the chakra in Uchiha's footsteps. Although he was curious, he didn't ask much and immediately replied, "Then I will continue to hunt 10, but they may not be this kind of sea snake." "No problem." Xianqing nodded, "as long as it is sea kings." "Thank you, Uncle Rayleigh. I will treat you to good wine when I go back." He remembered that there were a lot of good wines in the wine cellar at home, and Rayleigh must have never drunk them. He believed that his mother would not mind. She was so excited that she could not wait to exchange so much sea king's meat with a little wine. "Haha! That's great, then it's settled." Rayleigh's eyes suddenly lit up and smiled. At this time, Xianqing was carried by Uchiha and approached the sea kings floating on the sea. He directly stretched out his hand and pressed the sea kings, and with a thought, he directly put the sea kings into the space of the time-space gate. Moreover, he directly used the space authority to kill the sea kings directly, so as to prevent it from waking up and causing trouble for himself. He even thought about it and directly decomposed the sea kings into pieces of meat and piled them in the time-prohibited area used to store items. Seeing such a big sea king suddenly disappear on the sea surface under Suinking's touch, both Rayleigh and Hancock and others' pupils shrank suddenly. "You kid, it's really not simple." "Haha." Rayleigh looked at Xianqing deeply. "Since you have this way of collecting and storing, then I feel relieved. I will continue to hunt." With that, Rayleigh dived into the water again. And Uchiha's Hilly took Xianqing back to the boat again. Lest the sea kings show up and hurt Xianqing later. "Xianqing! Xianqing, what is your method? Is it some kind of space-based devil fruit?" At this time, Hancock ran over curiously and asked. "Almost." Uchiha Xianqing nodded with a smile. "Awesome! I didn't expect you to have demon fruit power!" Hancock exclaimed. At this time, Hancock was not the arrogant Empress Hancock who ate the sweet fruit in the future, but she was much more lively and kind. P.S. New book uploaded, please collect flowers and comments. Read books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 13, 27 Years of Life, Arrival at Magnetic Drum Island, 3/6. Please add to favorites. Flowers, comments. Boom boom boom. Next, Rayleigh spent several hours hunting 10 sea kings of 100 meters in size, all of which were collected by Xianqing. Only then did he stop. In order to hunt these prey, they even drove the boat to change several locations before completing the task. In the end, Rayleigh hunted one more and prepared to use it as food for the next few days. This Sea King was disassembled by the female warriors of 9 Snake Island and temporarily stored in the cold storage on the ship. Done. Let's return. Okay. Thank you, Uncle Rayleigh. You've worked hard. Haha. No problem. No problem. It's good to stretch your muscles occasionally. Just remember to forget the wine you promised. No problem. I'll give it to you when I get back. Then it's settled. The ship returned quickly. On the way, Xianqing took some time to enter a room and temporarily returned to his home in the ninja world. He took more than 10 bottles of wine from the wine cellar at home. Once we landed, we returned to Sheyeo's shop and handed them all to Rayleigh. Here. Uncle Rayleigh. These are the fine wines in my collection. I guarantee you have never tasted them. Try them. Oh. Rayleigh took the wines curiously and looked at them. He had indeed never seen the style before. Some of them look like the packaging of Wai no Kuni. Let me try it. As he said that, Rayleigh picked up a bottle and opened it directly. A strong aroma of wine came out, which made Rayleigh's eyes light up. Good wine. Immediately, Gilyalu. He poured several sips from the bottle into his mouth. Shat. Not bad. It is really a good wine. Haha. Brother Xianqing. Thank you very much. Rayleigh swallowed the wine in his mouth, raised the bottle to Xianqing, and praised. Hehe. As long as you are satisfied. I specially picked the strong liquor. Uchiha Xianqing smiled and replied. In the ninja world, there are actually more sakes. But Xianqing considered that people like Rayleigh might not like bland sake, so he chose strong liquor. Oh. By the way. I have already written the Conqueror's Haki experience and the 6 styles and life return experience you want. I'll give it to you now. Rayleigh suddenly remembered, slapped his head, and immediately walked into the inner room with the bottle of wine. After a while, he took out a stack of experience and handed it to Xianqing. Thank you. Xianqing took it quickly, thanked him, and then flipped through it. With his memory and understanding, he quickly finished reading and memorized everything. But after reading, he frowned, handed the experience to Uchiha's Hilly beside him, and said helplessly, the things are good, but unfortunately I can't learn most of them for the time being. My body is too bad. Even the observation haki needs to recover a little before I can try to practice. As for the armed haki and 6 styles? With his weak physique now, he'd better not die. As for conquerors, Rayleigh's experience is mainly suitable for those who have awakened conqueror's haki. Of course, there are also simple speculations about how to awaken conquerors. That is to have enough willpower and determination, improve your own spirit, and have a chance to awaken. In Rayleigh's view, this thing is basically innate. If you are born with it, you have it. If you are not born with it, then it is useless to work hard. However, Xianqing didn't think so after reading it. In his opinion, this thing should involve the power of will and mind. It is indeed mysterious, but as long as you find the right way, it is not impossible to cultivate it independently. He has the talent of God rewarding hard work, and he is more confident about this. He believes that sooner or later he will find a way to awaken and suddenly realize the complete method of practicing conqueror's haki. Haha. That's right. Rayleigh laughed out loud after hearing this. Others also smiled knowingly. But, you really remembered and understood it in just this moment? You didn't lie to me, did you? Rayleigh looked at Xianqing in surprise. Of course. Xianqing nodded as a matter of course, my memory and understanding are very good. Hey. Rayleigh raised his eyebrows slightly, then I'm looking forward to your achievements after you recover from your illness. Then wait and see. Uncle. Xianqing grinned. Haha. Good. I'm looking forward to it. The next 5 days. Xianqing still stayed in the pirate world, Sheyeo's shop most of the time. Mainly practiced health-preserving exercises and meditation. The body is getting better day by day. Uchiha Yuri has to set aside part of his time every day to go back to the ninja world to deal with the affairs of the clan. Fortunately, it is not a war period yet, so there are not many affairs in the clan. In a flash, 15 days have passed. 10 days ago, Xianqing and his friends said goodbye to Rayleigh and his friends, and set off from Sabayati Archipelago to Magnetic Drum Island. It took 10 days to finally arrive at Magnetic Drum Island. These days, Xianqing's congenital deficiency has recovered a little bit, and with the nourishment of Sea King's meat, his body is getting stronger day by day. No longer sickly and thin as before, it can be said that he is different every day. He has even grown 10 centimeters in the past 10 days, and his height has finally reached 1.1. It is considered to be the lower limit of the standard of his peers. Uchiha Xianqing. Talent, Space-Time Gate, God rewards hard work. Lifespan, 27 years, 5 months, and 12 days, congenital deficiency, life source, 6.13/10. Chakra attributes, water, wind, fire, earth, yin. Skills, Uchiha Chakra Refining, 1/100, Entry, Hyuxia Medicine, 3314/10,000, Grandmaster, Health Preservation, 1145/5000 Minor Success, Uchiha Meditation, 134/500, Proficient. His lifespan has also been greatly improved, reaching 27 years. At the Drum Island Pier. Next, do we need to stay here and wait for you? The leader Naki asked. No need. Uchiha's Hilly smiled and shook her head, it's enough to send it here. We have to stay here for treatment for a while. I can't waste your time. You should go back early. When Suinking's illness is cured, we will visit you again when we have time. Thank you for these days. Naki listened, nodded, and smiled. Kide, you're welcome. In my heart, your kindness is endless. You are welcome to visit Joshi Island at any time. Then we're leaving. Goodbye. Naki waved goodbye to Xianqing and the others and returned to the boat. The boat started quickly and sailed away from the dock. Xianqing, Sisters Hilly, see you next time. Come to see me. From a distance, Xianqing and Uchiha's Hilly saw Hancock standing at the stern, waving and shouting at this side. Yeah. Goodbye. Xianqing and Uchiha's Hilly also smiled and waved in response. At this time, Xianqing found that Hancock's favorability towards him had increased to 67. It's a pity that it hasn't reached the binding requirements yet. After the ship went away, Xianqing murmured in a low voice. Oh. Uchiha's Hilly on the side raised her eyebrows slightly after hearing this. How much difference? It seems that you like Hancock very much. Indeed, this girl is a peerless beauty embryo, you can grasp it well in the future, Mom supports you. Uchiha Xianqing. Let's talk about this later. It's 67 points now, a little short of 80. Maybe, it will be okay next time. Xianqing shook his head. Let's go, and ask about Dr. Koha's location first. Yeah. Uchiha's Hilly naturally had no objection. Immediately left the dock and walked into the nearest village. After some inquiries, Dr. Koha's location was finally determined. P.S. New book uploaded, please collect, flowers, and comments. Read books every day during the 11th. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 14, The Perceptive Dr. Koha reaches a treatment and trade plan, 4/6. Please add to favorites. Flowers. Comments. After some time, Xianqing and his mother came to Dr. Koha's yard and knocked on the door. Who is it? A somewhat vicissitudes of life female voice came from the room. Squeak. Then, the door was opened, revealing a tall old lady dressed in a more fashionable way. Seeing Xianqing and Uchiha's Hilly, KONOHA instantly judged some of Xianqing and UCHIHA's Hilly's situation with his keen eyes and senses. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly and said, "One is congenitally deficient? The other has a damaged origin, but I can see that you are obviously recovering quickly, so you shouldn't need my treatment, right?" After hearing this, Xianqing couldn't help but praise, as expected of Dr. KONOHA, "You can actually see the general situation of our mother and son with just one glance. I admire you. Ha ha ha." After hearing this, KONOHA couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Little ghost. Don't think that I will treat you just because you praise me like this. You don't need my treatment, you can leave." "Wait." Seeing that KONOHA was about to close the door and send him away, Xianqing hurriedly called him to stop, and at the same time, handed KONOHA a small half of the medical book and said, "Please take a look at this first." Indeed, the situation of him and his mother can be well solved by relying on King's meat and health-preserving exercises, combined with his increasingly improved medical skills. The only difficult to solve, the lack of soul origin, can also be slowly recovered by improving the life origin feedback. Or maybe he could find a solution after he breaks the limit of UCHIHA meditation. But Xianqing couldn't forgive himself for not using such a great doctor and not learning from him. Who doesn't want to recover faster? It would be even better if he could learn all of KONOHA's medical skills. Only by learning from others and more medical knowledge can his medical skills improve faster and go further. Not to mention, he also wants KONOHA's longevity medicine formula. Oh! KONOHA listened, looked at the small half of the medical book in Xianqing's hand, raised her eyebrows, and chuckled, "Haha! Interesting kid, you have aroused my interest, let me see what you want to impress me with." As she said that, KONOHA took the small half of the medical book from Xianqing and flipped through it. At this glance, she was quickly attracted by it and immersed in it wholeheartedly. After a while, she finished reading the few medical books, then raised her head, raised her chin towards Xianqing and his mother and said, "Come in with me." As she said that, she walked into the house on her own. Xianqing and UCHIHA looked at each other and hurriedly followed. She didn't forget to close the door. Soon, the three of them came to the living room. This is also KONOHA's workshop. There are various medical books, medical equipment, and even hospital beds, and so on. Inviting Xianqing and his mother to sit down, she poured a cup of tea for each of them, and KONOHA picked up a bottle of green plum wine and took a sip. Looking at Xianqing, he raised the small half of the medical book in his other hand and asked, "Boy, where did you get this medical book? The concept is completely different from all the medical books I have come across in the past. This doesn't seem to be something from this world, or this era." Oh! Xianqing was very surprised when he heard it. He didn't expect KONOHA to have insight into so many things with only half of the medical book. But he would not admit it directly, unless KONOHA's favorability towards him reached the standard, and he would sign a contract to tell her some information about the other world. He immediately said, "How can you be sure that this medical book is not from this era? Maybe it is a medical book hidden in our clan? You can't have read all the medical books in the world." Haha! KONOHA heard Xianqing deliberately directed her attention to "not from this era," but she didn't care. She didn't plan to ask questions. He laughed and said, "Little ghost. Don't tell me, there are indeed medical books in this world that I haven't read, but there are definitely not many. Especially this kind of medical book that is obviously incompatible with this world and era. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. You have indeed succeeded in arousing my interest. I can treat you, but I hope to get all the medical books you are willing to give out. Of course, I know this deal is not fair, so I can allow you to see all the medical books in my collection. How about it? Trade." The number of medical books in her collection is at least several thousand. But in her opinion, this deal is worth it. Her medical skills will not be less for Xianqing to see, but after the deal, she and Xianqing can gain more medical knowledge. This is a win-win situation. Her medical skills have not made any breakthroughs for a long time. She saw the hope of further improvement in the medical book concept given by Xianqing. Perhaps, by integrating these medical books, I can truly break the shackles of life and find the way to a higher level of life. KONOHA thought with infinite hope in her heart. She has lived for more than 100 years, but her exploration and enthusiasm for life have not diminished at all, and she is unwilling to reduce it. She hopes to see the scenery of a higher level of life. If it weren't for the trade, she would have wanted to rob it. Don't think that her nickname of witch is for nothing. Trade is okay. UCHIHA Xianqing listened and nodded. I have hundreds or thousands of medical books with the same system, and you can never find them in this world except from me. So, the conditions you give are not enough. At this point, Xianqing raised 3 fingers and added, I have to add 3 more conditions. First, in addition to curing the illness of our mother and son, you must also improve or create a nutritional potion or a formula for a bodybuilding potion that improves the effect of bodybuilding training for us. Second, I hope to learn and exchange medical skills with you, you can't refuse. Third, I want to get the formula of the longevity potion in your hand. If you don't want to, I will provide the materials and you can help to refine it. With the potion, he believed that as his medical skills improved, he would be able to reverse it sooner or later. This was also to leave room for maneuver. After all, he didn't know how much KONOHA valued the longevity potion in his hand. Oh? There are hundreds or thousands of them. That's great. However, what Xianqing said was almost like flirting with a blind man. KONOHA didn't care at all. Instead, she paid more attention to the first half of Xianqing's words. I agree to all your conditions. Nutritional potions are not a problem, bodybuilding formulas are not a problem, and exchanging and learning medical skills is even more desirable. As for the longevity medicine formula, it's not a problem either. I agree to it all. However, I want to remind you that refining longevity medicine requires the dragon bones of a 1,000-year-old dragon. This is an indispensable material, you need to know this. Yet, UCHIHA Xianqing listened and nodded affirmatively, I have known about this for a long time. This is not a problem for me. It's just the dragon bones of a 1,000-year-old dragon. Others don't know where they are, but he knows it too well. There are many on the seabed over Gunkanjima. There is even a living 1,000-year-old dragon there. Haha. You are really well prepared. KONOHA was a little surprised, but she still smiled and asked, so, besides these, do you have any other requirements? Tell me all. So that we can complete the transaction sooner. No. Xianqing shook his head, I am satisfied with these. People should not be too much. P.S. New book uploaded, please collect flowers and comments. Read books every day during the National Day. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 15 I Meridian Refining and Nourishing Potion, the longevity prescription is obtained, 5/6. Please collect flowers. Haha. Very good. That's it. I'll show you first. KONOHA smiled with satisfaction. She liked this straightforward kid. Immediately, she began to check Xianqing and UCHIHA Yuri's physical condition in detail. It took her less than 10 minutes to finish. She looked at the two of them in surprise and said, the situation is better than I thought. It can be seen that you will recover in the next half a month. Kid, what means did you use to treat yourselves? This is not the effect of simple medical skills. You should have practiced a good health-preserving secret technique. At this point, KONOHA stopped talking immediately and waved her hand and said, forget it. I won't ask about this. In short, your condition is better than I expected. I can prescribe 2 more prescriptions for you to speed up your recovery. With my prescription and your methods, I estimate that Xianqing kid will be able to recover completely within a month. And you? KONOHA said, looking at Uchiha said, "With my method and the little ghost Suinking's method, you can recover the lack of the essence of your body in 10 days. But the lack of the essence of your soul is not that simple. Even if I specially prepare a medicine to restore your soul, it will take more than half a year or even a year to fully recover. Well, by then, your right eye should be able to recover with other methods." At this point, KONOHA ignored Uchiha. Yuri looked horrified, and then said, "Is the blindness of your right eye closely related to the lack of the origin of life and soul? It's best not to use this method in the future. Shorten your life. In addition, your left eyeball and the meridians around your eyes are also seriously damaged. Your vision should have been greatly affected. Although you have used Suinking's method recently to restore your vitality and also restore some of your left eye, this is far from enough. I will prescribe you a formula for warming and strengthening the eyes and eye meridians. You should take it for a long time in the future. Wait until the eyeball and the meridians around the eyes are strengthened to a certain extent and will not be damaged again, then stop taking the medicine." She guessed that Uchiha Yuri should have an eye-like blood ability. It's just that this blood ability is imperfect, or it is imperfect because the blood is getting thinner and thinner. As a result, when this power is used, the eyeball and the meridians around the eyes will be damaged. The formula she gave to strengthen the eye meridians was actually only a targeted strengthening treatment, not the best way. The best way should be to strengthen and purify the blood and make up for the blood defects from the source. But this is more troublesome, and many of the drugs required are too rare, so she is too lazy to get them. Let Xianqing solve it himself after learning her medical skills. She believes that as long as Xianqing can really master 80% of her medical knowledge, it will not be a problem to find and complete this step. Well, judging from Suinking's recent recovery, Suinking's medical skills are not wrong. As for the disadvantages of chakra, she also saw it. But she didn't mention it. Because in her opinion, this kind of energy, as long as you maintain nutrition, eat more, replenish vitality, and don't extract cell energy excessively, causing abnormal cell necrosis and renewal, that's not a problem. And nutrition and vitality are the least lacking in this world. You can even do this? Thank you very much, Mr. KONOHA. Uchiha Yuri didn't know what KONOHA was thinking. When she heard that she had a way to solve the problem of Manjiki Sharingan's vision deterioration, she was overjoyed and hurriedly thanked her. At the same time, she thought happily in her heart, if I have this prescription to strengthen the eyeballs and eye meridians, can I completely solve the problem of Manjiki deterioration? Even, is it possible to use this method to make my Manjiki further and reach the level of Uchiha Madara's eternal eyes? Yes, Uchiha Yuri knew about the existence of the eternal eye. After all, she was also a person who had experienced the Uchiha era. Although she was still very young at that time, as a descendant of the Uchiha elder, she knew many secrets of the Uchiha clan. However, after Uchiha Madara left Konoha, he took away many ancient books, ninjutsu scrolls, etc. in the clan, causing all the younger generation of clan members and even many middle-aged and older generations of clan members to be unaware of many secrets of the clan. It's a small matter. KONOHA waved her hand indifferently, walked aside, and quickly wrote down the formula for Xianqing and Uchiha's treatment, as well as the formula for warming and restoring the eye tendons and eyeballs, and handed it to Xianqing, saying, "Here. The prescription is here. The materials can be bought on the Magnetic Drum Island, so I won't prepare it for you. It will take a few days for the nutritional potion, bodybuilding potion, and your mother's soul repairing potion you want. As for the longevity medicine formula, I have it ready here, I'll give it to you now. Come with me. By the way, I'll show you my medical books. You can get them by yourself in the future. Follow me," KONOHA said, and walked to a room at the back. Xianqing hurriedly followed. Soon, the two came to a huge room. One side was filled with bookshelves, and the bookshelves were full of various medical books. KONOHA walked inside, opened a mechanism, took out a treasure chest, opened it, took out a piece of paper and handed it to Xianqing, saying, "Here. This is the formula for the longevity medicine. Write it down and return the paper to me. I'm too lazy to write another one. It can also prevent you from losing it. With your soul strength and mental strength, you should be able to remember everything you see, right?" She saw a lot of interesting things in the previous inspection. For example, Suanking's extraordinary soul strength and mental strength, such as Xianqing and his mother have 3 times more cells than ordinary people, such as some of their eyes and brains. It's just that when it comes to Suanking's secrets, KONOHA is a person with more integrity and principles, so she didn't reveal it. Without their permission, she didn't plan to study it. But according to her judgment, Xianqing and his mother, with 3 times the number of cells as ordinary people, will have at least 3 times the talent of others in bodybuilding and armament haki. In the future, if they work hard and keep up with nutrition, it won't be a problem to become a general emperor. It seems that you have seen a lot of things in the previous inspection. I can do it. Uchiha Xianqing is not stupid. He knew this from KONOHA's words and did not deny it. He immediately took the paper and glanced at it, and easily recorded the contents on it firmly in his mind. Then he returned the paper to KONOHA. Haha. KONOHA locked the paper back into the treasure chest and closed the mechanism, while laughing happily. "Billion points. You let me see it yourself. You can't blame me." Then, she couldn't help but remind him, "However, with 3 times the number of cells as ordinary people, your future achievements in bodybuilding and armed color are bound to be high. About this, you'd better not leak it out, it will easily attract the attention of some people with ulterior motives. Of course, if you are invincible in the future, then just ignore what I said. There was once a race called the Lunaria clan, known as the God clan, with powerful fire ability and survival ability. But because of this talent, they were targeted by the world government and basically wiped out. It is said that the last descendant is currently under the command of Kaido, the Emperor of the New World. Hearing KONOHA's warning, Uchiha Xianqing also looked serious, nodded seriously and said, "I've got it. I'll pay attention, thank you Ms. KONOHA for reminding me." In fact, as his body recovered, he had already noticed the effect of triple cells on body training. It was even more obvious on his mother's side. P.S. New book uploaded, please collect, flowers, and comment. Reading is fun every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 16 Are all the people in the ninja world a physical training genius in the pirate world? 6/6. Please collect flowers, comments. It's not just me and my mother. Almost everyone in the entire ninja world has this innate characteristic. So, people from the ninja world who come to the pirate world, or have the resources of the pirate world, are all physical training geniuses. Uchiha Xianqing thought. However, he knew that even if they had the same 3 times the amount of cells, different people would still have a big difference in physical training talent. Guy Wang's physical training talent far exceeded that of most people in the ninja world. Well, after Might Guy is born, we can find a way to bring him under our command. Even now, we can gradually show favor to his father, gain his loyalty and goodwill, and contract his father first. Uchiha Xianqing thought secretly with determination. Might Guy's physical training talent should not be worse than Might Guy's. The reason why there are high and low achievements is that it is due to conditions and basic restrictions. Might Guy relied on himself to practice and perfect the 8 inner gates, and he suffered too many hidden injuries in the process. It forced his upper limit down. Not to mention resources. In comparison, Might Guy has his father's involvement and resources. Even though these resources are relatively few, they are much better than his father starting from scratch. As long as you understand. KONOHA saw that Xianqing had listened, and did not say anything more, but walked outside and asked as he walked, "I have given my sincerity here, should I give your medical books too? Xianqing followed and smiled kind. I have memorized all my medical books in my mind. I have copied more than 100 books recently. These can be given to you first. For the rest, I have to spend more time copying them. I hope you can understand. Well, there is no way he can't understand. Oh. KONOHA looked at Xianqing with a little surprise, but he did not doubt the truth of this. Okay. More than 100 books are enough for me to read for a while. Your memory is better than I thought. Soon, the two returned to the living room. Under KONOHA's gaze, Xianqing waved his hand and took out more than 100 medical books that he had copied recently from the space-time gate. He said to KONOHA, "Here. I copied these, you can read them, but the books will not be given to you directly, I don't want to copy them a second time. You can copy them yourself, okay?" He also planned to use some of the medical books to trade with Tsunade for her medical knowledge and related ninjutsu. As for trading with the village, he never had this idea from beginning to end. For the time being, he didn't want to have anything to do with the third generation. You little brat! You really know how to embarrass an old man like me. KONOHA's expression froze slightly after hearing this, and she picked up a medical book and started flipping through it in a bad mood. As for the fact that Xianqing took out a large number of books out of thin air, she was only slightly surprised and didn't care. In more than 100 years of life, she has seen too many magical devil fruit abilities. Although the space storage capacity is rare, she has seen many of them. Hehe. Xianqing smiled and spread his hands and said, "Your medical books here will not allow me to take the originals, so I must copy them myself. We are the same. KONOHA has thousands of medical books here. If he wants to copy them all, he doesn't know how long it will take. So, he doesn't plan to copy them for the time being, and plans to memorize them all first. When he needs them in the future, he can copy them in a targeted manner. It's convenient to have a good brain." Next, Xianqing, accompanied by his mother, went to a nearby town and bought a large amount of medicinal materials from there. Enough for them to use for a long time. Then he returned and started to prepare the medicine. KONOHA saw that Xianqing was a little unfamiliar at first, but soon his preparation skills and proficiency improved rapidly, and he was not surprised at all. Xianqing also had the experience of preparing medicines in his previous life, so he could easily get started and succeed. At the beginning, it was because the body was not proficient in these things, and he got used to it after a little adaptation. You prepared a conditioning potion, pharmaceutical proficiency +1, Huxia medicine proficiency +1. More than 20 doses of medicine were prepared in a row. 10 of them were for his mother, and the rest were for his own needs. "Here, Mom, drink 1 bottle and see the effect." After Xianqing prepared it, he handed a dose to UCHIHA's Hilly. "Okay." UCHIHA's Hilly immediately raised her head and drank it. Soon, she felt a stream of warm currents flowing through her body. Everywhere she passed, her deep illnesses and hidden injuries were quickly dissipated. Then, she felt a strong sense of hunger. Xianqing seemed to have anticipated this long ago. He waved his hand and took out some of the prepared delicacies that had been stored in the space-time gate and put them on the table. He raised his hand to signal his mother, "Eat." After eating, practice health-preserving exercises to maximize the effect. Then, he also took a bottle of conditioning medicine and waved his hand to put away the rest. He then closed his eyes and carefully felt the changes in his body. "You have taken the top conditioning medicine, your body functions are recovering, your lifespan is increasing." He could clearly feel that the various organ weakness problems caused by congenital deficiencies over the years were recovering rapidly. When most of the medicine was absorbed, Xianqing also felt a strong sense of hunger. He immediately opened his eyes, walked to the table and sat down, and began to eat the delicacies made from sea king's meat. After a mouthful of sea kings, Xianqing could clearly feel the spread from the stomach to the whole body. Now his digestive ability has increased by more than 10 times when he first ate sea king's meat. These are the results of practicing health-preserving exercises these days, eating sea king's meat to improve the recovery of life and physical fitness. After eating a large plate of sea king's meat, Xianqing walked to the open space on the side and began to practice health-preserving exercises. You eat the meat of sea kings to help you practice health-preserving exercises. Proficiency +7, lifespan +7, life essence +0.025. You eat the meat of sea kings to help you practice health-preserving exercises. Proficiency +7, lifespan +7, life essence +0.025. Sure enough, the effect has improved again, not bad. Seeing this prompt, Xianqing showed a strong smile on his face. In this way, he can indeed recover completely within a month. You kid, you refine so many potions at one time, without sufficient preservation methods, the efficacy will evaporate. At this time, KONOHA, who paid attention to this side from time to time, reminded while reading a book. At the same time, she muttered in her heart, this should be their main means of recovery before? Some kind of conditioning and health-preserving practice method, right? It's really good. She wanted to learn it, maybe it would be of great help to her. But it's not the time yet, and she doesn't have the right chips in her hand for the time being. She plans to get along with each other later and prepare some chips to discuss health-preserving exercises with Xianqing. This thing is obviously a very important secret, and it would be bad to bring it up rashly. Thank you for reminding me. Xianqing listened, while practicing. Kide, I have a special storage method here to ensure that the medicinal effect will not evaporate. I said too much. KONOHA listened, took a look at the steaming food on the table, as if it had just been cooked, and suddenly realized it. Before, she didn't pay attention to this point deliberately, it was her mistake. No. You can remind us, we have received this thought. UCHIHA's Hilly smiled and interrupted at this time. This witch is indeed much easier to get along with than she expected. The key is that she is also very capable. UCHIHA's Hilly feels that it is necessary to build a good relationship with KONOHA. This kind of top medical talent is very important. P.S. New book uploaded, please collect flowers and comments. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 17, UCHIHA Yuri recovers and proposes reforms to the guard and clan studies, 1/6. Please bookmark. Comment. You exchanged medical knowledge and experience with KONOHA, and your TCM proficiency increased by 15. You read and studied KONOHA's collection of books, and your TCM skills were merged into medical skills, and your proficiency increased by 12. For the next 10 days, Xianqing lived a very regular life every day. In the morning, he swallowed a bottle of conditioning potion, and then ate a lot of sea king's meat to practice health-preserving exercises. He did not stop until he reached his limit. Then, in the afternoon, he began to read and study KONOHA's medical books, and took 1 or 2 hours to exchange medical knowledge and experience with KONOHA. He would also spare some time to copy the basic TCM books in his mind to KONOHA. In this way, not only did his body recover and even strengthen quickly, but time also passed quickly. In a blink of an eye, 10 days passed. Hey! After UCHIHA's Hilly finished practicing the health-preserving exercises, she felt extremely comfortable all over, as if all the burdens were completely lifted. She could feel that her body had completely recovered to its peak state. I feel like my body has fully recovered. UCHIHA's Hilly said to Xianqing and KONOHA after finishing his practice. Oh? Let's take a look. KONOHA put down the book in her hand after hearing this, and Xianqing also stopped practicing. He examined UCHIHA's Hilly's body one after another. Then the two of them nodded in unison, yes. The body has indeed fully recovered. KONOHA continued, even with the help of the soul-warming potion, the lost soul essence has also recovered to 1% of the loss. If you want to fully recover the damage to your soul, you have to continue to take the soul-warming potion every day. In addition, don't fall behind in health-preserving exercises, continue to practice. You can also use nutritional potions and bodybuilding potions to increase the bodybuilding time in an orderly manner, and further improve your physique and vitality. This is also helpful to accelerate the recovery of the soul. In addition, you can continue to practice your meditation method, which is also helpful. That's about it. You don't have to stay here anymore. After so many days together, Xianqing and the others did not evade strictly, so KONOHA still knew that UCHIHA Yuri would disappear for a period of time every day, leaving a similar clone here. But this is full of loopholes in the eyes of a top doctor, or a top doctor with Grandmaster's observation color. At this time, UCHIHA's Hilly, who had already entered the realm of observation haki, also understood that Shadow Clone could not hide from the perception of observation haki. So, she and Xianqing were too lazy to avoid it. Anyway, if she didn't tell KONOHA the truth, she would only think that she left every day by teleporting. Xianqing found that after more than 10 days of medical exchanges, KONOHA's favorability towards him had increased to 64 points, which was not low. The two of them were also close friends regardless of age. Well. Thank you, Ms. KONOHA. UCHIHA's Hilly nodded to KONOHA gratefully. I'm sorry to bother you during this period. I may not stay here most of the time in the future. Xianqing, please take care of me. Suanking's recovery progress is also good. But it is estimated that it will take more than 10 days to fully recover. It's a small matter. KONOHA waved her hand without comment. I follow the boy for mutual benefit and mutual exchange, and it's not a matter of who takes care of whom. She won't flatter herself. After communicating with each other for the past few days, she had already discovered it. Although Xianqing is young, he has a good understanding of medical skills, especially his understanding of traditional Huxia medicine. He is a person worth communicating with. This is not the key, the more important thing is the growth and learning speed of this kid. In just 10 days, Xianqing not only made rapid progress in the field of traditional Huxia medicine that he is good at, but also learned a lot of medical skills from KONOHA. Even KONOHA was amazed by this kind of understanding and learning ability. What a monster! She looks forward to the day when Xianqing's medical skills surpass hers in all aspects. Medical skills, 9314/10,000, Grandmaster. This is Xianqing's achievement in medical skills in the past 10 days. He is only one step away from the minor success level of medical skills. It is estimated that he will be able to make a complete breakthrough in a few days. Xianqing judged that even KONOHA's medical skills would not exceed the minor success level. But even so, it is already the top medical skills in the pirate world. At present, it is difficult to imagine what level the major success level of medical skills, especially the major success level of medical skills that combine the two worlds, will reach. This is getting off topic. After explaining to KONOHA, UCHIHA's Hilly pulled Xianqing to the room where Xianqing was currently living, waved her hand to set up a soundproof barrier, and then said to Xianqing, "From now on, Mom can only spare a small amount of time every day to come here to see you. You have to take care of yourself. If you miss me, you can go back to the ninja world or the space-time gate at any time." Okay. Xianqing naturally had no objection. I will take care of myself. But, Mom, you can also start the reform of the clan. Let's start with the Uchiha Guard and the clan school. For the guard, select elites to form an elite guard, and set aside a training ground for them to conduct intensive training. Regularly hold battle competitions, ideological education and learning, etc. Improve their treatment and let them completely get rid of the complicated and useless village patrols. As for the lack of guards in the village, openly recruit civilians or ninjas from other families. These offensive tasks can be handed over to civilian ninjas or ninjas from other families. We the Uchiha Security Department just needs to be a good judge. In addition, the security department has set up an open trial department specifically for handling disputes between villagers, allowing them to go to court to argue. We won't go directly to the court. In this way, it can greatly reduce the villagers' misunderstanding and malice towards us. By the way, ordinary civil disputes, especially those trivial matters, should also be distinguished from those involving village safety and human life, and handled by two departments. Ordinary civil disputes are left to the good old people in the tribe to handle. Or, recruit people who are interested in these from the village to take charge. You can give him a position as a captain, so that no one will take the bait. All cases will be tried as fairly, justly, and openly as possible. A large notice board will be set up outside the security department. All closed cases that do not involve village secrets and can be made public will be announced, and the notice period will be 1 week. Let those unreasonable and evil guys have a taste of social death. In short, everything is to get rid of those trivial matters that offend people. At the same time, concentrate the elite of the security team and strengthen the power of the clan. What do you think? Anyway, things can't continue to deteriorate. Otherwise, Uchiha's reputation in the village will not improve. This is not what Xianqing wants to see. In the future, he will control the entire Konoha and even the ninja world. This is the only way to maximize the effect of the space-time gate's talent. As for getting rid of the security department directly, it's not to say whether the third generation will agree. Even if they are willing, they can't do it. This is the stupidest. The power of the security department is very great. Possessing many judicial powers such as arresting, patrolling Konoha, judging, imprisoning, etc. If used well, it can completely clamp down on Hokage. The premise is to get rid of the negative baggage. P.S. New book uploaded, please collect, send flowers, and comment. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 18 Let all the ninjas in the family roll up. The importance of family ideology lessons, 2/6. Please collect flowers. You said it very well. You have been thinking about this for a long time, right? Uchiha Yuri listened and looked at her son with shining eyes. Her son gave her too many surprises. In the past, she and other Uchiha leaders had thought about changing the situation where the guards were hostile to the villagers. But there was no good way. Now, after hearing Suinking's method, her mind suddenly opened up. Indeed, using elite Uchiha to deal with those trivial matters, and personally going out to argue with those villagers. Not only is it a loss of status, but it is also thankless. Such matters should be handed over to civilian ninjas or ninjas from other families. Uchiha should just be a good referee and judge. Establishing an elite guard can also train a real elite force for the clan to deter the third generation. Just do as you say. What do you think about clan studies? Uchiha Yuri looked at her son expectantly. In her opinion, these must be the result of the inheritance of the immortals and the intelligence of her son. Yes. Uchiha Xianqing nodded affirmatively and said, there is basically no clan learning in the clan at present. I hope you can design school clan learning classes, after-school intensive tutoring classes for students in the ninja school, genin intensive classes, chnin intensive classes, and jainin exchange classes in the clan. Among them, the school clan learning classes need to teach ideological education classes, ninja world history classes, Uchiha history classes, basic physical training, and Kunao shuriken throwing classes. In short, roll up all the clan ninjas at every stage. If you continue to let them go like this, how can you become stronger? How can you support the glory of Uchiha? He has worked so hard as the young clan leader, how can you as clan members have the nerve to give up? He won't allow it. I will review the physical skills and related experience and training methods in the tribe recently. Summarize and organize a better and more complete set of basic physical training methods for preschool classes and after-school tutoring classes for students in school. In addition, the preschool class will also supply the medicinal bath that I recently optimized based on the medicinal bath formula in the tribe to lay a good foundation for the children. A small amount of sea king's meat can also be supplied. Of course, it is not appropriate to disclose the sea king's meat for the time being. So, in the next few days, I will try to develop a special soldier's ration pill made of sea king's meat, let's call it nutrition pill. In this regard, I need you to give me the knowledge and production formula of the soldier's ration pill in the tribe. The foundation must be grasped from the baby. Among these classes, Xianqing pays special attention to ideological education classes. He plans to write a book on ideological and moral classes based on his memories of his previous life and the situation in the ninja world. It is used to correct the three views of the Uchiha clan. Adults are more difficult to change, so you can put it aside for now and start with children. When he or Uchiha's Hilly is strong enough to easily suppress any voices in the tribe, it will be the time to educate the tribe members comprehensively. No problem. This is easy. I'll go back and give it to you later. Uchiha Yuri naturally had no objection, and then asked, "You seem to attach great importance to ideological education, why?" "Why?" Xianqing listened, thinking of the future genocidal Ataki and the naive Shisui, and shook his head helplessly. Just think about the future Uchiha Ataki and Uchiha Shisui and you will understand. All this proves how important it is to establish a correct outlook on life for the tribe members from an early age. If we don't occupy the ideological high ground, the third generation will use his perverted will of fire to brainwash our tribe members. Then, let our tribe members deal with us in turn. Uchiha Yuri listened, and his face was solemn. Indeed, I have neglected this aspect before. Ideological education is indeed very important. Not only that. Xianqing shook his head again and said, the ideological education of adults is also important. Now, the radical factions in the tribe are actually influenced by the stubborn old generation of Sengoku, and they have been educated so brainless and radical. You actually want to stage a rebellion and fight the entire village with the power of one clan. Isn't this just mentally ill? Even if you can win, you will lose in the end. As the two major ninja clans that founded the village, why can't Uchiha find a way to gradually take back the power? When Uchiha's Hilly heard this, his brows frowned slightly. This is indeed very serious, but the thinking of adults is basically fixed and cannot be easily changed. You need to understand this. Yet. Xianqing nodded without comment. I understand, so I am not prepared to educate the adults right away. Let's start with the children first. Next, Xianqing told Uchiha's Hilly in detail about after-school tutoring classes for school students, Genin, Chnin intensive classes, Jainin exchange classes, and even the establishment of a more complete reward and punishment system for meritorious contributions within the clan. All of them were discussed with Uchiha's Hilly. After all these things were confirmed, the conversation ended. That's right. Just when Uchiha's Hilly was about to leave, Xianqing stopped his mother again and asked a little embarrassedly, "Mom, can you help me run the map? At least, help me light up the map of Gaia Island and East Blue Log Town? It will be convenient for me to teleport there at any time later." According to the characteristics of the space-time gate, as long as he or the bound members have been to a place, he or even the bound members can teleport to the place they have been to at any time. He is too weak now, and it is too dangerous to run the map by himself, so he can only ask his mother for help. But, he has already found a lot of things for his mother to do before. She is simply being used like a cow and a horse. Run the map? What is this? Uchiha's Hilly was slightly stunned when he heard it. Hey? Didn't I tell you? Uchiha Xianqing asked back. Uchiha's Hilly shook his head helplessly. Okay. My bad. Xianqing slapped his forehead and immediately explained this function of the space-time gate. Uchiha's Hilly suddenly realized, so that's how it is. Doesn't this mean that we can teleport to any place we've been to in the future? Then I can go to Sabayati Archipelago anytime I want now. Can this function be used in the ninja world in reverse? After hearing this, Xianqing gave his mother a thumbs up. You asked the key point. My answer is, it can be used. Whether you go to Sabayati Archipelago or the ninja world at any time, it's useful. The teleportation cheat is so cool. This is really great. Uchiha's Hilly confirmed this and his eyes lit up. With this, it will be much more convenient whether in the ninja world or in the pirate world. Many times, this can even be used as a means of saving life, as Flying Thunder God. It may even be more useful than Flying Thunder God. This does not require presetting coordinates or anything. No consumption. If you can teleport to any place you have been to, you can also use it in battle. Almost. Xianqing was also stunned by his mother's unique perspective, and nodded. Then this is very important, I agreed to run the map. Logue Town and Gaia Island, right? Leave it to me. I will take some time every day to deal with these two places. But can you tell Mom why you chose these two places? What are these two places? Uchiha's Hilly agreed to Xianqing's request and asked. She was quite curious. She knew that her son would not aimless. P.S. New book uploaded, please collect flowers and comments. Read books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 19, Sky Island and Thunder Fruit, Uchiha Mikoto, 3/6. Please add to favorites. Flowers. Comments. Xianqing smiled and said, Logue Town is located in East Blue. There are many geniuses in East Blue that are worth my attention. When I have time, I can easily conquer them. While they are young, it will be much easier to improve their favorability. In addition, the dragon bones needed for the longevity medicine are also in East Blue. Also, there is a kendo dojo in East Blue that is very suitable for me to practice the kendo of this world. The dojo master there is a great swordsman, and his strength in the pirate world is at least quasi-admiral level. The key is that it is also relatively easy to enroll. There are not many requirements. Just a clean family background is fine. Not to mention the dragon bones. He will not miss Nami and Kuina. Even Zoro, Ace, Sabo, and Luffy who will come to East Blue in the future can also improve their favorability. These four people's personalities and qualities, once the favorability is improved, plus their potential, they can also become good helpers in the future. Dragon bones and unsuccessful geniuses? I see, that's really important. Uchiha Yuri nodded in understanding. What about Gaia Island? Xianqing continued. Gaia Island involves a legend of a golden city. Golden city. Uchiha Yuri also raised his eyebrows after hearing this. Treasure? That's right, if the family wants to reform and improve its strength, money is indispensable. At present, although the family's finances are good, according to the reform plan we have discussed, the subsequent expenses will be very high. Xianqing, do you want to share your mother's worries and solve this problem? You are thoughtful. Hehe. Xianqing touched the back of his head and smiled. That's right. Then, he told his mother about Gaia Island and Sky Island. Even the Logia thunder fruit that existed in Sky Island Birka and had not been eaten by Enel. Hiss. After listening to this, Uchiha's Hizzy couldn't help but take a breath and exclaimed, I didn't expect that there is such a wonder in the pirate world. The sky current can actually push an island to a height of 10,000 meters. The existence of the permanent Jitty Cloud and Sky Island also makes people curious and yearning. I really want to go and see it sooner. Compared to this, the Golden City seems not so important. There will be a chance. After listening, Xianqing smiled and shook his head. However, you need to master the means of flying, otherwise you can only take the sky current and try your luck. Don't think that it's easy just because Luffy and others seem to land successfully against the sky current in the future. They are the protagonists and have the halo. If it were someone else, it would not be a 100% chance of death, but it would definitely be a 90% chance of death. In comparison, landing on Sky Island from the top of West Blue is more reliable. Of course, the best way is to find the small Sky Island Visalia and take their airship for the safest. Fortunately, there are still some flying means in the ninja world. Flying means? Uchiha Yuri listened and pondered. There are some in the ninja world. Let's not talk about the distant ones. Our Uchiha clan's Susanoo can also fly after it is fully opened. Unfortunately, ordinary Mangeki cannot open the full form of Susanoo. At least, I can't at present. Maybe. If I increase my physical fitness and vitality several times, I can do it. Suinkai listened and nodded in understanding. In the future of the original work, there are people who open the full form of Susanoo in the Mangeki Sharingan stage. Obito did it. But he relied on the white Zetsu cells in his body. Uchiha Chiri continued, others, Iwagaku's light and heavy rock technique, Sand Shinobi's magnet style can also fly. However, these are more difficult to obtain. More than 10 years ago, the air ninja who attacked Konoha also mastered the means to make flying ninja tools. Unfortunately, after being defeated by Konoha, it disappeared. Maybe we can send someone to look for it. Also, maybe we can contract a flying summoning beast. What do you think? As she said, she looked at Xianqing. Xianqing touched his chin and pondered, you can try, it's better to have a stronger flying ninja beast, otherwise I'm worried that it can't fly to an altitude of 10,000 meters. As long as you successfully land once and open the map over there, you don't have to worry about this later, you can teleport at any time. Ordinary ninja eagles in the village definitely can't do it. Yet. Uchiha Yuri heard this and nodded, Mom, let's find a way. For the Golden City and Thunder Fruit, we have to find a way to do it. Even the special shellfish on Sky Island are actually good commodities with high value. These can be sold to the ninja world as Uchiha's new products to earn more money. If Uchiha can completely get rid of its financial dependence on the village's task commissions, then the third generation will lose another means to clamp down on Uchiha. Kill two birds with one stone. Okay. Xianqing naturally had no objection. Anything else? Say it all at once. Uchiha Yuri asked again. Not yet. Hearing this, Xianqing shook his head. The only thing is to ask Sister Mikoto to come to my house and see if her favorability is up to standard. If it is, I can contract her by the way. Let her come here to practice and become stronger as soon as possible. I heard that Fugaku has been pursuing Sister Mikoto. I want to see, when he finds out that he can't beat Sister Mikoto at all, does he still have the face to pursue Sister Mikoto? He, Uchiha Xianqing, is super petty. Haha. You. Uchiha Yuri couldn't help but cover his mouth and smile when he heard it. He stretched out his hand and touched Suinking's forehead and said, Fugaku offended you, it's his bad luck. Humph. Xianqing snorted lightly, raised his chin and said, I'm not targeting him just because of Sister Mikoto, but more importantly, because he will not do anything in the future, which will lead to the extermination of the Uchiha clan. Yes, yes, yes. Uchiha Yuri nodded with a smile, obviously not believing it. If you want to see Sister Mikoto, I will let someone notify her to come to my house and invite her to dinner when I go back. Just go home at 6 o'clock, and I will give you the information about the Hiromaru by the way. That's it. Mom is gone. With that, Uchiha Yuri waved to remove the soundproofing and left the pirate world. Xianqing left the room and ran to KONOHA's library to read medical books. At about 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Xianqing informed KONOHA, then returned to the room and left the pirate world. The next moment, he returned to his home in the ninja world. As soon as he came out of the room, he smelled the rich aroma of food. When he came to the living room, he saw Uchiha Mikoto serving the dishes. Hey! Sister Mikoto! Xianqing immediately smiled and raised his hand to greet. At the same time, he used his talent to check and found that Uchiha Mikato's favorability towards him had reached 87 points. Sure enough, it has reached the standard. That's great. Xianqing was delighted. Xianqing. Uchiha Mikato was stunned when she saw Xianqing. When did you grow so much taller? And, you look much better, are you well? The last time she saw Xianqing was a month ago. She had to go to school recently, and she practiced hard, and Uchiha's Hilly seemed to be very busy recently, so she didn't come to Xianqing's house. As a result, in just 1 month, Xianqing has grown at least 10 centimeters taller and stronger than last time. If Xianqing hadn't been as handsome as ever, she would have almost failed to recognize him. No. He should be more handsome than before. A handsome little Zhengtai. Yet. Almost. It's almost done. Soon, I will be able to practice. Xianqing smiled and nodded. P.S. New book uploaded, please collect, send flowers, and comment. Have fun reading books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 20 Contract Uchiha Mikato, Fugaku is a waste compared to Mikato, 4/6. Please collect. Flowers. Really? Congratulations. You finally got what you wanted. Uchiha Mikato was also happy when she heard this, and was very happy for Xianqing. She knew very well that Xianqing wanted to practice in the past, but because of her physical condition, it was always difficult to achieve. Now she is finally getting better. Xianqing, are you back? Help serve the dishes, it's time to eat. At this time, Uchiha's Hilly's voice came from the kitchen. Okay. Xianqing quickly responded, and then walked into the kitchen with Mikato, and soon the remaining dishes were served. Invite Mikato to the table to eat. Wow! Aunt's Hilly, your cooking skills are getting better and better. Delicious! As soon as the food entered her mouth, Mikato's eyes lit up and she couldn't help but praise. Haha! As long as you like it. Eat more. Uchiha Yuri smiled and asked, besides being delicious, do you feel anything else? Hey! Mikato was stunned and looked at Uchiha Yuri inexplicably. Seeing that Uchiha Yuri looked serious, she quickly felt it carefully. She found that the food she ate today was indeed very different from the past. Yes, it seems to be very nutritious, and my stomach feels warm. This feeling is even spreading throughout my body. I feel that my body is also much more relaxed, and the fatigue from recent training has been reduced a lot. I feel that my cells seem to be eager for this warm current. Incredible! Auntie, what kind of meat is this? Mikato asked in amazement. You have to ask Xianqing for this. He brought it all. Uchiha Yuri smiled mysteriously, pointed to Xianqing on the side and said to Mikato. Oh! Mikato turned to look at Xianqing and cast a questioning look. Xianqing didn't waste any words. In Mikato's surprised expression, he condensed a mysterious rune from his brows and sent it to Mikato, saying, touch this mark and agree, and you will know everything. Mikato stared at the rune in a daze, not understanding when Xianqing had such a mysterious method. No, it should be said that Xianqing has been acting mysterious since today. Mikato glanced at Uchiha's Hilly again, and in the encouraging and affirmative eyes of Uchiha's Hilly, she made up her mind. She reached out and touched the rune. The next moment, a voice sounded in her mind, asking her if she agreed to sign a contract with Xianqing. After signing the contract, she can get huge benefits from Xianqing, and will also be subject to Xianqing to a certain extent. Mikato gritted her teeth and chose to agree. Because she believed that Xianqing and Uchiha's Hilly would not harm her. The next moment, the rune sank into her hand, and quickly entered her sea of consciousness between her eyebrows along her hand. The rune phantom turned into a door-shaped shadow and sat in the center of her sea of consciousness. At the same time, a lot of information about the time and space gate and the pirate world poured into Mikato's mind. She fell into silence for a while. This time the information she obtained was better than last time. Uchiha Yuri has a lot more. Xianqing added it on purpose. For example, he was too lazy to explain the map and the information of the pirate world over and over again, so he just passed it to Mikato when the contract was signed, saving the need to explain it later. After a while, Mikato digested the information and opened his eyes. He looked at Xianqing and Uchiha Yuri with an incredible look and asked, "Is this all true? Otherworld? So, this meat is the meat of the Sea Kings of Otherworld?" "Yes." Xianqing nodded affirmatively. "Eat more, it's good for you, it can improve your physique, vitality, and increase your chakra. In addition, starting tomorrow, you should take some time every day to go to the pirate world with me to practice and strengthen your body." He wanted to ask Mikato to help run the map, but Mikato was only 9 years old, and at best she was just an ordinary genin. In the dangerous world of pirates, she was not suitable for running the map. It's better for her to follow him and practice honestly, and improve her strength as soon as possible. There will be many places where she will be used in the future. "Hey!" Uchiha Mikato was stunned again, and looked at Uchiha Yuri first. After Uchiha Yuri nodded in agreement, Mikato said to Xianqing, "Okay. Then I'll trouble you, Xianqing. But, as you know, I'm still in school, maybe I'll have time after school and in the evening. Is it okay?" Xianqing shook his head and asked, "Do you know shadow clone technique?" "Yes." Mikato sighed. As the granddaughter of the second elder, with good talent, shadow clone technique has naturally been learned a long time ago. Then you can use shadow clone to go to school during the day. Come to the pirate world in person and practice with me. Xianqing immediately decided. "Is it okay?" Mikato nodded with some realization. "Okay, except for practical classes, I will use this method." She naturally didn't want to miss the opportunity to go to Otherworld to practice and become stronger quickly. Even Auntie Lien's Hilly agreed, and it was obviously of great benefit to her. There was nothing to hesitate about. "Then it's settled. After dinner, I'll take you there to get to know the place and the people. After that, just go there when you have time." Xianqing nodded with satisfaction and replied, and then continued to eat. After a meal, Xianqing first brought Mikato to the pirate world Drum Island, KONOHA's side. He also introduced her to KONOHA. "Ms. KONOHA, this is my cousin Uchiha Mikato. She will come here often to practice in the future. I will take her to get to know the section. Sister Mikato, Ms. KONOHA is a top doctor, a super powerful one." "Oh." KONOHA heard it, looked up and glanced at Mikato. "Another Uchiha? I'm KONOHA, little girl, you can do whatever you want." "Hello. Ms. KONOHA." Mikato also hurriedly bowed to KONOHA respectfully. "Haha. You are a very polite girl. Be casual, there are no rules here. You see, your cousin is very casual, he almost treats my place as his nest." KONOHA saw Mikato being so polite, smiled and joked. She herself is not a reserved person. "Yes." Mikato bowed slightly again, obviously still a little uncomfortable. Then, Xianqing took her to introduce the environment here. Then, he took her to the room that he had specially arranged as a practice room, and said to Mikato, "Today I will teach you a method called health-preserving exercise. This function can regulate the body, relieve fatigue, repair hidden injuries, strengthen the physique, and prolong life. It can also accelerate the refining and absorption of Sea King's meat, which is very helpful for your subsequent practice. Come. Follow me." As he said. Xianqing taught Mikato the health-preserving exercise hand in hand for more than half an hour. Let her get started with the health-preserving exercise. This speed is actually fast. However, compared with the previous UCHIHA Yuri, the gap seems to be quite large. This is the result of Mikoto using Sharingan. Well, Mikoto, 9 years old, has already opened 2 Tomo Sharingan. He is also a famous little genius in the clan. Fugaku is 5 years older than Mikoto. He is 14 this year, but he is only a 2-gatema. Mikoto's talent can be imagined. No wonder the original future can give birth to geniuses like Itaki and Nizuzi. It is mainly due to Mikoto, right? Xianqing thought maliciously. He felt that the original future Mikoto would have married and had children early, without continuing to work hard to practice and experiencing enough stimulation. Otherwise, her achievements would definitely be more than 3 megatama. P.S. New book uploaded, please collect, send flowers, and comment. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP coupons. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 21 Shy Mikoto, Uchiha Yuri intimidates the entire clan, 5/6. Please collect flowers. This technique is so powerful. I feel that during the practice, the digestion and absorption ability of Sea Kings has been greatly enhanced. Mikoto exclaimed after successfully completing the practice of the health-preserving technique. She felt that her physique, vitality, and chakra had also been slightly improved. If this continued, she couldn't imagine how strong she would be in the future. How fast she would become stronger. And all of this was brought by Xianqing. Thinking of this, Mikoto looked at Xianqing with shining eyes and said gratefully, "Thank you, little Xianqing. Don't worry." Xianqing smiled and waved his hand and said, "It's also because you have reached the standard of favorability towards me, otherwise, I can't contract you." Hearing Suanking's mention of his favorability towards him, looking at Suanking's increasingly handsome face, Mikoto couldn't help blushing slightly. A little embarrassed, she turned her head away from Xianqing and said, "Don't misunderstand the favorability, we are relatives, aren't we?" "Oh." Xianqing heard it and saw her trying to cover up the truth, and said playfully, "What did I misunderstand?" "Misunderstood that you like me." Xianqing. Mikoto was immediately furious, stomped her feet, glared at Xianqing with a flushed face, and ran out of the practice room, rushed out of KONOHA's house, and came outside. Then, she was fascinated by the snow scene outside. Xianqing followed him out slowly. Seeing Mikoto rubbing his hands and looking at the snowy scenery around him, he suddenly took out a thick cloak from the space-time gate and put it on Mikoto. Then, under Mikoto's shy peeping, he looked at the snow scene in the distance and said, "Isn't it beautiful? There doesn't seem to be such a snow scene in Konoha's winter, right?" "Yet." Mikoto rubbed his hands, exhaled, and his mood calmed down a little. He nodded slightly and said, "Yes. Konoha is relatively warm. Even in winter, there is only a thin layer of snow. And it lasts for a short time. In addition, Konoha is now in summer, and this side is winter. So, are the seasons in the two worlds also in different time periods?" "Not really." Xianqing listened and shook his head directly, "It's more magical than this. The magnetic drum island where we are is the winter island. As the name suggests, the climate here is the same winter all year round, and there are no other 3 seasons." "Hey!" Uchiha Mikoto was stunned when she heard it. There is such a place? If it's eternal winter, it's too cold and too monotonous. Is it like this in other places in the pirate world? Today's experience is amazing to her. She never thought that just coming to her aunt's house for a meal would lead to so many miraculous things. Not only did her distant cousin get better, but he also came to Otherworld. No wonder her aunt and Xianqing are so busy recently. They must have been busy with things here recently, right? It's incredible that Xianqing can awaken such a talent. It seems that you haven't fully digested the information I passed on to you. There is still a lot of information in this regard. Xianqing shook his head speechlessly. Hey? Is that so? Let me see. Mikoto was stunned when she heard it, and hurried to review the information she had obtained before. After a while, she came back to her senses, and stuck out her tongue at Xianqing a little embarrassedly, and said playfully, "Sorry, it really is. It's mainly because there was too much information at once, and I didn't have time to read it all. I will digest it all later. I didn't expect that there is not only Winter Island here, but also Spring Island, Summer Island, Autumn Island, and Thunder Island. There are also Calm Belt, Red Line, Sky Island, and many other magical climates and landscapes. This is much more interesting than the ninja world. Besides, this world is so big. The ninja world seems a little inconspicuous here. Perhaps 4 or 5 Alabastus are about the same as the land area of the ninja world. And the entire pirate world does not count the sea area. All the land areas added up, there are more than hundreds of Alabastus, right? Not to mention its vast sea area. About the same." Xianqing nodded. The ninja realm was not so small at the beginning, it was much larger in the past, at least, it is the case in places full of life. It is greatly influenced by the sacred tree. Sacred tree? What is that? Mikoto listened with a puzzled look. Nothing. Xianqing stopped talking in time and shook his head and said, "You don't need to know this for the time being. I will tell you when the time comes." Mikoto is not his mother. It is not good for her to know too much now, and it is meaningless. Okay. Mikoto listened, but did not force it. She just kept it in her heart and hoped to get the answer from Xianqing one day. Okay. Let's go in. It's too cold here, it's easy to catch a cold. After watching for a while, Xianqing called Mikoto back to the practice room. Instruct her to continue practicing health-preserving exercises. At the same time, he also started practicing after meals. At present, he has allocated the number of times he practices health-preserving exercises every day after 3 meals. In order to maximize the effect. For a period of time in the future, Uchiha Mikoto began to use Shadow Clone to go to school most of the time as Xianqing said. The original came to the pirate world to practice with Xianqing. Strength and physique began to improve rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Let her enjoy it every day. Under such circumstances, her favorability towards Xianqing also increased. Easily broke through 90 and steadily moved towards the full value of 100. In the ninja world, KONOHA. After discussing the Uchiha reform plan with Xianqing, Uchiha's Hilly immediately held a clan meeting. He sorted out the reform matters agreed with Xianqing and temporarily announced them in his own name. The main reason was that Xianqing was too young at this time. If it was in Suinking's name, most people in the clan would not be convinced and agree. This is human nature. After explaining the reform matters, Uchiha's Hilly glanced at everyone present and asked, "What do you think about this? Put it forward directly. Otherwise, after the finalization, come to trip me up, then don't blame me for turning my face against you." As he said, Uchiha's Hilly's restrained momentum suddenly broke out. The manjiki in his left eye was also directly opened. Ong! The terrifying momentum and terrifying pupil power directly pressed on everyone present. Suddenly, everyone present felt their bodies sink. And they felt like they couldn't lift their heads and had a little difficulty breathing. Their Sharingan was forced to close. Hiss! Everyone, especially the older generation, took a breath of cold air, and looked at Uchiha Yuri with horror. "Master Yuri, is your body okay? Has your pupil power also recovered to its peak?" The third elder looked at Uchiha Yuri with disbelief and asked. Others also looked at Uchiha Yuri with astonishment, shouting in their hearts, "Impossible!" They had never heard that the pupil power of Manjiki Sharingan could be restored. Well, the pupil power here refers to the upper limit. The inability to restore the pupil power of Meijiki Sharingan also refers to the upper limit. Every time the Meijiki Sharingan is used, it is a kind of damage to the eyes, which will reduce the upper limit of the pupil power. In the final analysis, it is caused by damage. The eyeball and the eye meridians cannot bear the burden of Meijiki's pupil power, and will cause almost irreversible damage to the eyeball and the eye meridians in the process of using Meijiki Sharingan correctly. The pupil power that the eyes can carry is constantly decreasing. The pupil power that the eye meridians can transport is also constantly decreasing. This is the fundamental reason why Meijiki Sharingan will gradually become blind and the pupil power will gradually dry up. It is not that the pupil power of Meijiki Sharingan is fixed from the moment the eyes are opened, and it will be less and less as it is consumed. P.S. Upload new books, please collect, send flowers, and comment. Have fun reading books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 22 Finalizing the Security Department and the Reform of the Clan, Uchiha's Family Rule, 6/6. Please collect. Comment. Not bad. Uchiha's Hilly was very satisfied with the reactions of the crowd, and nodded expressionlessly, I had a little adventure, and I made a breakthrough in this research. Combined with medical skills, I created a medicine that can warm the eyeballs and eye meridians. It can repair the wear and tear of Meijiki Sharingan. Similarly, this has a warming and strengthening effect on the eyeballs and eye meridians of all Uchiha people. In the future, I will include this medicine in the Reformed Merit Pavilion as an exchangeable item. As long as you contribute enough to the family, you can exchange it. So, tell me your answers now, do you agree with the reform plan I said? Because her health has been deteriorating over the past few years, her strength has also declined a lot, and her deterrence in the clan has also declined a lot. Especially among the middle-aged and young generations. This time, she exposed her body and completely restored her pupil power in order to shock all the clan members, suppress all their opinions, and restore her deterrence. In this way, the subsequent reforms can proceed smoothly. At the same time, she also wanted to take this opportunity to let Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others know that she has recovered and put away your little tricks and thoughts, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. She is Uchiha Chiri. This. All the Uchiha ninjas present looked at each other, and the second elder spoke first, I agree. I believe that under the leadership of Chiri, these reforms will have a good effect on the development of our Uchiha. Well. It is better to say that the second elder believes in Uchiha Chiri as a person than to say that he agrees with these reform terms. His ability is beyond doubt. If it weren't for Uchiha Chiri, the Uchiha clan might have died in the civil strife. The endless turmoil of seizing other clansmen's Sharingan as resurrection coins. If Uchiha Chiri hadn't created Izanami and shocked with absolute strength, it would really be possible to lead to the extinction of the Uchiha clan. At this time, the third elder said, in principle, I agree with the reform measures of the Merit Pavilion. However, are you considering the reform of the guard team? You want to select the elites from among them to form an elite guard team separately, and conduct centralized training and regular assessments. I have no objection. This form reminds me of Anbu, which is indeed of great benefit to strengthening the strength of Uchiha. It can also free the elites in the clan from the trivial affairs of the guard team. But opening up the guard team quota to the outside world and introducing civilian ninjas and even ninjas from other families. Even, you don't hesitate to give up the position of a captain. Isn't this too much? You know, the guard team is our Uchiha's private land. Isn't this just giving up power directly? When the third elder said this, some of his clan members and some clan members from other factions nodded. Obviously, they all disagreed with opening up the guard team to the outside world and introducing outsiders. Stupid. Uchiha Yuri heard it and said coldly, didn't you understand? Is this giving up power? This is getting rid of the burden. Why did second Hokage Senju Tobirama agree to hand over the guard team to us alone? Not only to appease Uchiha, but also this is a poisoned pie. Now what I want to get rid of is the poisoned part. You should know that letting the clan members fully participate in the villagers' minor disputes and trivial matters, not only will it not benefit me Uchiha, it will also ruin our Uchiha's popularity and make all the villagers, and even many large and small families, hate us more and more. From the development of these years, isn't this obvious enough? When we first built the village, although we didn't have many allies and friendly families, we at least had some, but now. Ask yourself, do you still have it? Don't tell me that we Uchiha don't need allies or friends. It's a pity that you still want Uchiha to produce a Hokage. Without the support and recognition of the villagers and many ninja clans, can we win the position of Hokage by ourselves? Even if we seize the position of Hokage by absolute force, are you sure you can sit firmly in that position? We Uchiha are strong, but can we be stronger than the whole village? After hearing this, the three elders and others lowered their heads slightly, and their faces looked a little ugly. But they couldn't refute it, because what Uchiha's Hilly said was right. Uchiha's Hilly continued, in short, the reform of the guard team is unquestionable. Throw away those trivial and offensive trivial matters to civilian ninjas who are willing to join the guard team, or ninjas from small families. Throw away a captain position to the person in charge of these trivial matters. We won't leave easily. We are just judges to review the more important matters submitted. Is there any problem? Everyone, including the three elders, shook their heads after hearing this. This is indeed a good thing. Killing two birds with one stone. Photographed in Uchiha. With Chiri's prestige and the possibility of competing for the Hokage in the future, even the third elder said nothing more and chose to support. At this time, the fourth elder couldn't help but say, Master Chiri, I have no problem with everything else, and I even agree with your clan study plan. But, aren't there too many classes? Aren't the benefits too good? This is a preschool class, after-school tutoring classes, Geninjnin intensive classes, and even Jainin exchange classes. The manpower, material resources, and various resources required are huge. Even with the family's foundation and accumulation, it can't last too long. Should we reduce it appropriately? He saw that Master Chiri was ambitious to comprehensively improve the strength of the family's ninjas. He wanted to fully support it, but he also had to focus on practical considerations. It is indeed very expensive. The second elder nodded after hearing this, but then changed the subject and said, but I believe that Lords Hilly cannot have not considered this point. I think you should have a solution, right? As he said this, everyone present looked at Uchiha's Hilly expectantly. If the problem of cost can really be solved, they are naturally willing to support it. This is related to the welfare and strength improvement of all of them. No one is stupid. Of course. Uchiha's Hilly did not disappoint them, and nodded affirmatively, you don't have to worry about the funds. I am already preparing some high-value and rare goods. When it is complete, I will start selling it to obtain the necessary funds. In addition to the gold of the Golden City, Uchiha's Hilly is also ready to resell the shells of Sky Island. Sell the super ration pills and nutrition pills that Xianqing improved with Sea King's meat. Of course, the effect has to be weakened, and each nutrient pill contains less Sea King's meat. It only needs to be 30% better than any other nutrient pill on the market. In addition, Xianqing can also create a popular version of a body conditioning potion, similar to the conditioning potion that KONOHA configured for her and Xianqing. Well, it is enough to weaken the efficacy by 90%. There are even more good things to sell to get funds. But Uchiha's Hilly thinks that just these are enough. Even if it is not for fear of suspicion, the gold in the Golden City alone is enough for the Uchiha clan to consume for many years. Funds still have to have a reasonable source. P.S. New book upload, please collect flowers and comments. Read books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 23, the boiling excitement of civilian ninjas and small clan ninjas, the headache of the third generation, 1/6. Please collect. Comment. Flowers. I see. The fourth elder and others suddenly realized it after hearing this. So this is the solution. Then they will have no problem. They immediately expressed their full support for the reform of Uchiha Giri. Soon, the Uchiha clan began to act according to the arrangement of Uchiha Giri. Uchiha Giri temporarily handed over the clan school to the second and fourth elders to prepare. The matter of the guard team was handed over to the third elder to adjust. First, select and form an elite guard team and adjust the guard team structure. The first team will be responsible for accepting and hearing more important cases in the future. The second team is responsible for the guard team prison. The third team is responsible for ordinary civil disputes and is also a team that is ready to open to the outside world. 2 days later, the Uchiha Guard Brigade headquarters was adjusted inside and outside. And a huge public notice board was set up outside. It posted matters related to the reform of the guard team and recruitment information. Even the treatment was listed, which was quite good. Without risking their lives to carry out missions, they only need to patrol the village, mediate some disputes and illegal and irregular behaviors, and they can easily get a good salary. Isn't this much better than going out on missions to fight for their lives? In order to spread the word, Uchiha Giri also asked the 3 elders to post the information about the reform and recruitment of the guard on the public notice board in front of the Hokage building. It was soon noticed by some civilian ninjas and ninjas from small families in Konoha. And the news spread at a very fast speed. For a time, many civilian ninjas and ninjas from small families talked about it. The reform of the Guard Corps, and the opening of a squadron quota for the outside world? Is this true? Hasn't the Guard Corps always been the Uchiha's private domain, and outsiders are not allowed to interfere? Why choose to start recruiting outsiders now? Who knows? Maybe there are not enough people? I heard from the neighbors that there are fewer Uchiha people patrolling these days, and many disputes are ignored. Is this true? Really? Although I don't know what happened, I heard about it. Maybe there have never been enough people? After all, how much has the village expanded over the years? How much has the population increased? The Guard Corps should have been short of people long ago. Hey! You are still discussing here. Why don't you hurry up and sign up? This is a good opportunity. If you are late, it may be full. I'll go first. Hey! Wait for me, I'm going too. Let's go together. Let's go together. Hey! No, are you really going? That's the Guard Corps, the Uchiha Guard Corps, are you sure it's okay? Uchiha is not easy to get along with. You know nothing. Although Uchiha looks arrogant and difficult to get along with, who doesn't know that Uchiha is actually cold-faced but warm-hearted, strong, and reliable? Wait for me. For a while, more and more civilian ninjas and ninjas from small families began to rush to the headquarters of the guard. Even some members of the side branches of medium and large ninja clans began to take action. Originally, the abnormality of the guard in the past few days has been noticed by the third generation. Now, the guard is even more blatantly posting notices of reform and recruitment in front of the Hokage building. It is difficult for the third generation not to know. At this time, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Yudatan Koharu, and Mito Kato Homura are all here. Uchiha really made a big thing this time. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know whether to be happy or have a headache at this time. Uchiha is willing to open up the guard to the outside world. This is good news. It is also a good thing. It means that they are truly beginning to integrate into the village. At the same time, it also means that the village has the opportunity to infiltrate and interfere with the guard, and further understand the guard and even Uchiha's every move. But this will also destroy some of the plans that the second generation had made against Uchiha. From the terms of the reform, it can be seen that there are people in Uchiha who have something. The purpose of the second generation is to get rid of the poison in the poisoned pie and eat all the remaining benefits. Uchiha Yuri? She is worthy of being a hero who quelled the Uchiha civil strife with one person. It's really amazing. It seems that the rumor that her body has completely recovered and returned to the peak is likely to be true. The third generation took a few puffs of dry tobacco and sighed worriedly. Because Uchiha Yuri did not deliberately keep it secret or deliberately let people leak it. The third generation naturally knew that she had returned to the peak. In fact, even if Uchiha Yuri did not deliberately let people leak it, there were a small number of people in Uchiha who were brainwashed by the third generation. This is inevitable. At least, this is the case at this stage. Uchiha Yuri and Xianqing have also discussed this. In the future, they will use the characteristics of the space-time gate to counter it and isolate all the secrets from these people. Before they are strong enough to overturn the table, they use these people to release some modified news to confuse the third generation. When they have the strength to overturn the table, they will forcefully eliminate these people, purify the Uchiha, and then control Konoha and even the ninja world. Hiruzen. You are still smoking here. This is like an ant on a hot pot. Stop the Uchiha's behavior. We can't let them ruin the plan made by the teacher. Yudin Koharu saw the third generation like this and couldn't help complaining. Yes. Mitokado Homura also nodded and said, if they really succeed in this, then the reputation of Uchiha will be improved in the future, and they will probably covet the position of Hokage even more. This is what we all don't want to see, right? Ah. The third generation listened and shook their heads helplessly. The security department is monopolized by Uchiha. Even as a Hokage, I can't organize their reforms. And, don't you see? This is an open conspiracy. At this time, many civilian ninjas and ninjas from small and medium-sized families have rushed to the headquarters of the security force to sign up. The positions and treatment of the security force are very tempting to many ninjas. If we force Uchiha to reform like this, we will undoubtedly stand on the opposite side of these people. At that time, it will only be more ugly. He can't lose the support of the people. Swish. At this time, the door of the office was opened, and Danzo walked in aggressively, saying, Hiruzen is right. We can't organize this matter, and there is no need to organize it. In fact, we'd better take the initiative to participate and get a share of the pie. By the way, take the opportunity to add some sand to the security team and prepare for the step-by-step erosion of the security team in the future. In the past, they were stubbornly holding on to the power of my security team, and we couldn't infiltrate and seize power. But now that Uchiha has taken the initiative to open up this power to the outside world, it means that the security team is no longer the private domain of a family. Even if there is no way to completely seize power in the short term, there will always be opportunities in the future. As long as the opening is made, the final result will not be up to Uchiha himself. Hey! Danzo? You actually agree too? Yudin Koharu and Mitokado Homura turned their heads to look at Danzo, and they were all stunned when they heard his words. But they also have to admit that what Danzo said makes sense. This may be an opportunity. The guards at this time are not the guards of the future Fugaku era. Many powers such as trial, imprisonment, arrest, patrol of Konoha, are still intact. It would be strange if Danzo and his friends were not jealous. P.S. New book uploaded, please collect, send flowers, and comment. Have fun reading books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 24, Danzo's Counterplot, Third Generation, We Can Outlast Uchiha Yuri, 2/6. Please collect flowers. Of course. Danzo said as a matter of course. Hiruzen also said that this is an open conspiracy. Direct opposition will definitely not work. Naturally, we can only go with the flow and wait for an opportunity to seize the initiative. I have sent some Root ninjas and some Shimura clan ninjas to sign up. I believe we can get some places. You can also send some clan ninjas to sign up. Try to occupy all the places in this brigade, then, this brigade will be under our control. We can completely rely on this brigade to gradually erode the authority of the guard, and at the same time, use the name of the guard to further ruin the reputation of UCHIHA and make them more infamous. Don't they want to get rid of their bad reputation? Danzo just doesn't let them have their way. You can't take up all the places. At this time, the third generation shook his head and rejected it. This matter has been widely publicized and known by countless civilian ninjas and ninjas from small and medium-sized ninja clans. Many of them have signed up. Not to mention whether UCHIHA is willing to choose all our people. Even if they are willing, we can't do this. Otherwise, everyone will understand that this is our handiwork. Those civilian ninjas and ninjas from small and medium-sized ninja clans who can't get positions will probably transfer their anger and resentment to us. He won't do such a thing that will bring trouble to himself. Danzo is still as rough as ever. Danzo listened and said disdainfully, "They are just some civilian ninjas and people from small ninja clans, what's there to care about? At worst, we can blame UCHIHA and say that UCHIHA deliberately tried to please us." The three members of the third generation listened and looked at Danzo speechlessly. "Do you want to listen to what you are saying?" Mitokado Homura complained, "As we all know, UCHIHA has a bad relationship with us. Who would believe that they would please us? Here, Hiruzen just said that the choice of candidates is in UCHIHA, not in ours. Danzo, don't think about it." "That's right." Yuditen Koharu also nodded speechlessly. Danzo's brain can always come up with some tricks that hurt others and benefit themselves, and they are used to it. Danzo frowned and looked at the third generation and said, "Hiruzen, can't you call UCHIHA's Hilly in your name and let her give in?" He still didn't want to give up. This is a good opportunity to erode the power of UCHIHA and expand his roots and power. What a pity to miss it. His goal is not only to attack UCHIHA, he also wants to replace the third generation and become Hokage. In his opinion, if he had not spoken a step later than the third generation, the position of Hokage would definitely be his. The third generation was even more speechless after hearing this. "That's UCHIHA Yuri, and she has already recovered her peak. I don't believe you didn't get this news. Are you sure she will compromise with us and listen to us? Didn't you notice that some of our tricks against UCHIHA have been wiped out by her recently? Be rational. You can send people, and choose as many as you can. There's still a long time to go. We'll just take it slow. UCHIHA Yuri's age and health are there. Even if she recovers to her peak in the short term, I don't believe she can live longer than us. When she dies, things will be much simpler. Over the years, we can completely influence and support an UCHIHA we think is suitable to become the head of the UCHIHA clan in the future. They don't need a strong UCHIHA head like UCHIHA Yuri. A weaker UCHIHA head who knows how to compromise is a good head. That's the only way." Danzo frowned and reluctantly said, "That's it. I'm leaving first." After saying that, Danzo left in a hurry. The third generation members looked at each other in bewilderment. "Let's act quickly and let some of the tribesmen submit their applications. I hope some of them can be selected." The third generation immediately said to Yuditen Koharu and Mitokado Homura. "Okay." Immediately, the three of them started to act. The next day, at the guard headquarters, the third elder handed the compiled application list to UCHIHA Chiri and said, "Master Chiri, the list is here. There are more than 1,000 people who have signed up, including Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo Yoshito's clansmen, as well as some people from the Root and Anbu. What should we do with these people? Eliminate them all directly. No need." UCHIHA Chiri shook his head. "Most of them will be civilian ninjas or people from small and medium-sized ninja clans. Divide by block, select a group of ninjas nearby, then you can let them be responsible for the area near their homes. As neighbors, it will be much easier to mediate civil disputes and reduce unnecessary conflicts. Pay attention to clearly plan and sort out the patrol areas of each team. However, most of the team leaders and squadron leaders of these teams can be arranged by the Shimura clan, the Sarutobi clan, Midodore, and even the people who switched them came to the family. The three elders listened, frowned, and hesitated. When they will be the police team, if they will act under the name of Uchiha, they deliberately corrupt our Uchiha's reputation. How can it be so simple? Who is willing to believe that they are Uchiha? Who wants to believe that they are doing business for Uchiha? People's hearts are the most uncontrollable. Furthermore, we can set up an inspection department in the 2nd Brigade to secretly monitor and record the law enforcement of the 3rd Brigade. And, secretly and continuously spread the true identities of these people and transfer the public grievances back again. Even, we can post the records of these people's violations of rules and regulations on the public notice board and report them for criticism. Remember to write down their origins when the time comes. You have a siege plan, and I have a ladder to climb over the wall. It depends on whose means are more clever. Master's Hilly is smart. I will do it later. The 3rd elder heard it and immediately smiled and gave Uchiha's Hilly a thumbs up. This is a good trick. Well, that's it. After Uchiha Yuri personally selected a group of people, he especially noticed a man named Might Daigenin mentioned by Xianqing, and selected him as well. Then he handed the list to the 3rd elder and instructed, I have selected a part, you can choose the rest. Remember to make sure that civilians and small and medium-sized ninjas occupy the majority. Take care of as many small and medium-sized ninjas as possible. This is also an opportunity for us to contact and make friends with these small and medium-sized ninjas, and even civilian ninjas. Don't mess it up. For everything, preparation is the key to success, otherwise it will be wasted. It is necessary to prepare in advance. Yes. The 3rd elder quickly took the list and agreed. Uchiha Yuri then got up and left. The next morning, the list of the 3rd Brigade was announced. Also announced at the same time were the detailed rules for the division of patrol areas and detailed law enforcement rules and regulations for the members of the security team. The selected people were very happy. And the unselected people were very disappointed. P.S. New book uploaded, please add collection, flowers, and comments. Have fun reading during the National Day holiday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 25, Trading with Uzumaki Mito? The feasibility and pros and cons of becoming Tsunade's apprentice, 3/6. Please bookmark. Comment. On that day, after leaving the security department and returning home, Uchiha Yuri left a shadow clone at home and went directly to Xianqing in the pirate world. He told Xianqing in detail about his arrangements and the process in the past few days. Do you have any additional comments or opinions? By the way, when selecting members of the security team, I specially selected Might Dai. I remember you said that he has a good character and a high talent for physical skills. He is a good fighter, right? Uchiha Yuri asked. No. Mom, you've done a great job. 2 words, hacky. Xianqing smiled and gave Uchiha Yuri a thumbs up, then said, as for Might Dai, this is enough for now. Later, you can find an opportunity to show him favor, help him adjust his body, give him some physical training resources, etc. I'll do these when my body is fully recovered and I'll shift my focus back to the village, come in person. This will make it easier for me to improve his favorability. People like him, if you sign a contract early, you can increase your investment with confidence. Even, you can bring him to the pirate world and use the resources here to accelerate his growth in physical skills. With his talent and perseverance, it is estimated that it will take only a few years for him to grow into a cage level or even stronger existence. The pirate world is too suitable for a physical skills genius like Might Dai. Okay. Just do as you say. Uchiha Yuri nodded in understanding, without any objection. Suddenly remembering something, he continued, by the way, the clan has been spending money quickly due to reforms recently, so we have to open up new sources of income as soon as possible. Sky Island cannot be relied on for the time being, so you should get the nutrient pills out as soon as possible. Remember to weaken the effect a little more, 30% better than the best formula of the clan's ration pills is enough. In addition, you can make a weakened version of the conditioning potion with a 10% effect based on the conditioning formula that KONOHA gave us. All of these can be sold for money, what do you think? Yeah. UCHIHA Xianqing nodded affirmatively, no problem. These are all trivial matters, and they will be ready the day after tomorrow. Not only these 2 pills and potions, KONOHA's super nutrient potion and bodybuilding potion will also be ready soon. By then, I can also make a super weakened version of each for sale. Believe me, there will be no problem selling them. The medical skills and potion industry in the Hokage world, do you think it's advanced? It's also quite advanced. If you say it's backward, it's also very backward. Especially in terms of potions and elixirs. This is okay. Uchiha Yuri's eyes lit up when he heard this. These 2 must be easy to sell. You can make money without worrying about enriching your enemies. By the way, I'm going to meet with Uzumaki Mito in the near future and try to form an alliance with her to check and restrict Sarutobi Hiruzen and let them. Can you make a potion that replenishes vitality and is relatively mild? If you can, how long will it take? Uchiha Yuri asked again. Replenish vitality. Uchiha Xianqing listened, touched his chin and pondered, in fact. Whether it is the conditioning potion we take, the Sea King's meat we eat, or the nutritional pills and super nutritional potions we are creating, they all have this function. Uzumaki Mito's situation is a bit special. I need to see her situation in person before I can give you an accurate answer and solution. If it doesn't work, the 100% nutritional pills made from Sea King's meat in the world will definitely work. It will just require a certain amount. He only judged the situation of Jinkriki like Uzumaki Mito based on some memory information from his previous life, which cannot be completely counted. Is that so? Uchiha Yuri listened, pondered for a moment and decided, okay. Then you can accompany me to meet her. How about the time when you are completely well? This is more convincing. Otherwise, Xianqing himself is sick, and saying that there is a way to solve the problem of Uzumaki Mito will be greatly reduced, which will increase the difficulty of negotiation. Uchiha Yuri currently only wants to deal with Uzumaki Mito while exposing as few secrets of Xianqing as possible. As for exposing some of Suinking's medical talents and abilities, this may not be a bad thing. Perhaps, you can take this opportunity to learn all the medical skills and medical ninjutsu that Tsunade has mastered from her. Uchiha Yuri looked at Xianqing and blinked. Hehe. That's what I was planning too. Uchiha Xianqing grinned, we can add this as a condition of the deal when the time comes. I am still very interested in the medical skills of the ninja world, especially Tsunade's. If I can integrate the medical skills of the ninja world, my medical skills will definitely be able to go further and gain greater benefits. In addition, perhaps, I can take this opportunity to become Tsunade's apprentice and get closer to Tsunade and others. Get closer to the Senju. At the same time, I can temporarily get the identity of a Hokage's direct descendant to facilitate my future growth and actions in the village. It will be convenient for me to become a Hokage in the future and control Konoha. Well, even Tsunade is not impossible to completely take down. Tisk tisk. You kid are thinking of bad things. Uchiha's Hilly saw the change in Suinking's expression and teased with a smile. Ahem. Not true. Xianqing quickly suppressed his inner voice, denied it repeatedly, and forced to change the subject. Mom, just tell me if this plan is good or not. Mom. Uchiha Yuri raised her eyebrows when she heard this new name, and then frowned, stretched out her hands, pulled Xianqing's cheeks on both sides, and stretched them. Said the coldest words in the most gentle voice, so Mom is already old in your eyes? Alas! It seems that little Xianqing no longer loves Mom. Hate mom. Xianqing was shocked, and waved his hands repeatedly to argue, no. No si, broken voice, wo fa si. Mom, you are always beautiful and young, I made a mistake. Please let me go. At this time, Xianqing felt helpless. Sure enough, as long as she is a woman, she will care about her age and appearance. The ancients never lied to me. Humph. You're smart. I'll let you go this time, but it won't be so easy next time. Suanking-chan. Uchiha Yuri heard this and then let go of her hand, warning with a smile. Yes, yes, yes. Xianqing rubbed her red cheeks with her hands and nodded repeatedly to promise, I won't dare to do it again. Okay. Uchiha Yuri waved her hands with satisfaction and said, this matter is settled. Try to develop a suitable drug to treat Uzumaki Mito before you fully recover. Then we can take the initiative. A living Uzumaki Mito who becomes an ally of Uchiha is more in the interests of Uchiha. With Uzumaki Mito, she can still clamp down on the third generation to a certain extent. Without her, the mountain pressing on the third generation will be completely gone. The Senju will also be completely finished. At that time, the third generation will definitely find a way to swallow up all the assets, ninjutsu, and other heritage of the Senju and even the Uzumaki, and become rich overnight and their strength will soar. After that, the Uchiha will become their number one enemy and target. This is not what Uchiha Yuri wants to see. P.S. New book uploaded, please collect, flowers, and comment. Have fun reading books every day during the National Day. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 26 Uchiha Yuri arrives at Gaia Island, Tsunade's doubts, 4/6. Please collect flowers. How can we let the third generation relax and do whatever they want? We have to give them more trouble so that they can't spare all their energy to target Uchiha. In this way, Uchiha can get more time for stable development. No problem. Leave it to me. Uchiha Xianqing listened and patted his chest to agree. Okay. That's it. Uchiha's Hilly nodded, Mom will continue to run the map. I'm almost at Gaia Island. I should be able to complete this task today. Then it's Logue Town. Unfortunately, we haven't found a suitable flying ninja beast to land on Sky Island yet, so we can only wait. Otherwise, the financial pressure will be gone in an instant. Although gold is not convenient to use directly as currency, but it can be exchanged for current currency at the Gold in the Fire City, which is very simple. Don't worry. It's a matter of time. If you don't believe it, you can find such a flying beast in the pirate world. Mom, you can pay attention to this information when you run the map. Xianqing reminded. That's right. Uchiha Yuri's eyes lit up after hearing this. I'll pay attention. Let's go. Bye. After that, Uchiha Yuri teleported away from here. Half a day later. Hey! Is this Gaia Island? It's really chaotic. As soon as he landed on Gaia Island, Uchiha Yuri felt a lot of malicious and inquiring eyes coming from all directions of the island. It's worthy of being a pirate island. Let's go shopping first. Open more maps to make it easier for Xianqing to find a stable place to stay later. Otherwise, it will be more dangerous with his strength. Thinking of this, Uchiha Yuri didn't rush to land, and simply drove the boat around Gaia Island. The pirates on the island were a little surprised. Some of them temporarily gave up the plan to resist Uchiha Yuri, and some began to finally. Uchiha Yuri has awakened his observation haki, and his observation haki is growing stronger and stronger, so he naturally sees the actions of these people. A cold light flashed in her eyes, and she murmured, "You are really courting death." A group of little pirates dared to pay attention to her, and they were ready to die. Not long after, Uchiha's Hilly drove the boat around a beach in the north of Gaia Island. She jumped ashore, then stretched out her hand and pressed on her boat, and put the boat into the space-time gate space with a thought. This was also the authority given to her by Xianqing. A 10,000 cubic meter storage space was specially allocated for her in the space-time gate space. It was specially given to Uchiha's Hilly for use. It was convenient for her to collect some items, supplies, and the like. Uchiha Mikoto naturally had some too. Anyway, the space of the space-time gate was enough, with an area of 10 kilometers and a height of more than 10 kilometers. It could hold too many things. Moreover, this space would continue to increase as his strength increased. In the future, it was unknown whether it would develop into a real world. Quick! There! Haha! He couldn't resist landing. She's a beautiful woman, maybe she can be sold for a good price. What to sell? Wouldn't it be better to keep it for the boss? At this time, a burst of hurried footsteps and arrogant voices came from the forest not far away. Uchiha looked over with a frown. Soon, a group of pirates rushed out of the forest. Seeing that Uchiha Yuri did not escape, they were overjoyed and rushed towards her frantically. Fire style great fire extinguishing. The next moment, Uchiha Yuri quickly completed the seal, leaned over slightly and sprayed fire style at the pirates rushing towards them. In an instant, the area hundreds of meters ahead was instantly covered by terrifying high-temperature flames. The entire flame covered in a fan shape, covering all the chasing pirates. Ah! No! Then, screams rang out one after another, but soon subsided. When Uchiha Yuri sensed that there was no more life in the area covered by fire style, he stopped chakra output. The flames slowly extinguished, revealing the glassy ground and dozens of charcoal. Then, Uchiha Yuri was satisfied to perform body flicker technique and disappeared here. It took more than 10 minutes to scour most of the entire Gaia Island. In order not to cause unnecessary trouble, she also used the transformation technique to avoid many ears and eyes. Well, almost done, can go back. After inspecting some shops in the town of Gaia Island and not seeing anything that caught her eye, she found an empty corner and teleported away directly. In the ninja world, in a courtyard in the Senju clan. Grandma! You don't know that the changes made by the Uchiha clan this time are very bold. They are willing to open the security department and even create an elite security team. Tsunade learned about the news that Uchiha reformed the security department. After returning home, she told her grandmother Uzumaki Mito about it. It feels like this is not something that the Uchiha in the past could do. After all, they have always regarded the authority of the security department as private property, which is extremely important and does not allow outsiders to interfere at all. I don't know what's wrong this time. Tsunade shook her head in confusion, unable to figure it out. Yet, I've received the news too. Uzumaki Mito listened and nodded. Monkey has come to tell me about this. Hey? Teacher. Tsunade listened and was slightly stunned, puzzled. Why did he come to you to talk about this? Does he want you to stop it or something? Not to stop it. Uzumaki Mito shook her head. This is a good opportunity to intervene in the security department. How could Monkey miss it? He can't see through the fundamental reason why Uchiha did this, and wants me to meet Uchiha's Hilly and test her attitude. Especially he received news from Uchiha inside. Uchiha's Hilly seems to have suddenly returned to her peak. Monkey is nervous. Of course, the third generation also told Uzumaki Mito that Uchiha might destroy the policy originally formulated by the second generation to isolate Uchiha and make the villagers hate Uchiha. Uzumaki Mito did not comment on this. Because she never approved of Tobirama's original policy. Doing so is unfair to Uchiha. It will only push Uchiha further away, and eventually, it will cause big problems, and Konoha will be the only one who suffers. Unfortunately, the third generation obviously won't listen. So, Uzumaki Mito only mentioned this briefly and didn't say anything more. But she did agree to meet with Uchiha Yuri. Not to find out any secrets of Uchiha from him, but simply to see if Uchiha Yuri has really recovered? If so, is it possible for her to extend her life with his help? She is not afraid of death, but simply because she is worried about Tsunade, Noeki, and Kushina, and the Senju clan that has almost been disbanded. She hasn't arranged everything yet. With her wisdom, it is not difficult to see that the third generation has used some suppression and testing methods against Senju, Uchiha and other large clans in recent years. She was like this when she was alive, and it was hard for her to imagine what kind of cruel things the third generation would do to the Senju if she died. P.S. New book uploaded. Please add collections, flowers, and comments. Have fun reading books every day during the National Day. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 27, Uzumaki Mito breaks Tsunade's naivety and filter for the third generation, 5/6. Please bookmark. Comment. Alas! I am getting old and will not live long. In addition, the monkey's position as Hokage is getting more and more stable, and his power is growing. In the past few years, my deterrent power has declined greatly. Uzumaki Mito lamented in his heart. Grandma, what's wrong with you? Why are you so sad all of a sudden? Tsunade noticed that Uzumaki Mito's mood suddenly became low, as if he was worried. Uzumaki Mito listened, looked up at Tsunade, reached out and touched her head and lamented, Tsunade, Grandma won't live for many years. When can you really mature, take charge of the Senju? This. Tsunade didn't know why she felt upset after listening to it. She quickly grabbed her grandma's hand and said with concern, Grandma, what are you talking about? You will live 100 years. Hee. Uzumaki Mito listened and smiled helplessly, live 100 years? Ninjas don't live that long. Ninja. It's a short-lived profession. It's a twisted profession. Your great-grandfather, who has strong vitality and strength, died young, let alone me. In fact, if it weren't for the profession of ninja, with your great-grandfather's vitality, he should have been able to live 100 years, but it's a pity. The more a ninja fights, the more he squeezes himself. The shorter his life will be. Tsunade felt sad after hearing this. As a powerful medical ninja, she knew this. But if a ninja wants to survive, he must constantly extract chakra. It is inevitable that his lifespan will be squeezed. Forget it. I won't tell you this anymore. Mito saw that Tsunade's face was also confused, so she immediately stopped the topic and warned, anyway, you are not young anymore, you should learn to be mature. Before Noeki grows up and can't take up the responsibility of Senju, you have to take this burden for him first, understand? To be honest, she is not optimistic that Noeki will be able to take up the responsibility of Senju in the future. Because this child's character is a little too naive, even more naive than Hashirama back then. Unfortunately, he does not have Hashirama's talent, and there is no Tobirama to assist him. At present, she can only hope that Tsunade, as a sister, can help Noeki take on some responsibilities. This. I understand. I will. Tsunade clenched his fists, and then asked in confusion, but, don't we have teachers in the village? It's not a big problem, right? Stupid. Uzumaki Mito laughed angrily, Sarutobi Hiruzen is not only your teacher, but also the Hokage of Konoha, and the head of the Sarutobi clan. At the beginning, he accepted you as a disciple just to win over the Senju and me, in order to secure the position of Hokage. Do you really think he is interested in your talent? In his heart, the interests of the Sarutobi clan are the most important, followed by Konoha, and then the families of Danzo, Udaten Koharu and Mito Kado Homura. After that, it will not be the Senju, but Inoshika Ch or other small and medium-sized ninja clans or even civilian ninjas he has won over. He has been secretly suppressing the people in the past few years. Senju-led ninja clan, didn't you notice these? How can I trust you to hand over the Senju clan to you? How can I die peacefully? She was really angry. I hate iron for not being able to make steel. In front of their own interests, the teacher-student relationship is not important at all. Tsunade was stunned when she heard this, and her 3 views were shaken violently, and the filter of the 3rd generation was shattered. How could this be? Tsunade murmured in disbelief. Uzumaki Mito said unhappily, why not? Think about it carefully, the development of the clan in these years, isn't everything obvious? Originally, she didn't want to break Tsunade's fantasy because she was dying. In this way, even if she left, relying on her teacher-student relationship with the 3rd generation and her innocence and trust in the 3rd generation, her future would be safer. But the recent changes of Uchiha and Uchiha Yuri gave her other ideas. She felt that she and the Senju and Uzumaki could not continue to give in and sit back and wait for death. Perhaps, a secret alliance with Uchiha would be a good idea. Uzumaki Mito couldn't help thinking. Tsunade heard Uzumaki Mito's words, breaking the naive and 3rd generation filter, and recalled some of the behaviors of the clan and even the 3rd generation in the past, and suddenly saw many inappropriate things that she had ignored in the past. Her face soon became extremely ugly. I didn't expect it to be like this. The old man has bad intentions. It's good that you understand. Uzumaki Mito's face looked better. Tsunade was a little at a loss and said, then what should I do next, Grandma? Let's talk about it after I meet Uchiha's Hilly. Remember to be there when the time comes. Uzumaki Mito shook his head and decided. Okay. Tsunade did not refuse. Since he couldn't find the direction, he would see what Grandma did. Although she didn't know why her grandmother was so worried. Hey! I don't want to force you. It's just that the situation is getting worse for us. Uzumaki Mito saw Tsunade's worried look, and said with some pity, there has been some bad news from the Uzumaki clan recently. Various signs show that the other 4 major ninja villages have been eyeing the matter of Jinkriki and the sealing technique. Recently, there have been many spies from other ninja villages in the Whirlpool country, and it is obvious that they have bad intentions. What? Tsunade was shocked when she heard it. Then what should we do? Does the old man know? How is the village going to respond? Will it send people to help the Uzumaki clan? At the end, she remembered the true face of her teacher that her grandmother had just said. Her tone became a little uncertain. Because, she vaguely felt that her teacher might not be willing to rescue the Uzumaki clan for his own benefit. Even, a destroyed Uzumaki clan might be the most beneficial to her teacher. Because, not only will she have a chance to get the legacy of the Uzumaki clan, but she will also greatly weaken the Senju clan. She didn't notice the existence of the filter in the past. Now that the filter is broken, she realizes that the Senju clan has been weakened too much during the years when her teacher was in power. When her second grandfather was still alive, the Senju clan was still the largest ninja clan in Konoha and even in the ninja world. What about now? The glory of the Senju is long gone. Most of the branch clans have been integrated into the civilian population. Moreover, many of these clansmen have gradually lost contact, and many have died in various missions. Even the direct descendants have died or been injured, and only 1 in 10 survives. Senju is on the verge of destruction. Uzumaki Mito has been paying attention to Tsunade's expression. Seeing her like this, she said in a deep voice, "It seems that you have figured it out. Don't expect the monkey and the village to really help you with this matter. At most, they will take advantage of the situation and make a profit. Originally, I wanted to persuade the Uzumaki clan to move to Konoha. But Uzumaki Amanari is unwilling. I can't persuade him, so I can only give up this method. Prepare to send the direct line of the Senju clan and some branches that are still closely connected to form an elite force to support in the near future. And this may reduce the last foundation and strength of the Senju. But I have to do this. I can't sit back and watch the Uzumaki clan be destroyed. P.S. New book uploaded, please collect flowers and comments. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 28, Tsunade's growth, is the key to breaking the game the UCHIHA's governance. 6/6, please save. Comment. Tsunade was hesitant to speak after hearing this. She also felt her grandmother's embarrassment and pain. For a moment, her dissatisfaction with her teacher was directly overflowing, and even began to turn into hatred. If it weren't for her teacher's selfishness, how could her grandmother, her family, and the Uzumaki clan be forced to this extent? Hey! Tsunade took a deep breath, and her mind began to become clearer than ever before. Considering what Uzumaki Mito said before, her expression slightly condensed, trying to understand the key. She turned to look at her grandmother and said, "So, Grandma, you have seen the recent changes in UCHIHA, especially UCHIHA Yuri, and have other ideas. Are you ready to unite with UCHIHA to save Uzumaki, save Senju, and fight against the new Hokage interest group headed by the third generation?" Oh! Hearing this, Uzumaki Mito looked at Tsunade with burning eyes, and said with some relief, "It seems that you are completely awake. I have this idea. But everything has to wait until I meet UCHIHA Yuri and test her ideas before I can decide. I hope this thing can be done. If it can be done, the future days of Senju and even Uzumaki will be much better. Moreover, this matter is also extremely beneficial to UCHIHA. This is a win-win situation. She now knows too well that Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and the other four will not only target Senju for their own interests and power, but will also spare no effort to suppress all the great ninja clans. After Senju, it is UCHIHA. After UCHIHA, it is Hyuga, Inoshika Inyazuka clan, Abarame clan, and so on. One day, all the great ninja clans that are stronger than them and not under their control will be suppressed. When the Sarutobi clan becomes the strongest ninja clan in Konoha, and even the whole Konoha becomes Sarutobi village, this kind of suppression may be slowed down or even stopped. This is the biggest disadvantage of the small clan replacing the big clan as Hokage. In the past, neither she nor Tobirama could see through this. This led to the disaster. Yet, Tsunade listened and nodded heavily. Then let's talk about it after meeting UCHIHA. I hope it will work. Right. Suddenly, Tsunade thought of the news that UCHIHA Yuri had recovered from her peak. Looked at her grandmother with some surprise and said, "Grandma, UCHIHA Yuri can recover from her peak, maybe she can also help you recover from her peak. Even if she can't help you recover from your peak, it should be okay to extend your life a little bit, right? She seemed to have asked you to check her body a few years ago. I remember you said that the source of life and soul were damaged, right? This situation is much worse than yours. You also shortened your life because you need to continuously consume vitality and chakra to maintain the seal by sealing the tailed beast, which leads to excessive consumption of vitality, right? Since UCHIHA Yuri's method can restore her to her peak, it can definitely restore you to your peak, right?" After thinking this through, Tsunade finally saw some hope. Since the filter of the third generation was broken, and she knew the difficulties and obstacles that the Senju and the Vortex would face in the future, she was under great pressure. She felt like she couldn't breathe. This was not something she could bear at her age. But if her grandmother could live another 10 or 20 years or even longer, then she wouldn't have to carry these heavy burdens herself. She could just play a supporting role and help out. This would be much easier. After 10 or 20 years, Nawaki would have been an adult. By then, this heavy burden could be handed over to Nawaki. After all, he was the future head of the Senju clan, so he should bear the responsibilities of the head, right? She was just a weak woman, and she really shouldn't bear these excessive burdens. Maybe Uzumaki Mito still can't see Tsunade's thoughts? But if she can really live for another 10 or 20 years, she doesn't mind helping Tsunade share the burden for a few more years. At the same time, strengthen the training of Noeki. So, I said that everything will be discussed after meeting Uchiha's Hilly. Only when we are sure that she has fully recovered and the recovery method she has mastered is not unique, our subsequent ideas can be realized. Later, please send an invitation to Uchiha's Hilly for me and invite her to come to my house in the near future. As she said, Uzumaki Mito took out an invitation from her arms and handed it to Tsunade. Okay. I'll go now. Tsunade quickly took the invitation and left quickly. Not long after, Tsunade rushed to Uchiha's Hilly's home, met Uchiha's Hilly himself, explained his purpose, and handed over the invitation. Oh! Uchiha Yuri heard Tsunade's words, opened the invitation and read it through, and raised his eyebrows slightly. Kide, I already understand your intention. I agree to meet you. But I'm not free in the next half-month. Wait for 20 days. I will bring my son Xianqing to visit at that time. If nothing unexpected happens, you should be able to get what you want at that time. That's it. The content on the invitation is not much, but Uchiha Yuri still saw the hidden temptation in it. Understand Uzumaki Mito's idea of extending his life. This is really what I thought. It seems that Uzumaki Mito is not stupid, and he is not a person who sits and waits for death. I think the transaction will go smoothly at that time, hehe. Uchiha Yuri thought happily in his heart. Hey? 20 days later. Tsunade frowned slightly after hearing this. Can't it be as soon as possible? The situation on the Uzumaki clan is not good, God knows when the enemy will take action. Seeing that Tsunade still wanted to pester him, Uchiha Yuri did not tolerate her, and her momentum suddenly burst out, pressing Tsunade. Tsunade's back was bent, her face flushed, her whole body trembled, and she almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, this kind of pressure was only for a moment, and was taken back by Uchiha Yuri. Uchiha Yuri took a sip from the short-term tea cup, as if nothing had happened just now. Looked up at Tsunade, waved his hand gently and said, I have made my meaning clear, you can go. Yes. Tsunade clenched her fists, and although she felt very aggrieved, she still nodded in response, then I'll take my leave. After that, she turned around and walked away from Uchiha Yuri's house quickly. After leaving the yard, she felt relieved, and the trembling in her body subsided a little. With a complicated look, she looked back at Uchiha Yuri's house and thought, what a terrifying aura. It seems that I underestimated this person. This person's strength is definitely not inferior to Grandma. In addition, her vitality is very strong. This is definitely not just for show. It seems that she has really recovered. This is a good thing. At least it proves that Uchiha Yuri does have a way to save her grandma. With this thought, Tsunade quickly left the Uchiha tribe and returned to her home. Then, she told her grandma about her experience. Finally, she said with a wronged face, Grandma, you don't know how fierce this Uchiha Yuri is. He used his aura to press down on me when he didn't agree with me. That terrifying aura almost pressed your granddaughter to the ground. P.S. New book uploaded, please collect, give flowers, and comment. Have fun reading books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 29, The Legend of Uchiha Yuri, The Awesomeness of the Third Generation, 1/6. Please bookmark. Comment. Hehe. Uzumaki Mito heard Tsunade's complaint. Not only did he not sympathize, but laughed cheerfully. You are so similar, now you are at a disadvantage, right? Who do you think Uchiha Yuri is? Don't be fooled by her gentle appearance and temperament, but only those who have truly witnessed the Uchiha civil strife and witnessed her suppressing the entire Uchiha clan by herself can understand her domineering and powerfulness. This is a super genius whose talent is not inferior to mine, or even better than mine. She even angrily scolded your second grandfather many times because of Uchiha. Even your second grandfather couldn't do anything to her and could only give in, which shows how Madara is. Speaking of this, Uzumaki Mito also looked nostalgic and sighed. Back then, if it wasn't for the development of Sharingan forbidden technique, her life source and soul source would be damaged. In addition to the use of that forbidden technique, blindly lost one eye, and her legend may continue to the present. If so, how can monkeys dare to secretly suppress and bully Uchiha these years? You have a warning. Of course, she did so, and it is estimated that she really told me that she did not have to test. Her body and strength did restore it. She is willing to talk about it, and obviously does not mind trading with us. Whether the conditions of the two sides can reach this, Uzumaki Mito is not worried about this. If you want to talk, then it is okay. Thinking about how her second grandfather had been criticized by Uchiha Yuri and couldn't do anything to her, all of a sudden, the slight grievance and unhappiness in her heart disappeared. The most fearful thing about everything is comparison. Of course he is powerful. Otherwise, Monkey and his friends wouldn't have been so cautious and tested Uchiha bit by bit in these years. After learning that she seemed to have returned to her peak, they wouldn't have been so nervous. Not only did he not dare to do anything excessive to Uchiha's reforms, he also refuted and opposed such reforms, and he ran to me to complain at the first time, wanting me to test Uchiha Yuri. In fact, Monkey's purpose is to use my remaining power to fight against or even intimidate Uchiha Yuri, so that she won't go too far. However, at this time, Tsunade smiled and said, "The old man would never have thought that. Not only did you not intend to intimidate Yuri-sama, but you also plan to form an alliance with her? Hehe. I am looking forward to the moment when the old man knows the truth. How ugly his face will be, hehe. She is very willing to take revenge on the third generation at this time. The third generation is going to destroy her family and destroy her clan. If she doesn't want to take revenge, then there is a problem. Well, in view of Uchiha Chiri's legendary deeds and strength, Tsunade unconsciously changed the way she addressed her. There was respect in her tone. She obviously admired and worshipped this kind of strong woman. Haha. Wait and see. It's time to make him suffer a little. Otherwise, he really thinks we are easy to bully. Humph. Uzumaki Mito snorted coldly. But at this time, Tsunade said with a puzzled look, "Grandma, why did Chiri-sama wait for 20 days to meet again? Will this delay the rescue of the Uzumaki clan?" Not sure. Uzumaki Mito shook his head. Since she did this, she must have her necessary reasons. We just have to wait patiently. As for the Uzumaki clan, you don't have to worry too much. At present, the 4 major ninja villages are still in the stage of probing and gathering intelligence. There is no sign of mobilizing troops. There should be enough time. If it's really too late, I will take the initiative to meet Uchiha Chiri in advance. But that would be more passive. It will also cause unnecessary chain reactions and make the third generation people have unnecessary suspicions. So, if it is not necessary, she would rather wait for Uchiha Yuri to come to her on her own initiative. Yet, Tsunade felt relieved after hearing this. Since Grandma has prepared everything, I feel relieved. Well. As she said that, she stretched and felt a lot more relaxed. If there is nothing else, I will go to rest first. I am exhausted today. She had already done a lot of operations in the hospital. After coming back, she knew so many inside stories and experienced multiple psychological tortures. She couldn't stand it anymore. Hehe. Then you go to rest. Uzumaki Mito smiled knowingly and waved her hand. You should let you experience more psychological tortures so that you can grow up quickly. Otherwise, how can you be so naive and let an old lady support everything? Not long after Tsunade left the Uchiha tribe, the third generation received the news. He could not sit still any longer, and immediately rushed to Uzumaki Mito's side, met with Uzumaki Mito, and asked about the progress of the matter. Uzumaki Mito directly cried, "I have sent her an invitation, and she agreed, but she will not meet me until 20 days later. So, wait. In addition, I have also tried it, and after Tsunade's confirmation, Uchiha Yuri has indeed fully recovered, and is not the kind of strong on the outside. Think about it yourself. After all, you also know that this person is not easy to fool, hehe. I don't know if it's an illusion. Sarutobi Hiruzen heard a sense of gloating from Uzumaki Mito's last laugh. He was also startled in his heart, thinking, it seems that some of our small moves and methods against Senju in recent years have been noticed by Lord Mito. We have to be more careful next time. In addition, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that asking Uzumaki Mito to invite and test Uchiha Yuri this time might be a failure. Because he didn't know whether Uchiha Yuri's recovery method would work on Uzumaki Mito. Unfortunately, he didn't know what was wrong with Uchiha Yuri's body. He didn't know what was wrong with Uzumaki Mito's body. Therefore, he couldn't make an accurate judgment on this point. I can only take it one step at a time. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed in his heart. He couldn't stop Uzumaki Mito from meeting Uchiha Yuri, right? He couldn't do it, and he didn't dare to do it. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had only been in power for 9 years and had stabilized his power for a short time, was not the future third Hokage who had the final say and reached the peak of prestige. Especially since Uzumaki Mito and Uchiha Yuri were still there. After figuring out the situation, the third generation did not stay with Uzumaki Mito for long and quickly said goodbye and left. He was not ready to tell Danzo and the others about his guess and the true situation of Uchiha Yuri for the time being. Because he was afraid that Danzo would do something secretly. This guy was a scoundrel who was not afraid of anything. If he knew the situation, he might really go back to stop and disrupt Uzumaki Mito's meeting. If that happened, the third generation could not afford the consequences. Danzo will probably be beaten to death, right? The third generation thought with a shudder in their hearts. If Danzo dared to stop it. P.S. New book uploaded, please collect, send flowers, and comment. Have fun reading books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 30, Uchiha Xianqing recovers, and his lifespan increases dramatically, 2/6. Please collect flowers. Comments. On Suinking's side. As time went by, his body became stronger day by day. The essence of life was nourished by medicine and Sea King's meat, and under the conditioning of health-preserving exercises, it recovered faster and faster. Even his height rose again. 4 days later, KONOHA created super nutrition potions and bodybuilding potions. It took Xianqing only 2 days to create weakened nutrition potions and bodybuilding potions with different effects, such as 1/10, 2/10, 5/10, 8/10, based on these 2 potions. In addition, nutrition pills were created by combining Sea King's meat with some medicines. And at the same time, weakened pills of various levels ranging from 10% to 90%, were created. After another 7 days, he successfully weakened the conditioning potion that healed hidden injuries and restored vitality. Even on this basis, combined with nutrition pills and nutrition potions, he created a potion with mild efficacy that can replenish a large amount of vitality in a short time. Xianqing named it the Life Potion. This potion should be able to perfectly solve Uzumaki Mito's problem. The premise is that she really just lost too much vitality. Uchiha Xianqing looked at the bottle of life potion full of gentle vitality in his hand and thought. At this time, after years of study and research, his medical skills have successfully broken through to the small success level. And he has walked a long way in the small success level. Other aspects have also made great progress. Oh? The potion you made is not bad. Especially for ninjas like you who extract cell energy, it is quite suitable. With this, you basically get rid of the problem of krypton life output. But this should not be cheap, right? At this time, KONOHA came over, looked at the life potion in Suinking's hand, and asked with a smile. Xianqing nodded affirmatively. It is indeed not cheap. It requires a lot of sea king's meat and precious medicinal materials. The extraction and refining process is also particularly cumbersome and difficult. If converted into Bailey, the cost is 5 million per bottle. If the extraction process and production process can be improved in the future, it will definitely be reduced a lot. But this is not something that can be completed in a short time. He is not good at mechanical manufacturing and mechanical transformation for the time being. It is impossible to improve the process and build an advanced production line. Maybe, I can make friends with Orochimaru and reach a cooperation with him. Xianqing couldn't help thinking. But then this idea was rejected by him. No. His current scientific research ability is not good enough. Besides, he is still a diehard of the third generation at this time, so he is not suitable yet. Maybe, we can think of a way from the pirate world. For example, get technology from Germa 66. With his current strength, he obviously can't do this. Obviously, he still has to rely on his mother. Mom has enough things to do right now. This life potion is not so urgent. Let's talk about it later. Oh. I lack a trustworthy and powerful thug. Xianqing thought with a sigh in his heart. Fortunately, he basically doesn't need this kind of life potion at present. When he recovers to normal, it will be enough to have nutritional potions or nutritional pills to replenish vitality and nutrition. It's already very good. KONOHA shook her head without comment. The more powerful the potion, the more difficult it is to refine. You should know this. You will be fully recovered in a few days. You still need a lot of medical books you promised. Will you come here often in the future? At present, the total number of medical books she has received is less than 200. It's still a long way to go. But just these alone have benefited her a lot. Of course. Xianqing smiled and nodded. Don't worry. Even if I get better, with my current strength, it's not time for me to go out to sea and wander around. In addition, I still have thousands of medical books on your side that I haven't finished reading, and I haven't finished learning your medical skills. How can I give up and not come? I must squeeze out all the surplus value of KONOHA. He even hopes to raise KONOHA's favorability to more than 80 points. At present, KONOHA's favorability towards him has increased to 72 points, and victory is in sight. It should be enough to give him a few more months. This is because the higher the favorability, the slower it will increase. Fortunately, more exchanges of medical skills and more interactions will always improve slowly. Haha. KONOHA laughed loudly after hearing this, pointing at Xianqing and said, "You kid are really greedy. It's not that easy to learn my medical skills. Be prepared to stay here for a long time." After speaking, KONOHA turned around and walked back to his recliner and continued to read medical books. In a flash, several days passed. Xianqing has been staying on the Drum Island for almost a month. Today, his body is finally completely healed. The innate deficiency of the source of life has been completely made up. In fact, because of the health-preserving exercises he practiced during this period, and the feedback after the deficiency was fully made up, his source of life is much higher than that of ordinary people. His physique is several times stronger than that of his peers in the ninja world. UCHIHA Xianqing. Talent, Space-Time Gate, God rewards hard work. Lifespan, 95 years, 7 months, 19 days, Life Origin, 13.2. Chakra Attributes, Water, Wind, Fire, Earth, Yin, Yang. Skills, UCHIHA Chakra Refining, 1/100, Entry Level, Medical Skills, 7568/50,000, Minor, Health Preservation, 5145/10,000, Major, UCHIHA Meditation, 456/1000, Grandmaster, Basic Physical Skills, 342/500, Proficient. Haha. Finally recovered. Lifespan has reached more than 95 years. If I continue to practice health preservation, it will probably not take long to break through 100 years. Seeing his current attribute situation, Xianqing was very happy and finally relaxed a lot. In order to restore his body to health, he really made a lot of efforts this month. Next, you can formally practice chakra, ninjutsu, taijutsu, and even 6 styles and haki. Of course, many of them need to be gradually developed. For example, 6 styles and haki. You need to make a plan based on your body's tolerance and take it step by step. Chakra training should not be excessive every day. Even if there are nutritional pills and nutritional potions to supplement vitality and nutrition, you must control the amount. Hey! Have I awakened the Yang attribute? This is a pleasant surprise. It seems that it will be much easier to practice medical ninjutsu and even Yang escape in the future. This should be related to the recent large-scale consumption of Sea King's meat, which replenishes vitality, improves physical fitness, and replenishes and improves the source of life. Xianqing guessed in his heart. In short, it is a pleasant surprise. The only thing missing is the thunder attribute to achieve all attributes. Maybe, you can get it by eating thunder fruit. Xianqing couldn't help but imagine. The only doubt is whether he should eat devil fruit to add a weakness to himself. It is true that the seawater in the ninja world cannot trigger this weakness, only the seawater in the pirate world has this effect. But I will also dominate the pirate world in the future, so this weakness cannot be ignored. I don't know if there is any way to eliminate this weakness. Oh! I can only wait and see. I can't think of a way, so Xianqing just stopped thinking about it for the time being. He greeted Mikoto and KONOHA, and the two of them teleport back to their home in the ninja world. P.S. New book uploaded, please collect, send flowers, and comment. Have fun reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 31, Embarrassed Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uzumaki Mito, are you sure you are an Uchiha and not a Senju? 3/6. At this time, Uchiha's Hilly was already waiting at home. Seeing Xianqing and the others return, Uchiha's Hilly smiled knowingly and said, "You're back? If you don't come back, I'll be ready to pick you up." "Xianqing, are you completely healed? Let Mom take a look." As she said that, Uchiha's Hilly stood up and walked forward, stretched out her hand on Suinking's shoulder, and used her mental power and chakra to probe into Suinking's body to check. After finding no problems at all, and even feeling that Suinking's life source was much stronger than that of ordinary people, she withdrew her mental power and chakra with confidence, and happily touched Suinking's head and said, "Great! Finally healed. Mom has been looking forward to this for a long time. Happy. My biggest worry has finally been solved. Hee." Xianqing also smiled, "I've made you worry all this time, Mom. Things will get better and better in the future. Next, I can also practice and become stronger." Yet. Uchiha's Hilly smiled and nodded, "No more talking, let's have breakfast first. We should go to the Senju clan to keep an appointment later." As she said, she invited Xianqing and Mikoto to sit down at the dining table, and while eating breakfast, she looked at Mikoto and said, "Mikoto, are you going to school today?" "No need." Uchiha Mikoto nodded affirmatively, "But I have an appointment with Kushina to go shopping together today. If you want to go to the Senju clan, we are on the way." As Kushina's best friend, she naturally knows that Kushina lives in the Senju clan. Oh! Uchiha's Hilly heard this and raised her eyebrows slightly. "Uzumaki Kushina? I know her. You can keep a good relationship with her in the future." Yet. Although, in the short term, Kushina may not become Nine-Tails Jinkraki. After all, if today's transaction goes smoothly, Uzumaki Mito can live for many more years. The Uzumaki clan is a long-lived clan, but Uzumaki Mito will not live long because of Nine-Tails. As long as Uzumaki Mito is cured and the problem of her excessive consumption of vitality is solved, most of her lifespan can be restored naturally. Yet, I will. Kushina is a very good person. Although Uchiha Mikoto didn't know what Uchiha's Hilly really meant, she still nodded obediently. She made friends with Kushina without any purpose, just because they were compatible. Soon, breakfast was over. After sorting out the tableware, Uchiha's Hilly took Xianqing and Mikoto to the Senju clan's territory. It took more than 10 minutes to reach the yard where Uzumaki Mito was. "Chiri, you are here. Welcome. Please come in." "Welcome, Chiri-sama." After receiving the news, Uzumaki Mito personally brought Tsunade to the gate to greet them. He welcomed Uchiha Chiri and his party in. "Excuse me." Uchiha Chiri was also very satisfied with Uzumaki Mito's attitude, and immediately returned the greeting and walked into the yard. At this time, many Anbu and even root ninjas were hiding in the distance outside, trying to spy on the situation inside. But Uzumaki Mito just glanced and then closed the gate. With a slight step, he directly activated the soundproof barrier, anti-spying barrier, and many other barriers covering the entire yard. Completely cut off the possibility of Anbu and root ninjas outside to explore and monitor the information inside. Even the third generation in the Hokage's office sighed helplessly at the blank crystal ball in front of them. "Ah! It's really too much to hope for. It seems that we can only ask Lord Mito afterwards. I hope it won't be a bad thing." "Humph." Danzo on the side saw this and snorted coldly. "You always say how powerful your telescope technique is, but in the end, this is it. You can only use it to peek into the hot spring house. You." The third generation blushed. Seeing Yuta and Koharu spitting lightly and Mito Kato Homura holding back his laughter, the third generation couldn't hold their face anymore and quickly argued, "Danzo, don't talk nonsense. When did I use this to peek into the hot spring house?" After that, he quickly looked at Yuta and Koharu and argued, "Koharu, don't listen to Danzo, you have to believe me. I didn't." He didn't really care about Yuta and Koharu's opinion, he cared about his wife, Biwako. You know, Biwako and Yuta and Koharu are good friends. If his wife knew about this, he would be dead or skinned. "Hat. Do you think I believe it?" Seeing this, Yuta and Koharu immediately crossed her arms and sneered disdainfully, "We have been friends for many years, who doesn't know who? Third generation has always been a sultry old pervert, do you think she doesn't know? Please let it go. Don't tell Biwako." Third generation begged for mercy. "Forget about this time, let's talk about business first." Yuta and Koharu just teased the third generation for a while, and immediately changed the topic, with a serious look. "Hiruzen, what do you think Mito-sama and the others will talk about this time? Has Uchiha Yuri really recovered completely?" "Almost." The third generation nodded with a heavy face. "During this period, Danzo and I have sent people to observe her from a distance. We are sure that even if she has not fully recovered, she has at least recovered a lot. I don't think she will die in the short term. It shouldn't affect her performance. This is the trouble. This means that in the short term, they can't do too much to Uchiha. This person is not easy to fool. Since she recovered, some of the small actions they made against Uchiha in the past have been cleared by her. Uchiha's losses have been returned by her in various ways, and the benefits have basically been recovered." This set of skilled methods of fighting and eliminating made the third generation feel very frustrated. Yuta and Koharu and Mito Kato Homura looked at Danzo after hearing this. "Indeed." Danzo nodded grimly. "Is that so?" Yuta and Koharu also looked unhappy. "Then we can only stop targeting Uchiha for the time being. I just hope that Lord Mito won't do anything weird again. Otherwise, we can just give up. If Uzumaki Mito and Uchiha Chiri join forces, all their tricks will be in vain." The scene returns to Uzumaki Mito. After welcoming Xianqing and his group into the living room, Uzumaki Mito asked Tsunade to serve tea to Uchiha Chiri and the others. He also sent Kushina to go shopping with Uchiha Mikoto. After Mikoto and the others left, he sat down opposite Uchiha Yuri. The ninja looked at Uchiha Yuri for a few times and said without hiding his surprise, "I thought you only recovered on the surface and were just holding on. But last time Tsunade told me that you really recovered completely. But seeing you with my own eyes today, I understand that you are far more than just recovered. Your physique and vitality are several times stronger than your peak period. Even your soul and mental strength have recovered a lot. The same is true for your pupil power. If I didn't know that you are a pure Uchiha, with your vitality, I would almost think you are Senja or Uzumaki clan. Even your son is the same. Although his situation is not as exaggerated as yours, his vitality and physique are much stronger than his peers. As far as I know, more than a month ago, he should still be a child with congenital deficiencies, weak and sickly, and almost unable to become a ninja. Now not only has his congenital deficiencies been completely made up, but he has also exceeded them. What exactly have you experienced during this period? Can you tell me about it? P.S. New book uploaded, please collect, send flowers, and comment. Read books every day during the National Day. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 32 Uchiha Chiri made up a story. Tsunade, do you think I believe it? 4/6, please collect flowers. Not only Mito, but Tsunade beside him was also quite curious. This amazing change was fascinating. If I can get this method to improve my vitality and physique, my strength will probably be amazingly improved, right? At the same time, my grandma's problem can be completely solved. Tsunade thought excitedly. If she wasn't afraid that Uchiha Yuri would teach her a lesson again, or if she wasn't afraid of causing unnecessary misunderstandings, she would have asked directly. Nothing is hidden. Uchiha Yuri listened, took a sip of tea, smiled faintly and said, I am willing to come here this time. I have anticipated some things, and I am ready for the deal. It's nothing to say, it's just that my son has recently become enlightened, and then, he has made some achievements in researching medical skills and medicine, developed a way to make up for the lack of life source, restore life source and vitality. Developed a way to warm the eyes and eye tendons, that's all. Uzumaki Mito's eyes twitched slightly after hearing this. Tsunade was also speechless, and both of them looked like, do we look like fools? Don't be unwilling to tell the truth, but make up a decent lie? However, none of this matters. As long as you know that the other party really has a way to make up for the lack of life source and vitality, that's enough. Let me get this straight. Because I sealed 9 tails, my vitality is constantly draining away and overconsumed. If I can't reverse it, I will only have a few years left to live. What conditions do I need to give in order for you to give me a way to replenish my vitality and even the source of life? Uzumaki Mito was too lazy to beat around the bush and asked directly. Because she knew that it was meaningless to play tricks with Uchiha Yuri. She didn't buy it at all. It would be better to be more direct and decisive, and it would also make a better impression on Uchiha Yuri. As expected of Uzumaki Mito, straightforward. Uchiha Yuri smiled knowingly when he heard this, and said slowly, however, there is no rush to negotiate conditions. Let my Xianjing take a look at you first and understand your specific situation first. The right medicine can only be prescribed according to the symptoms. You have to know Uzumaki Mito's situation clearly before you can serve the right dish. Hey! Uzumaki Mito was slightly stunned after hearing this, and looked at Xianqing, then looked at Uchiha's Hilly and said, are you serious? You made up a story that you believed yourself? Uchiha's Hilly naturally saw her undisguised suspicion, and did not explain much, just chuckled and said, try it and you will know. Uzumaki Mito heard this, looked at Uchiha's Hilly seriously for a few seconds, and then nodded and said, Okay. Let's try it. She wanted to see how Uchiha's Hilly would make up for the lie later. It's impossible that this kid named Xianqing, who is only 6 years old, really has this ability, right? Immediately, Uzumaki Mito looked at Xianqing and asked, "What do you need me to do?" "Just stretch out your hand on the table." Xianqing raised his hand to indicate. "Okay." Uzumaki Mito put one hand on the table as he said, and put his palm in front of Xianqing. Xianqing raised his hand and put his fingers on Uzumaki Mito's wrist. With his minor medical skills, he quickly figured out Uzumaki Mito's physical condition. The main thing is that her condition is not complicated. As previously guessed, it is caused by excessive loss of vitality. Just make up for the lost vitality. Because she lost too much vitality, she still needs life potions to solve it all at once. Of course, this still cannot prevent her from constantly consuming vitality to suppress the tailed beast in her body in the future. She still needs to take medicine regularly in the future. It's okay. After figuring out the situation, Xianqing withdrew his hand and nodded slightly to Uchiha Yuri. Then, directly in the doubtful expressions of Uzumaki Mito and Tsunade, he said, "I have understood the situation. There is no other problem with your body, and you are in good condition. It's just that the vitality is simply lost too much. As long as you take the life potion, you can make up the lost vitality at once. Of course, the loss of vitality due to age is not included. If even the loss of vitality due to age can be compensated, it is not a life potion, but a life extension or even immortality potion. Obviously, Suinking's life potion can't do this. Lifespan obviously involves deeper things. For example, the origin of life, the number of cell divisions, etc. Life potion. Uzumaki Mito and Tsunade asked curiously, "What is this?" Then, Uzumaki Mito looked at Uchiha's Hilly and asked, "Is it the potion you took?" At this time, she already believed that Xianqing really had the ability to treat illnesses. He really had good medical skills. Is everything Uchiha's Hilly said true? Is it really her son who has awakened? Uzumaki Mito thought hesitantly. Not really. Uchiha Yuri shook her head and denied, "You should know that my situation is much more complicated than yours, so it is more troublesome to treat. It took more than half a month to get better. Of course, if there was a life potion at the time, it should have further shortened her recovery time. It's just that it's not necessary. There are also benefits to being slower. Her physical condition at the time didn't allow this." "Is that so?" Uzumaki Mito nodded in understanding. Indeed, Uchiha Yuri's situation is more complicated. "So, what conditions do I use to obtain this life potion? As long as I take this life potion, will I never suffer from excessive loss of vitality in the future?" Uzumaki Mito asked instead. "Not really." Xianqing did not wait for Uchiha's Hilly to speak, and shook his head directly. "Taking life potion can only cure your current loss of vitality. In addition, you will need to take some nutritional pills occasionally in the future to replenish the extra vitality consumed by suppressing the tailed beasts every day. As for the nutritional pills, that is also a kind of medicine I developed. It can replenish a large amount of high-quality nutrition in a short period of time, quickly restore physical strength and energy, eliminate certain fatigue, and provide a certain amount of mild vitality. It can be regarded as a super-enhanced version of the military ration pill. This will be sold in the new pharmacy opened by our Uchiha clan later, and you can buy it yourself. That's about it." At this point, Xianqing looked at his mother and said, "Mom, you can negotiate the terms." Then, Xianqing returned to his mother and sat down quietly, not speaking again. "Yes." Uchiha's Hilly smiled and nodded. Then looked at Uzumaki Mito and said, 3 conditions. First, from today on, the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan will form an alliance and advance and retreat together. I think you have also noticed that the disciples of Senju Tobirama are not honest and not kind. Senju and Uchiha are both targets they suppress and even want to eliminate. It can be considered our common enemy. Yes. Uzumaki Mito nodded in agreement. I don't deny this, so I agree to the alliance. Allying with Uchiha, no matter how bad it is, it will not be worse than the current situation. Moreover, if the abilities shown by Uchiha Xianqing are all true, combined with Uchiha's recent reforms, then Uchiha may exceed her expectations in the future. P.S. New book uploaded, please collect, send flowers, and comment. Read books every day on the 11th. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 33, Requesting Flying Thunder God and Sealing Technique, The Amazing Effect of Life Potion, 5/6. Please collect. It is worthwhile to form an alliance at this time. As for the grudge between Senju and Uchiha, it is already a thing of the past. If this continues, Senju will disappear, so why bother about the past grudge? It is meaningless. Senju Tobirama is afraid of the concept of targeting Uchiha, and it is even less worth mentioning in the eyes of Uzumaki Mito. Second, I want Flying Thunder God technique, Senju Tobirama's water-style ninjutsu, and all the sealing techniques you have mastered. Uchiha Chiri spoke again. She did not mention money at all. When Uchiha's pharmacy opens, Uchiha will basically not lack money. If we get the gold and shellfish from Sky Island, we will have even less. Asking for money is the most worthless choice. Ninjutsu and sealing techniques are more valuable. Although, with the teleportation function of the space-time gate, Flying Thunder God seems to be meaningless to the contractor. But that's not what she said. Whether it is used to cover up the teleportation ability of the space-time gate or to provide learning for non-contracted people within the family, it is a good choice. This. Uzumaki Mito frowned after hearing this. Flying Thunder God technique and Tobirama's water-style ninjutsu are not a problem. But as for the sealing technique, I can't give you the two types of Shiki Fusion and Adamantine sealing chains. Let's not talk about the former. You can't learn the latter without Uzumaki bloodline. But it may bring flaws to the Uzumaki family's adamantine sealing chains. Is that so? Okay. Then exclude these two. Okay. Uchiha Yuri listened, did not dwell on this point, thought about it, and cast a questioning look at Xianqing. After seeing Xianqing nod, he agreed. Then, he continued, the last condition is that Tsunade accepts my son Xianqing as his apprentice and promises to teach him all the medical knowledge and medical ninjutsu he has mastered. Is there a problem? Hey! Tsunade and Uzumaki Mito were a little surprised. Uzumaki Mito asked puzzledly, didn't you say that your son has become smart and is very good at medical skills and medicine? He can even research life potions and nutritional pills, but he still needs to become Tsunade's apprentice and learn medicine from Tsunade. Or do you have other purposes and aim for the position of Hokage? This is the most likely reason Uzumaki Mito could think of at the moment. Not exactly. Uchiha Yuri shook his head and said, the position of Hokage is the obsession of many Uchiha people, and it is naturally among our future goals. But I know very well that only those who have enough strength and influence and enough supporters in Uchiha can become Hokage. The identity of a Hokage's direct descendant alone is useless. Not to mention, with Sarutobi Hiruzen's greed for power, he wants to rely on the name of his disciple to obtain the position of Hokage and gain his support. This is basically impossible. The main reason is that the medical skills mastered by my son are different from the mainstream. This can be seen from the fact that he just took your pulse and treated your illness. In addition, he does not master any medical ninjutsu. These are all he needs. In addition, I also want him to take on the skin of Tsunade's disciple. The third-generation disciple, so that he can grow up peacefully for a few years. Any more questions? Want to become Hokage by relying on the identity of Tsunade's disciple? It's a joke. Neither she nor Xianqing had ever planned this. When the day comes when their Uchiha strength can dominate the ninja world, they will naturally be invited to the position of Hokage. Is that so? It seems that I misunderstood. Yes, Tsunade's identity as a disciple is indeed not very useful for becoming a Hokage. This can be agreed. What do you think, Tsunade? Uzumaki Mito nodded, and finally looked at Tsunade and asked. Okay. Tsunade looked at Xianqing meaningfully, nodded and said, I have no objection. She thought to herself, the little guy is pretty. In addition, she was also very interested in Suinking's medical skills that were different from the mainstream, so there was naturally no reason to refuse. Well, actually, there is not much room for refusal. The initiative has never been in their hands. Then this matter is settled. Uchiha's Hilly nodded with satisfaction, and turned to Suinkai and raised his chin slightly to signal, give the life potion to Mito. Okay. Xianqing immediately took out a tube of life potion from his arms and handed it to Uzumaki Mito on the opposite side. In an instant, Uzumaki Mito and Tsunade's eyes fell on the potion in Suinking's hand. They just felt full of desire for the potion. They could feel that the potion was full of extremely rich and gentle vitality. Uzumaki Mito hurriedly took the potion, and observed it carefully with Tsunade, and sighed, it is indeed a very powerful potion. It is hard to imagine that this was made by a 6-year-old child like Xianqing. But now is not the time to care about these things. Uzumaki Mito took a deep breath and immediately opened the potion bottle stopper. Suddenly, a very rich and attractive vitality emanated. Squeak! The wood on the floor and the table began to sprout. Hiss! Uzumaki Mito and Tsunade couldn't help but take a breath of cold air when they saw this. Reminder, drink it as soon as you open it. It will evaporate. Xianqing couldn't help but remind him. Okay. Thank you. Uzumaki Mito immediately came back to her senses and nodded slightly to Xianqing to thank him. Then, she drank the bottle of life potion in one gulp. The next moment, she felt a stream of high quality and abundant vitality, gently spreading rapidly from her stomach, being greedily absorbed by every cell in her body. The dead air in Uzumaki Mito's body quickly dissipated like ice and snow melting, and her vitality quickly recovered. Her face became ruddy at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, her hair became brighter red. This is because she has been maintaining her appearance with the 100 healings mark. Otherwise, you will find that her originally pale hair has truly regained its bright red color, and her old skin and flesh have become fresh and full of vitality. This is. At this time, in the sealed space inside Uzumaki Mito's body. Because Uzumaki Mito has completely blocked its perception of the outside world during this period, Nine Tails does not know what is happening outside. At this time, it only feels that Uzumaki Mito's vitality is recovering and surging rapidly. As a result, the firmness and suppression power of the sealed space have surged unprecedentedly. In just over 10 minutes, Nine Tails felt that the sealed space seemed to have returned to its peak state when it was just sealed. The vitality of Uzumaki Mito has also returned to its peak. Damn it! Uzumaki Mito, what on earth did you do? Your vitality has recovered? Let me out! Let me out! I don't want to be locked up. At this time, Nine Tails began to attack the sealed space frantically. If Uzumaki Mito really recovered completely, then she might be able to live for at least a few more decades. It would also have to continue to be locked up for decades. How could it be willing? It has been waiting for the moment when Uzumaki Mito's life came to an end. Although it knew that Konoha would probably prepare the next Jinchuriki for it by then. But maybe it could escape by then. This is an opportunity. It didn't want this opportunity to disappear. But it was ridiculous that its limbs were completely tied up by the chains of adamant and sealing chains at this time, and it couldn't move at all. It could only howl. It looked quite pitiful and miserable. No wonder Nine Tails hated Uzumaki Mito and Senju Hashirama so much. Who wouldn't hate them? P.S. New book uploaded. Please add collection, flowers, and comments. Have fun reading during the National Day holiday. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Top up now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 34, Uzumaki Mito recovers, 9 tails, I will be sentenced to several decades more. FK me. 6/6, please bookmark. Okay. 9 tails, be quiet. It's no use for you to howl like this. I've completely recovered. For the next few decades, I'll still be with you, an old woman. Just be happy. At this time, Uzumaki Mito's spirit body appeared in the sealed space, looking at Nine Tails with a faint smile and said, Nine Tails. IFG. The next moment, Nine Tails cursed at Uzumaki Mito. The curse was very ugly. Uzumaki Mito, who was in a good mood, turned pale. Shut up. The next moment, several golden chains were wrapped around Nine Tails' mouth, giving it a physical silence. No matter how Nine Tails struggled, it was useless. At this time, Nine Tails wanted to cry but had no tears. Devil. You are the devil. After Nine Tails shut up, Uzumaki Mito's spirit body slowly disappeared. At this time, outside, Uzumaki Mito slowly opened her eyes and moved her body. She felt great. Then, she even tried to remove the anti-aging effect of the 100 healings mark. As a result, she only looked more mature, no longer old. Haha. The effect is very good. I am very satisfied. Uzumaki Mito smiled immediately. Her eyes looking at Xianqing became softer. He is a treasure boy. Maybe, let him have more contact with Kushina. If it can be a good thing, it may not be a bad thing. Uzumaki Mito even thought in her heart. In that case, if she wants to ask for a life potion in the future, won't she be able to get it for free? If Tsunade was not so much younger than Xianqing, she even wanted to instigate Tsunade to take Xianqing. I envy Uchiha and Hilly. Uzumaki Mito thought with some jealousy. Tsunade suddenly felt a chill on her back. She looked around in confusion, but didn't find anything unusual. She looked away, feeling a little confused. She felt like she was being stared at by something bad. Kushina, who was shopping with Mikoto at the moment, yawned several times in succession, looking puzzled. What's going on? Who is scolding me? Kushina, are you okay? Mikoto saw it and asked with some concern. I should be fine. It might be Minato, the sissy, who is scolding me. Humph. I'm going to teach him a lesson when I go to school tomorrow. Kushina raised her eyebrows and snorted. At this time, Minato, who happened to be passing by not far away, witnessed the whole process and was speechless. He didn't understand why it turned out like this. He had always wanted to express his kindness to Kushina, but it was misunderstood by Kushina as malicious. It's amazing. He felt that there was a pathetic wall of size between him and Kushina, which was difficult to cross. This wall of size is called Three Views. Uzumaki Mito's side. How is it? Fully recovered. Uchiha Chiri saw Uzumaki Mito open his eyes and asked. In fact, there was no need to ask. She could clearly feel Uzumaki Mito's vigorous vitality and powerful momentum by perception. She estimated that if she fought with Uzumaki Mito now, it would be a 50-50 fight. Yet, Uzumaki Mito nodded affirmatively, and said with a happy face, it is indeed fully recovered. This potion is worthy of its name. Thank you. In this way, I can live for decades more. In this way, she will have enough time to arrange everything for the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan. Accompany Nawaki and Tsunade to grow up completely. Don't worry. Uchiha Yuri chuckled and shook his head, it's just a deal. Besides, it's more beneficial for Uchiha if you're alive. With you suppressing us and Senju in front, we Uchiha can be much more relaxed. Uchiha Yuri was very happy when he thought that Sarutobi Hiruzen and others would be suppressed by Uzumaki Mito for decades. Don't forget, we are allies. We agreed to advance and retreat together. We should fight together. Uzumaki Mito retorted with a smile. He then said, in addition, if possible, I hope not to let Monkey know that I have fully recovered for the time being. We can say the same thing to the outside world, just say that your methods have helped me extend my life for a few years and can let me live a few more years. Give them some hope, so that they won't be desperate and do something irrational and cause trouble for us. What do you think? Don't push people too hard. It's better to do it step by step. You can't just kill the third generation, right? In that case, Konoha will also suffer a bad loss. At this time, the ninja world is not peaceful, and the situation is becoming more and more tense. Uzumaki Mito estimated that the next ninja war might not be far away. She had to consider it comprehensively. The most urgent thing is that Senjua should first restore their vitality and strength in a low profile. In addition, the Uzumaki clan must be saved. Okay. Uchiha's Hilly thought about it and nodded in agreement. Uchiha is not ready to turn against them completely, so let's wait. However, you have to restrain your vitality. Otherwise, you have to believe that you haven't fully recovered. She believed that Uzumaki Mito, the Grandmaster's sealing technique, could do it. This is easy. Uzumaki Mito smiled slightly and stretched out his hand to press his abdomen. The next moment, the life breath in the body quickly disappeared. In the end, it was only twice as much as before recovery. Okay. Let's sign the covenant first. Although it doesn't seem necessary, it's better to be formal and go through the formalities. What do you think? Uzumaki Mito took the initiative to mention it. Uchiha Yuri was slightly stunned after hearing this, and then nodded and said, okay. Then wait a moment, I'll go prepare the documents. Uzumaki Mito immediately stood up and told Tsunade, Tsunade, you stay here to accompany the guests. Okay. After Uzumaki Mito went to the inner room, Tsunade enthusiastically poured another cup of tea for Uchiha Yuri and the others. Then, looking at Xianqing, he asked, Xiao Xianqing, can you tell me about your medical skills? How about we discuss it? Okay. Xianqing had no objection. Immediately discussed it with Tsunade. After this chat, Tsunade soon discovered that Suinking's medical skills were already not simple. After a few minutes, she even felt that Suinking's medical skills were much better than hers. However, Suinking's medical skills are completely different from hers in the mainstream of the ninja world. It's like another system of medical skills. This makes Tsunade even more surprised. If it wasn't inappropriate, she would have wanted to ask Xianqing where his medical skills came from. It's incredible. After more than 20 minutes, Uzumaki Mito returned to the living room with the documents, pens, and ink, Flying Thunder God technique, Tobirama water style, and a large seal scroll containing a lot of knowledge about sealing techniques. Tsunade was still immersed in the discussion with Xianqing. Moreover, most of the time it was Xianqing who was talking. Every time Tsunade said something, Xianqing would quickly digest and understand it, and draw inferences from it. His learning ability shocked Tsunade and Uzumaki Mito. P.S. New book uploaded, please collect, send flowers, and comment. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 35 Uzumaki Mito asks for help again, the conditions for saving the Uzumaki clan, 1/6, please collect. Comment. Has this kid always been this good? Uzumaki Mito put down the document in his hand, leaned over to Uchiha Yuri, and asked softly. Yeah. It's always like this after he got the hang of it. Pretty good, isn't it? Uchiha Yuri chuckled and nodded, boasting with some pride. Awesome. I envy you. If Noeke was half as smart as him, I wouldn't have to worry so much. Uzumaki Mito shook his head helplessly, then handed the 2 documents to Uchiha Yuri and said, "Come on, let's ignore them and let them continue to discuss. Let's sign the covenant first. I've signed and sealed it, only you are left." "Okay." Uchiha Yuri immediately signed his name on the 2 covenant documents and pressed his handprint. Then, each person took one. The covenant was considered to be a done deal. "Here. This is the Flying Thunder God technique you want, Tobirama's water style, and many books on sealing techniques. They are all here. Check them out." Uzumaki Mito handed a large number of scrolls to Uchiha Chiri. Uchiha Chiri waved her hand and put them into the space-time gate space and said, "No need to check. If it is really missing, I will find you later. Anyway, you can't run away." Uzumaki Mito narrowed his eyes slightly when he saw her move. He was very curious and surprised. This kind of space method. But I guess Uchiha Chiri will not answer even if I ask, so I just don't ask. Then, Uzumaki Mito paused and said to Uchiha Chiri, "I wonder if you Uchiha have received the situation in the Whirlpool country." "Oh." Uchiha Chiri heard it, raised his eyebrows slightly, looked at Uzumaki Mito with a smile and said, "Of course I have received it. We Uchiha are still well informed. For Jinkriki and sealing techniques, the other 4 major ninja villages seem to plan to attack the Whirlpool country together and seize its bloodline and sealing techniques. Why? Want us to help?" "Yes." Uzumaki Mito did not deny it and nodded affirmatively. Uchiha Chiri said bluntly, "This is no longer in the covenant. The ally of the ally may not be my ally. You can help, but it will cost another price. Although, the survival of the Uzumaki clan is beneficial to Uchiha. But they can't help for nothing. Of course." Uzumaki Mito was not surprised by this, and had no objection. "Tell me your conditions." The Uzumaki clan's affairs really cannot be confused with the alliance between Senju and Uchiha. Unless one day the Uzumaki clan and Uchiha also sign an alliance. Uchiha Yuri listened, pondered for a moment and said, "After this incident, it is estimated that the Uzumaki clan will not be able to continue to stay in the land of whirlpools. Otherwise, the 4 major ninja villages will not give up. By then, the Uzumaki clan may have to move to Konoha or even directly join Konoha, right?" "Yes." Uzumaki Mito nodded affirmatively. "I am also going to go there in person this time. Even if Uzumaki Akihime disagrees, I will force this matter to happen. She can't always be on guard for the Uzumaki clan. In the eyes of the 4 major ninja villages and even Konoha, the Uzumaki clan is a piece of fat meat. Who doesn't want to take a bite? Only joining Konoha is their best destination. This is the best way to save the Uzumaki clan. It just so happens that the Senju are currently weak, and with the Uzumaki clan, a distant relative and ally, joining them, they can greatly enhance their strength and competitiveness. It's a win-win situation. After that, I want to copy a copy of the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique that does not involve blood secrets. In addition, I hope that our 3 clans can start a mutual marriage mode in the future." Uchiha Chiri directly put forward her conditions. The previous conditions were fine, and they were within Uzumaki Mito's expectations, but the latter condition was beyond her expectations. Even Tsunade, who was standing aside, was attracted and stopped discussing with Xianqing. "Why?" Uzumaki Mito asked in confusion. "I remember that although you Uchiha do not prohibit intermarriage among your clansmen, you do not support this, right? Why do you want Uchiha to intermarry with Senju and Uzumaki? Just to further bind the 3 clans?" Uzumaki Mito did not believe it. "Haha. This involves a secret among the 3 clans." Uchiha's Hilly smiled knowingly and blinked at Xianqing. Then, she said to Uzumaki Mito slowly, "I learned from some ancient books in the clan that thousands of years ago, the Uchiha clan, the Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan may have come from the same ancestor. That person is the Sage of Six Paths. Uzumaki Mito and Tsunade were both surprised when they heard it. Hey? Are you sure? You know, Senju and Uchiha have been fighting for thousands of years. You told me that the ancestor of the two clans is the same person? And they are both Sage of Six Paths? It's just like telling a myth. That's about right. Uchiha Yuri nodded, looked at Tsunade and asked, have you studied the blood cells of Uchiha and Senju? Tsunade shook his head directly, I'm not very interested in this kind of thing, you asked the wrong person. This is an area that Orochimaru is interested in. But I roughly understand what you mean. You mean that the two have a lot of overlap and complementarity at the blood level, right? This can indeed prove to a certain extent whether the two tribes have the same ancestor. I really believe that what you said is true. But, since they come from the same ancestor, why did Uchiha and Senju become a 1,000-year-old feud? It's unreasonable. What happened in the middle? Who knows? Uchiha Yuri learned a lot of information from Xianqing, so he naturally knew the reason. It's just the grudges between the two sons of the Sage of Six Paths, the brothers Ashura and Indra. To be frank, it's not worth mentioning. Even now, brothers can turn against each other. 1,000 years have passed, and it could happen at any time. Uchiha Yuri said vaguely to Kide. That's right. Tsunade nodded in agreement. So, back to the point, what does this have to do with your desire for intermarriage among the three tribes? Uzumaki Mito got the topic back on track and asked again. Uchiha Yuri continued. Kide, in the legend I saw, it said that the Senju and Uzumaki tribes inherited the sage body of the Sage of Six Paths, and the Uchiha tribe inherited the sage eye of the Sage of Six Paths. Although, as the bloodline degenerated over 1,000 years, the abilities also degenerated. So, I was thinking, if the young people of the three tribes can combine, will the children born have the talents of the three tribes at the same time, becoming more potential and stronger? If so, it would be a good thing for all three tribes, wouldn't it? Well, this is also a good opportunity to annex the two tribes. With Suinking's space-time gate contract, Uchiha's Hilly believes that with marriage as a bond, it is possible to make all the three tribes become Suinking's contractors in the future. This process is much easier than gradually influencing after becoming Hokage. At that time, it doesn't matter even if the form and framework of the three tribes are maintained on the surface. The combination of the three tribes will give birth to more potential children. You should have some basis, right? Uzumaki Mito said to Uchiha's Hilly with a serious face. Although she felt that Uchiha's Hilly might have a deeper purpose. But she didn't intend to interrogate. The other party probably couldn't say it. But it was just the reason she said. If it was true, Uzumaki Mito was willing to try it. After all, this is indeed a win-win situation. P.S. New book upload, please collect flowers and comments. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 36, A Marriage Between Three Tribes? Uchiha plan to annex Senju and Uzumaki, 2/6. Please collect flowers. Of course. Uchiha Yuri nodded affirmatively, pointed at himself and said, I thought of this from my recovery this time and combined with the legend. I didn't care before, and I didn't believe it. But this time my body was healed by Xianqing, and my life source and vitality were restored and even improved. I found that my damaged left eye was warmed under the influence of the enhanced vitality and physique. It is constantly recovering. This point, even without the eye-warming potion created by Xianqing, it is still effective. Even the blind right eye has signs of recovery and revival under the nourishment of this enhanced physique and vitality. This is a good proof that a strong and more vital physique is also of great help to Sharingan, isn't it? If a person has both Sharingan and Sage body, perhaps, it is not only easier to open the eyes, but also easier to open Manjiki Sharingan. And, under the influence of the physique, its Manjiki as long as Sharingan is not overused, it can be easily restored with the help of strong vitality and physique. Based on this, I want to try to let the 3 tribes marry. What do you think? Yes. The above is naturally one of the reasons. But there is another reason, that is, Uchiha's Hilly wants to verify the possibility of opening the Eternal Eye without fusing the Manjiki of relatives through this form. If it can be done, the future of Uchiha will not only be elevated, but also prevent people from seizing the eyes of their relatives in pursuit of the Eternal Eye in the future. Is this also considered breaking the curse of an Uchiha? The eye-stealing civil war cannot happen again. It would even be better if Rinnegan could be born in the next generation through this method. Of course, Uchiha's Hilly, who cleared the past and the future, also understood that this was difficult. Uchiha Madara was able to open the Rinnegan because he was the reincarnation of Indra and fused the flesh and blood of Senju Hashirama, the reincarnation of Ashura, to succeed. If you change to an ordinary sage body and Eternal Eye, you may not be able to awaken the Rinnegan. Even Xianqing is still unclear whether Indra and Ashura's chakra are necessary for the opening of the Uchiha Madara Rinnegan. Is that so? Uzumaki Mito listened and nodded with some understanding. Of course it is possible. However, after the marriage, what should we do if the child born by the person who married into the Senju or Uzumaki awakens the Sharingan? You can't send the person back to Uchiha and give him the surname Uchiha. On the contrary, if there are descendants of the Uchiha who awaken the Senju or Uzumaki sage body, you can't send them back to the Senju or Uzumaki clan, right? How to solve this problem needs to be set in advance. It is actually quite troublesome if it is not sent back. In this way, Sharingan will no longer be exclusive to Uchiha in the future. Sage body, adamantine sealing chains, Kagura heart eye, etc. are no longer exclusive to Senju or Uzumaki. When it comes to blood inheritance, things are quite troublesome. The child belongs to the side where he was born. Uchiha Yuri said without hesitation, I believe that the relationship between the 3 tribes will be closer, and hatred and estrangement will be completely eliminated. And peace will be truly achieved. What do you think? Yet, at that time, they will all be her son's cattle and horses. Okay. Then it's settled. Although Uzumaki Mito knew that Uchiha Yuri must have other plans, no matter what, Senju and Uzumaki would not lose. In addition, rescuing Uzumaki does require the power of Uchiha, so she nodded in agreement. However, marriage cannot be forced. At that time, we can hold some blind dates regularly among the 3 tribes, and then the younger generation can choose for themselves. As long as the number of people marrying out and marrying in is relatively balanced. How about it? Uzumaki Mito patched it up. Okay. Uchiha Yuri naturally had no reason to disagree. She was also afraid that too many Uchiha women would marry out. Who doesn't know how many handsome men and beautiful women there are in the Uchiha clan? When you are sure you want to rescue, just notify me in advance. I will send someone to rescue with you. Uchiha promised. Okay. Uzumaki Mito nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. Now that this matter is confirmed, she can breathe a sigh of relief. With the intervention of Uchiha, plus the power of Senju and the whirlpool itself, even if the 4 villages attack together, they can repel them and escort the Whirlpool clan to settle in Konoha. Anyway, the 4 major ninja villages cannot send a large force into the country of whirlpools. At most, they can send some elite troops to raid. Next, Uzumaki Mito and Uchiha continued to chat. Tsunade also pulled Xianqing to continue to discuss and exchange medical knowledge and experience. At noon, Uzumaki Mito also treated Xianqing and others to a lunch, and the 2 sides said goodbye and left. Seeing Uchiha and others leave, the 3rd generation received the news immediately, and the 3rd generation hurried to Uzumaki Mito's home. As for Danzo and the others, they didn't dare to come over. They were afraid of being punished. As soon as they came in, Sarutobi Hiruzen sensed that Uzumaki Mito's vitality, which was originally getting weaker, had recovered more than double. At this rate, he could probably live for several more years. Although they had a bad feeling and felt uncomfortable, on the surface, the third generation still asked respectfully and curiously, "Lord Mito, how did the talk go? Will there be any trouble with Uchiha? Also, your vitality seems to have recovered a lot. Is it the work of Uchiha's Hizi?" "Not bad." Uzumaki Mito nodded affirmatively. "I reached some deals with Uchiha's Hizi. They helped me recover some vitality, which can let me live a few more years. As a price, they asked for Flying Thunder God technique, Tobirama's water-style ninjutsu and some low-level sealing techniques. Finally, there are conditions for Uchiha Xianqing, the son of Zhili, to become Tsunade's apprentice. These cannot be hidden, and there is no need to hide them." Uzumaki Mito naturally said it directly. As for the third generation's opinions, that was also suppressed. "What?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's face changed drastically after hearing this. "Did she give me the Flying Thunder God technique, the teacher's water-style ninjutsu, and even the sealing technique? She also asked her son to become Tsunade's apprentice? What exactly does she want to do? Is she still eyeing the position of Hokage? Also, I remember that her son has a hard time becoming a ninja because of his congenital deficiency." Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that things were a little out of his control. This feeling was not good. "She has fully recovered." Uzumaki Mito shook her head. "Even Uchiha Yuri's serious problem can be fully recovered. Why do you think Uchiha Suinking's situation can't be recovered?" Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. "So, Uchiha Yuri has really recovered completely?" "That's right." Uzumaki Mito nodded affirmatively. "Not only her body, but also her remaining Sharingan has fully recovered. So, don't provoke her, even now I may not be her opponent." "This is a lie. She is naturally not inferior to Uchiha Yuri with her vitality fully recovered. But what she showed to the outside world at this time is only that she has recovered part of her vitality. Of course, she can't reveal the truth. P.S. New book uploaded, please collect flowers and comments. Read books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 37, Yudatan Koharu angrily scolds Danzo, and Danzo is frustrated. 3/6. Please collect. Comment. So strong. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned even more after hearing this. What do you think? Uzumaki Mito glanced at the third generation and said, "You know that she was able to quell the Uchiha civil strife and suppress the entire Uchiha clan by herself. How could she do it without sufficient strength? As for Uchiha Suinking's apprenticeship to Tsunade, don't think too much about it. She just wanted to find a backer and guarantee for Uchiha Xianqing, so that his growth process would be smoother and prevent some rats in the dark from reaching out to Xianqing. Could it be that relying on a mere disciple of Tsunade, the grandson of the Hokage, can he really become the Hokage? You are not dead. If Xianqing really won the position of Hokage in this way, he deserved it. If you are a waste, you can't blame others." At present, Uzumaki Mito would rather have Xianqing become Hokage than Sarutobi Hiruzen continue to be Hokage. Relying on the master-disciple relationship between Xianqing and Tsunade, plus the alliance with Uchiha and the future marriage plan. Even if Xianqing becomes Hokage, it will only be better for the Senju and the Uzumaki clan than it is now, not worse. At least, Uchiha does not need to consolidate its power and establish its authority by suppressing the big ninja clan. Only small ninja clans like Sarutobi Hiruzen who are not strong enough and lack self-confidence need to do this. Well, the Sarutobi clan can't actually be considered a small ninja clan. It can be regarded as a medium-sized ninja clan. Mainly because of the large number of people. But this ninja clan does not have any other specialties and advantages. Relatively mediocre. It's just that they were very good at being human and winning people's hearts in the past. They have always shown themselves to be law-abiding and obedient good people to the outside world. This is also the reason why they can be appreciated and recognized by the first generation and the second generation. But since the third generation became Hokage, everything has changed. The third generation obviously did not know that Uzumaki Mito's bias had completely changed. Hearing Uzumaki Mito's meaningful words, he immediately realized that she should be talking about Danzo. You are right. I understand. I will restrain Danzo and be cautious with Uchiha in the future. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave first. Sarutobi Hiruzen considered for a while and respectfully sighed. Indeed, Uchiha's desire to win the position of Hokage just by being a disciple of Tsunade is completely wishful thinking. He will not allow it. Well. Go. Uzumaki Mito had nothing to say to him, and waved his hand directly, indicating that the third generation could get out. The third generation immediately left quickly. When he returned to the Hokage's office, Danzo and the other two surrounded them and asked impatiently, "How was it? What did they talk about? Has Uchiha's Hilly really recovered completely?" "Yes." The third generation nodded affirmatively and immediately repeated Uzumaki Mito's words verbatim. "What? Damn it!" After hearing this, Danzo roared angrily, "How could Lord Mito do this? He actually used Flying Thunder God technique, the teacher's water-style ninjutsu and sealing technique to trade with Uchiha. Isn't this courting death? What qualifications does she have to do this?" Danzo was furious. After getting these things, Uchiha's strength will definitely be further improved. Especially in terms of sealing techniques. In the future, once Uchiha uses some sealing techniques in the clan land. In the future, it will be impossible for them to easily monitor the situation in the Uchiha clan land. Flying Thunder God technique is a strategic level ninjutsu. Once it is learned by the Uchiha people, it will be even more difficult for Uchiha to deal with it in the future. With this, it will be extremely difficult to destroy Uchiha. Well, Lord Mito is naturally qualified. Because these ninjutsu belong to the teacher and the senju. Although the teacher recorded them all in the sealed book or opened them to the village's ninjutsu library, there must be a copy left in the senju. Yuditen Koharu looked at Danzo speechlessly. "Do you want to hear what you are saying? If Uzumaki Mito is not qualified to handle his own things, who else is qualified?" "You." Danzo was speechless and his face turned red with anger. "Koharu, which side are you on? Are you really angry with him? Is this a question of whether you are qualified or not? This is aiding the enemy. Have the senju forgotten that Uchiha is their 1,000-year-old enemy? Tisk." Yuditen Koharu curled his lips in disdain, just telling the truth. Besides, Lord Mito has already completed the deal, what's the point of you opposing it here? You. Danzo wanted to kill someone. Today Koharu's mouth is like smeared with honey, how annoying it is. Alright. Danzo. At this time, the third generation interrupted the farce of the two and warned Danzo, "Anyway, this is the situation. Lady Mito has also recovered a lot of vitality through the transaction. I feel that she can hold on for a few more years. In the next few years, we may have to restrain our methods against Senju and even Uchiha. Otherwise, things will be very troublesome. In addition." At this point, he looked at Danzo and warned, "Danzo, Uchiha Xianqing is already Tsunade's disciple, don't go after him. Otherwise, if you anger Uchiha's Hilly and Lady Mito, even I can't protect you." He felt that it was necessary to warn Danzo in advance. Sure enough, Danzo listened, his eyes flickered and said, "It's not that serious, right? It's really serious." The third generation listened, and said seriously, "This is part of the deal between Mito-sama and Uchiha Yuri. If you do something to him, you will definitely be hit by the thunder of the two of them. Don't blame me for not reminding you." "Okay. I know." Danzo listened, although he was very unhappy, but still nodded and agreed. "I won't touch this kid for the time being." He still felt very sorry. Because, since he knew that Uchiha Yuri might have recovered, he has been thinking about how to target and attack Uchiha Yuri. In the end, his eyes were also locked on Uchiha Xianqing. Unexpectedly, before he started to make trouble, the other party's countermeasures had already come. He felt that he was completely seen through and was very frustrated. What a powerful woman! No wonder she was able to suppress the Uchiha for so long. But if this person doesn't die, it will be difficult for me to continue to target the Uchiha and obtain more Sharingan. Damn it! Danzo thought angrily. Okay. At this time, the third generation interrupted Danzo's random thoughts and lit a pipe. While smoking, he pondered, this is almost the end of the matter. Now we should consider the problem of the Uzumaki clan. Now, Lord Mito has recovered a lot. Should we send a large force to support the Uzumaki clan in the future? Or should we continue with the original plan? Although, the Uzumaki Mito he saw only recovered a small part of her vitality, and she should not have much spare energy to fight. But considering Uzumaki Mito's powerful sealing technique and scheming, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know if this was all. If Uzumaki Mito hid, she had actually recovered to her peak. If they still plan to do this, then they will probably suffer the thunderous revenge of Uzumaki Mito. The consequences are not something they can bear. At this time, Uzumaki Mito's prestige in the village is still very high. It is a bit exaggerated to say that one call can get 100 responses, but it is not much different. Senju's influence has not faded yet. By then, if she wants, he, the Hokage, may be dismissed and forced to step down. P.S. New book uploaded, please collect, send flowers, and comment. Have fun reading books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 38, The Difficulty of Flying Thunder God Technique, The Necessity of Practicing Water Style, 4/6. Please collect flowers. This. Yuditen Koharu and Mito Kado Homura hesitated for a moment after hearing this. It seems that it is really inappropriate to continue doing this. It is easy for Uzumaki Mito to settle accounts with him later. Why not? But the stubborn Danzo sneered, what's wrong with us making such a choice from the perspective of the village's interests? Didn't we remind the Uzumaki clan to move their entire clan to join Konoha? It was Uzumaki Amanari who disagreed. Afterwards, even if they were destroyed, how could they blame us? Besides, we can't be sure when other ninja villages will take action. Even if they will take action, they can only send a small group of elite troops to raid. It will definitely be a thunderbolt. It will definitely be too late when we send a large force to rescue. Or should we send a large force to station near the Whirlpool country in advance and be on guard at all times? Do they have such a big face? Danzo is obviously very dissatisfied and disdainful of the Uzumaki clan's ignorant behavior. Idiots who can't see the situation clearly deserve to be exterminated. However, those sealing techniques cannot be given to other villages. Otherwise, the Jinkriki of those villages will be truly formed. Indeed. Mito Kado Homura also had to admit that what Danzo said made sense. The Uzumaki clan committed suicide, what can they do? They have done their best. How about sending a small group of elite troops to support them? At this time, the third generation spoke again. In the near future, we can let some elite troops, including the elite of Anbu and Root, prepare and be ready to support at any time. I guess that when the time comes, Lord Mito will definitely send the remaining elite of Senju to support them as soon as possible. We can work with them. During the rescue, how much effort we put in is our own business. In this way, even if we fail to save the Uzumaki clan in the end, Lord Mito can't blame us. What do you think? Anyway, according to the news sent back by spies and intelligence in recent days, the other 4 major ninja villages are about to take action in the near future. No matter what, the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique heritage must be brought back, and it can't really fall into the hands of other ninja villages. Yuditen Koharu, okay. Mito Kato Homura, agreed. Danzo listened, especially when he heard that Uzumaki Mito might send the remaining elite of the Senju clan. His eyes flashed, and he had some ideas in his mind. But on the surface, he was still reluctant and said, "Then let's do it." "Okay. Then this is settled." Xianqing and his side. After returning home, Uchiha's Hilly waved and took out the scrolls of ninjutsu and sealing techniques and said to Xianqing and Mikoto, "The ninjutsu and sealing techniques of this transaction are all here, you can choose some to learn." "Yes." Xianqing smiled and nodded, and immediately stepped forward to pick up the scroll of Flying Thunder God technique and took a quick look. Then, he frowned and said, "Sure enough, this thing still requires a certain foundation of sealing techniques to learn. It seems that I can only put it aside and learn sealing techniques first." Then, he read all the water-style ninjutsu again and memorized them. Then, he unsealed the super-large scroll of sealing techniques and continued to read it. He planned to memorize all of them first. Then he would practice slowly later. Auntie, can I do it too?" Uchiha Mikoto listened, but pointed at himself with a surprised look, and asked Uchiha's Hilly. "Of course." Uchiha Yuri smiled knowingly, "You call me auntie, and you have signed a contract with Xianqing, so of course you can't be left out. Auntie also hopes that you can grow up as soon as possible so that you can help Xianqing. So, study hard. Learn as much as you can. However, don't be greedy at the beginning. Choose a few to learn first. After you master it this time, learn more. Don't bite off too much and delay the improvement of your strength." "Yes. Thank you, auntie." Mikoto nodded with emotion after hearing this, and immediately took up the scroll of Flying Thunder God technique under the encouraging eyes of Uchiha Yuri. Similarly, she gave up soon and frowned, "This is too difficult, it's not suitable for me to learn for the time being, I'd better learn the sealing technique first. As for water style, she doesn't have water attributes, so there is no need to learn it for the time being. Just follow your idea." Uchiha Yuri naturally had no objection, took the Flying Thunder God technique, and said while looking at it, "Is this Flying Thunder God technique really so troublesome? Let me see." After a while, she rubbed her eyebrows with her fingers and put the scroll down. "It is indeed quite troublesome. Fortunately, Senju Tobirama was able to create it. In terms of ninjutsu creativity, he is indeed a monster." She had to admire this. Then, she picked up a water-style ninjutsu scroll and started reading it, muttering, "As for water style, I will often go to the pirate world in the future, so it is necessary to learn some. It can play an unexpected effect on the sea. Especially against demon fruit power." "Hey!" Mikoto was slightly stunned after hearing this and said, "Then should I also learn a few water styles?" "Don't worry." Uchiha Yuri shook his head, "You are still young and don't have water attributes, let's talk about it later. Just practice fire style and lightning style and sealing techniques first. In addition to taijutsu, haki and health-preserving exercises, your time is almost full. Don't force it. Wait until you grandmaster a form change of escape technique and nature transformation. This way, it will not delay the rapid growth of strength." "Yes." Mikoto nodded immediately. "It does make sense. Xianqing, what are your plans next?" Uchiha Yuri couldn't help asking while looking at the water-style ninjutsu scroll. "Me." After hearing this, Xianqing looked up at his mother, then lowered his head to memorize the knowledge of sealing techniques while considering Kaide. "Let's go to Gunkanjima first and get the dragon bones so that we can make longevity medicine. After that, we will go to Kakosia Island and Windmill Village to get to know some talented children with potential. Finally, we will go to Shimotsuki Village to learn the swordsmanship of the pirate world. At that time, you may still have to open the map or even accompany me." His plan for his next step is chakra, ninjutsu, taijutsu, bodybuilding, and swordsmanship all need to be practiced. Of course, health-preserving exercises cannot be left behind. But this can be added after meals as a digestion exercise. In this way, it can not only save a lot of time, but also promote digestion and absorption, enhance vitality and life source, and increase lifespan. Kill two birds with one stone. Is that so? Sure. Uchiha Yuri listened and nodded in understanding. Just right, Mom has already lit up the map of Logue Town yesterday, I forgot to tell you. Then we can set off directly from Logue Town. I remember you said that Gunkanjima is not far from Logue Town, right? Yeah. Xianqing nodded affirmatively. It's not far, it should be within a day's voyage. Speaking of which, it's really inconvenient to open the map without a flying mount. Mom, haven't you found a suitable flying mount yet? If there is a flying mount, the speed will be much faster. Otherwise, it's unknown how long it will take to light up all these small islands. Too slow. P.S. New book upload, please collect flowers and comments. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 39, Uchiha Chakra Refining Technique completed, Chakra volume increased, 5/6. Please collect flowers. There are already some clues. Uchiha Yuri shook his head. During this period, we have sent people to investigate the news in this regard. 3 days ago, the news came back from the country of Kawano that a giant eagle ninja beast had been found. If everything goes well, it should be brought back in the next 2 days. However, there is another problem here. Can the ninja beast be taken directly to the pirate world? Or does it also need to be bound by a contract? Does it also need to cultivate your favorability with this ninjutsu? If it is necessary, it will take some time. Xianqing was slightly stunned after hearing this and said, it depends on the degree of wisdom. If you have complete wisdom, you need to cultivate favorability. If you don't have a complete consciousness, you can force a contract or directly use the space-time gate as a transit. This restriction is actually to protect Xianqing's safety. Otherwise, it is easy to go wrong. If you don't take it across the world, but just put it into the space-time gate space, there are not so many restrictions. As long as it loses its ability to resist, it can be put into the space-time gate space. This point was proved when Rayleigh was asked to hunt Sea Kings last time. You know, the higher the level of Sea Kings, the more complete their wisdom. Those super Sea Kings that are over 1,000 meters long even have their own complete language, and can understand human language and communicate. Then you probably have to cultivate the favorability of this ninja eagle first. Because, ninja beasts basically have complete wisdom, and some can even speak human language directly. Uchiha's Hilly reminded. Well. Then cultivate it when the time comes. Xianqing nodded in understanding. Ninja beasts are not humans, their minds are simpler, and their favorability is easier to improve. When the time comes, I will feed it more Sea King's meat or nutritional pills, and it should be able to meet the binding requirements soon. It would be great if humans were that simple. That's right. Uchiha's Hilly nodded, then let's do it. A few hours later. Xianqing finally read all the sealing techniques and related knowledge he had obtained this time. Even Flying Thunder God technique was read through, and all the knowledge and information was memorized in the mind. Of course, if you want to learn everything, it will take a lot of time. After dinner, Xianqing officially began to practice chakra. This was the first time he practiced chakra since he successfully awakened his talent after extracting chakra for the first time. During this extraction, Xianqing found that the whole process was extremely smooth. It was far less difficult than before. Moreover, with just a little extraction, a lot of chakra was easily synthesized. The energy contained in each cell is more than dozens or even hundreds of times more than a month ago. After another successful extraction, Xianqing did not stop, and continued to practice chakra refining technique and the skill of counting breaths to raise his chakra limit. You have practiced chakra refining, proficiency plus 30, chakra plus 10. You have practiced chakra refining, proficiency plus 40, chakra plus 10. You have practiced chakra refining, proficiency plus 52, chakra plus 12. As proficiency continues to increase, Suinking's utilization rate and extraction efficiency of cell energy are constantly rising. The amount of chakra that can be extracted and synthesized each time is also increasing. The amount of chakra in the body is also constantly rising. There is a saying that the amount of chakra of a ninja is certain to a certain extent, and it cannot be increased by ordinary practice. When you are proficient in extracting energy from each cell to synthesize chakra. If you want to increase the chakra limit in the future, you can only rely on the body to increase the amount of chakra as you grow older. Or, you can increase the amount of chakra by tempering your body, strengthening cells, and increasing the capacity of its cell energy. Of course, mental strength also needs to be improved simultaneously. However, the arduous physical training process itself will also drive the growth of mental strength. It's just not obvious enough. The body, soul, and mental strength have always been complementary. Xuanqing was obviously still far from being able to quickly extract energy from every cell to synthesize chakra. Therefore, his chakra amount was still rising. 0.1 card, 0.2 card, 0.5 card, 1 card, until 1.5 card, he stopped refining chakra. At this time, his chakra refining technique had already been perfected. UCHIHA Chakra Refining Technique, 29851/100,000, perfect. With the blessing of his understanding and talent, he improved very quickly. Of course, it was also because the chakra refining technique itself was relatively simple. It seems that it will take a few days to be completely perfect and then break the limit. I just don't know what kind of skills can be realized after this chakra refining technique breaks the limit. Directly cultivate immortality. Or a more sharp chakra refining technique. Xuanqing couldn't help thinking as he looked at his panel information. Immortal cultivation is unlikely. The span cannot be so large. Chakra refining does not involve absorbing natural energy. Perhaps, if the immortal art practice method breaks the limit, it may be sublimated and enlightened into sage art. Xuanqing guessed. An immortal art practice method. Whetbone Forest should have it. He has already become Tsunade's apprentice, and he can find an opportunity to ask for Katsuyu's summoning contract qualification later. Then, ask Katsuyu Sage to learn at the right time. Of course, Xuanqing hopes to create immortal arts and even immortal cultivation methods suitable for humans in the future. Rather than this half-baked, demon cultivation method. God knows if there will be any hidden dangers if this kind of practice continues. Just look at Jiraiya and others practicing Mount Maiboku's immortal art, and they will have toad characteristics. This is not normal. Next is chakra control training. Shaking off the many thoughts in his mind, Xuanqing walked out of the room directly and came to a big tree next to the small training ground in the backyard. He tried to gather a certain amount of chakra under his feet, and then walked towards the tree trunk. Crack! The bark and part of the trunk shattered as he stepped on it. Apparently he had used too much chakra. Xuanqing quickly reduced the chakra output and tried again. This time, he succeeded. At the same time, a new skill appeared on Xuanqing's attribute panel. Chakra Control, 1/100, Entry Level. The moment the skill took shape, some related insights directly flooded into Xuanqing's mind. He had long been accustomed to it, and he digested and understood the information instantly. Then, he took another step, and both feet stood firmly on the tree trunk. Then, step by step, he climbed up regardless. You have conducted chakra control training, chakra control proficiency +3. You have conducted chakra control training, chakra control proficiency +3. You have conducted chakra control training, chakra control proficiency +4. When Xianqing climbed to the top of the tree, his control over chakra had greatly increased, and climbing trees was no longer a problem for him. His chakra control skills also successfully reached the proficient level. I have improved so fast. This is my true talent and understanding. In the past, I was completely dragged down by my congenital deficiency. Xianqing became more and more addicted to his practice, and it felt so good. Unlike in the past, he had to be very careful when exercising his body, for fear of hurting himself. The first time he extracted chakra, he was very careful and nervous, for fear of accidentally killing himself. Of course, before his memory and talent awakened, his understanding and mental power were not so strong. It was only after awakening the memory of the previous life and superimposing the souls and mental power of 2 lives that it appeared. This point has been verified long ago. Standing on the top of the tree, looking at the entire Uchiha clan territory and even the dimly lit Konoha in the distance, Xianqing was somewhat high-spirited. His road to becoming a strong man began from then on. P.S. New book uploaded, please collect, send flowers, and comment. Have fun reading books every day during the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 40, Mastering the Skill of Seal Binding, the 3rd generation wants me to go to school? 6/6, please collect. Flowers. Xianqing, it's late. Rest first. It's not too late to practice tomorrow. You can't ignore it just because you're feeling better. At this time, Uchiha Yuri had stood under the tree without knowing when, and looked up at Xianqing, who was standing on the top of the tree, to remind him. She was very pleased that her child was willing to work hard, but she couldn't ignore her body. The whole process of Suinking's chakra extraction was actually under her perception and attention. If she hadn't seen that Suinking's extraction process was very smooth, and his proficiency in chakra refining was also soaring, without hurting his body or overdosing, she would have stopped Xianqing at that time. Okay. Mom. I'll come down right away. Xianqing looked down in astonishment, saw his mother with her hands on her waist, stuck out her tongue, and quickly ran down from the tree. When he was more than 1 meter from the ground, he jumped down and landed steadily in front of his mother. He touched the back of his head a little embarrassedly and said, "Hee. I forgot the time. It's mainly because the chakra extraction was too smooth, much simpler than I thought." Yet. Uchiha Yuri nodded without comment, reached out and touched his head and said, "Okay. Go and rest." Yes. Immediately, Xianqing went to rest. The next morning, after having breakfast made of sea king's meat with his mother and Mikoto, Xianqing and the other 2 began to practice health-preserving exercises in the small training ground in the backyard. You eat sea king's meat to assist in practicing health-preserving exercises, proficiency plus 10, lifespan plus 9, life essence plus 0.03. It will take some time for the health-preserving exercises to break through to perfection. I think the effect of improving lifespan will be better by then. I am looking forward to it. I just don't know what it will be like after breaking through the limit. After practicing the health-preserving exercises 5 times in the morning and digesting most of the food in the stomach, Xianqing stopped. First, he took a shower, then returned to the backyard, while occasionally instructing his mother and Mikoto on the key points of the health-preserving exercises. He practiced the seals. There is no rush to practice ninjutsu. First improve the chakra control and the proficiency and speed of the seals. Sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood. There is no rush in the next 1 or 2 days. The time saved will be earned back in time. You practiced the seal and successfully entered the skill of seal. Seal proficiency plus 1. You practiced the seal, seal proficiency plus 2. You practiced the seal, seal proficiency plus 3. Perhaps it was because Suinking's physical talent after recovery was better, or perhaps it was because of the practice of health-preserving exercises, the body coordination was also very good, plus the physique and understanding were also strong. Suinking's seal growth rate was also very fast. It began to improve at a speed visible to the naked eye. Half an hour later, Uchiha Yuri and Mikoto completed the morning health-preserving exercises one after another, and Suinking's seal proficiency also broke through the entry stage and entered the proficient stage. Not only was it difficult to make mistakes in the seal, but the seal speed also reached the level of 2 seals per second. It was pretty good. Knock, knock, knock. At this time, the front yard was filled with the voices of the whisperers and Tsunade, Master Chiri, Little Xianqing, are you home? Hey! Xianqing and the others were stunned. Tsunade. Let's go. Let's go see what she wants. Immediately, Uchiha Chiri called Xianqing and Mikoto to the front yard, opened the door, and welcomed Tsunade in. Come in and sit down. No. Thank you, Master Chiri. Tsunade waved her hand and said, I have other things to do with Xianqing today, so I won't come in and sit down. Oh? What's the matter? Uchiha Chiri and Xianqing asked curiously. That. Tsunade said a little embarrassedly, yesterday my teacher, the 3rd generation, asked me to go to the Hokage's office. He already knew that I accepted Xianqing as my apprentice. So, he wanted me to take Xianqing to meet his master. In addition, he probably hopes that Xianqing can go to the ninja school. Although, I think with Suinking's knowledge, it's a complete waste of time to go there. From the medical skills she exchanged with Xianqing yesterday, Suinking's medical skills are better than hers. What can the ninja school teach him with this kind of understanding and IQ? It is estimated that he can learn and fully master what the school teaches in a few days, right? But she can't do anything about her teacher's request. After all, he is Hokage. At the same time, she also roughly understands that her teacher wants Xianqing to go to school to accept his brainwashing of the will of fire. Unfortunately, teacher, you may have made a wrong idea. With Suinking's intelligence, he is not someone you can brainwash. Tsunade thought with some gloating in her heart. She will not tell the 3rd generation about this. She has no good impression of the 3rd generation now. If the time is not yet ripe, she would have wanted to turn against the 3rd generation. The old thing is full of calculations, and he is still fooling me and brainwashing me, why doesn't he die? Hey! Hearing this, Xianqing was speechless and said, forget about the ninja school. That kind of playhouse school is meaningless. It's not as good as our reformed clan school. Besides, my schedule is full now, and there are too many things I need to learn and practice. I don't have the time at all. Although, he is also interested in learning to meet a few talents, brush up his favor ability, and facilitate contracts. But he doesn't want to waste too much time. Then don't go. Tsunade was also stunned, and felt that what Xianqing said made sense. Especially sensing that Xianqing already had a lot of chakra in his body at this time. Roughly judging, the total amount is probably not less than that of an ordinary Jainin. She clearly remembered that Xianqing only had a tiny trace of chakra in his body yesterday, and it was obvious that he had just started practicing chakra. As a result, after one day, the change was so big. He is obviously a super genius in chakra. The ninja school really can't teach him. It's better to let her come to teach alone. She can pass on her ninjutsu, including super strength and medical ninjutsu, to Xianqing. By the way, it is also convenient for her to exchange medical knowledge with Xianqing. It is a win-win situation. No. I still have to go. Without waiting for Xianqing to speak, Uchiha Yuri stretched out her hand and pressed Suinking's head and said, Xianqing, you should meet the 3rd generation first, enroll formally, and get to know more classmates. When you feel that you can't learn anything from school, you can separate shadow clone to go to school. Or, let Tsunade greet the school and 3rd generation for you, and then go to learn medical ninjutsu from Tsunade. Uchiha Yuri has not thought about graduating early. In her opinion, Suinking's strength at this time is far from enough. She will not allow Xianqing to graduate early and become a formal ninja. In that case, Sarutobi Hiruzen might arrange Xianqing to go out of the village to perform tasks. Plus the old dog Danzo who is secretly eyeing him. It's too early for Xianqing now, it's too dangerous. Let's talk about this when Xianqing has absolute self-protection ability. Tsunade, what do you think? Uchiha Yuri said, looking up at Tsunade. Of course there is no problem here. I'm looking forward to it. Then it's settled. He. Tsunade quickly agreed happily. Isn't this what she wants? Master Yuri is so considerate. Then, both of them looked at Xianqing, and asked with unquestionable faces, Xianqing, what do you think? Xianqing. With this look, does he have any choice? P.S. New book uploaded, please collect, flowers, and comments. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP coupons. Chapter 41, Tsunade kicks the door of the Hokage's office, the deterrent power of Uchiha Yuri, 1/6, please collect. Comment. Okay. I agree. Xianqing could only spread his hands helplessly and agreed. Okay. That's it. Uchiha Yuri nodded with satisfaction, touched Suinking's head, pushed him to Tsunade and said, take him away. I have to go to work too. Mikoto, you should go to school soon. You're going to be late. Yes. Immediately, Mikoto said goodbye to everyone and left quickly. Let's go too. Tsunade said goodbye to Uchiha Yuri, called Xianqing, and took Xianqing to the Hokage building after a while. He kicked the door of the Hokage office. Bang! The door made a wailing sound and hit the wall directly, shaking the entire Hokage office and causing a lot of dust to fall. Third generation. Xianqing. The corners of their eyes twitched slightly at this time. Yes, this is very Tsunade. The third generation looked at Tsunade speechlessly and helplessly, pinching his brows with a headache and said, Tsunade. Can't you open the door normally with your hands? Because of you this month, I have changed the door of this office 5 times. Besides, you are a teacher. Can you set an example and pay attention to your personal image? You will lead the children astray. He didn't know why, starting from more than 20 days ago, Tsunade's attitude towards him became more and more impolite. His personality became more and more perverse. It was simply difficult to hold it. He remembered that he hadn't offended Tsunade recently. Humph. I'm used to it. Tsunade heard it, crossed his arms, raised his chin proudly and said, I brought the person to you. Hurry up and get acquainted with him so that I can take him to the school. Tsunade, whose filter for the third generation was broken, didn't want to be affected by the third generation. Besides, it was just kicking the door. Compared with what the third generation did to Senju, this was already polite. You. The third generation shook his head helplessly, then looked at Xianqing, showing a smile that he thought was kind and said, You are Uchiha Xianqing? I am the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, your master. Did your teacher tell you? At this time, he clearly sensed the vitality in Suinking's body. It feels stronger than most of his peers. This doesn't look like a sickly child with congenital deficiencies at all. It seems that Uchiha really has mastered an incredible treatment method to make up for vitality. I have to find a way to get it if I have a chance. Third generation thought to himself. This method is useful to him and even the Sarutobi clan. And this chakra amount, there was not much chakra yesterday. Is it because I officially started to refine chakra yesterday? It's comparable to Jainin. He is really a genius. I have to take it seriously and find a way to brainwash him to become my talent. Third generation thought again. If it works, it will be much easier to deal with Uchiha's Hilly and Uchiha in the future. Thinking of this, the third generation looked at Xianqing with a more intense smile. Although Xianqing felt disgusted in his heart, he still smiled politely and nodded on the surface. Yes. The teacher mentioned it to me. Uchiha Xianqing, meet the Hokage. Haha. The third generation saw it and laughed loudly. Just call me Grandpa. Hey. As soon as these words came out, Suinking's face froze. He suspected that this old guy wanted to take advantage of him. Hee. Tsunade glanced at the third generation with a sarcastic look on his face and sneered, I said, old man. You are not bullying the children. Even if Xianqing dares to call, do you dare to respond? Be careful, that's Hilly knows, and beat you to death. Ha! How can this old guy be so shameless? Obviously, he is of the same generation as Hilly, but he still wants her son to call him Grandpa. It's just the opposite of Tian Gang. The third generation also reacted at this time. Hearing Tsunade's words, thinking of the consequences of this matter, thinking of the angry Uchiha Yuri, he suddenly froze all over, waved his hands and smiled. Wrong. Sorry. Didn't I forget about this because Xianqing is my disciple? My fault. At this point, the third generation hurriedly said to Xianqing with an apologetic and nervous look, Xianqing. I'm sorry. I made a mistake. You should call me Uncle Hokage in the future. I'm 1 or 2 years older than your mother, so this title is just right. I was also misled by Tsunade. Haha. Don't tell your mother about this kind of trivial matter, so as not to disturb her. If this is known, even if he is beaten by Uchiha Yuri, the beating will be in vain. He thinks Uchiha Yuri is definitely willing to take advantage of the situation. This woman is often unreasonable. I understand. Xianqing nodded and agreed. He now had a clear understanding of his mother's deterrent power. I wonder what my mother did that made the third generation so afraid. Xianqing thought with some curiosity. He didn't dare to ask his mother. He was afraid of being beaten. Of course, he would still tell his mother about this matter. What? You said I promised the third generation not to tell? I broke my promise. What can you do? However, he felt that his mother would not beat up the third generation for this matter. The timing was not right. It was not appropriate to have a big conflict with the third generation at present. Uchiha still needed a few years of low-key and stable development. When the strength was sufficient, we would settle the accounts together. Haha. That's good. The third generation was relieved after hearing this, thinking that there was no problem. Then, they talked to Xianqing for a few more words and tried to get some words out of him. But they were all stopped by Tsunade. The third generation immediately realized that with Tsunade around, he probably couldn't get any useful information from Xianqing. At the same time, he also noticed that Xianqing was much smarter than he thought. So he stopped making trouble. He quickly ended the conversation and sent Tsunade to take Xianqing to school. Of course, he had not given up on winning over and brainwashing Xianqing. In his opinion, as long as he entered the school, he had plenty of time and could slowly influence Xianqing. How smart can a 6-year-old child be? At this age, when his 3 views have not been established, he has too many means and time to influence and brainwash him. Soon, Tsunade brought Xianqing to the ninja school. First went to the vice principal's office, explained the situation, met the head teacher of the first grade elite class, and handed the person over to the head teacher. Tsunade said goodbye and left. Xianqing, led by the head teacher Kuroda Ichito, came to the elite class, which is the classroom of the first grade class A. It happened to be time for class at this time. Wow! Who is that? He's so handsome. Judging from his clothes, he should be from the Uchiha clan. But I've never seen him before. Why did he come at this time? I don't know. King Ii, you are also Uchiha, you should know him, right? Who is he? It seems to be Xianqing, the Uchiha of the Elder's family, but he has changed a lot. As soon as he came in, the students in the classroom couldn't help but talk about Xianqing, who was let in by the head teacher. P.S. New book uploaded, please collect, send flowers, and comment. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 42. Big Sister Kushina said she would protect me. Shadow Clone's way to go to school, 2/6. Please collect flowers. Hey! Xianqing, your name is Xianqing, right? Mikoto told me. Hello. I'm Kushina, Uzumaki Kushina. If someone bullies you in class in the future, tell me my name. I promised Mikoto to take care of you, hehe. At this time, Kushina stood up and waved to Xianqing. Hearing her bad sister's speech, Xianqing just felt funny. Then I will take care of you in the future. However, Xianqing did not fight for her face, but smiled and nodded. Kushina. Sit down. At this time, the head teacher Kuroda Ichido roared at Kushina with veins on his forehead. This girl is getting more and more indifferent to him. But he really can't do anything to Kushina. Otherwise, Master Tsunade will definitely make him look bad. Not to mention, Master Mito is standing behind Kushina. This is a super connected person, you can't afford to offend him, you can't afford to offend him. Yes, yes. Kushina achieved his goal, and did not confront the teacher, and sat down directly. At this time, Namikaze Minato, who was sitting 2 rows in front of Kushina, heard Kushina's boast, and couldn't help but look at Kushina, and felt funny in his heart. I didn't expect Kushina to have the potential to be a big sister. Interesting. Hey. However, his obvious gaze and smiling face were very glaring in Kushina's eyes. Kushina felt ridiculed, and immediately slammed the table and glared at Minato and said, "Yellow-haired sissy, are you laughing at me? Damn it! Ah? No." Minato wanted to explain. But at this time, Kuroda Ichido roared at Kushina again angrily, "Uzumaki Kushina. Sit down." Then, he turned to Minato and warned, "And Namikaze Minato, you too. Don't learn bad things." Yes. The two immediately became honest. Minato once again lost the opportunity to explain. At the same time, Kushina once again made a note of Minato in his heart, and said angrily, "It's all because of this sissy, otherwise I wouldn't be scolded again. Also, what does the teacher mean? What do you mean don't learn bad things? Is it because you are afraid that he will learn bad things from me? Who are you looking down on? This is discrimination, complete discrimination." After that, Xianqing introduced himself at the signal of Kuroda Ichido. Then, with different expressions from the classmates, he walked down the podium and sat down in the empty seat next to Kushina at Kushina's wave. He had seen that Uzumaki Kushina's favorability towards him was 62 points. This is a very high initial value. It should be because of Sister Mikoto. Well, maybe Teacher Tsunade and Master Mito have also mentioned it to her. Xianqing guessed. In the next few days, Xianqing went to school normally during the day. With his learning ability and efficiency, he quickly mastered everything that can be learned in school. His relationship with Kushina also improved. He also met Namikaze Minato, who took the initiative to greet and make friends. After a few days, with his communication skills, both Kushina and Minato's favorability towards him increased. However, there is still a long way to go before the minimum requirement of 80 points for the contract. This kind of thing can't be rushed, Xianqing can only take it slowly. Kushina, Minato, these days, I have mastered everything that can be learned in school. School is no longer useful to me. So, next I plan to send Shadow Clone to go to school instead of me. I plan to take time to practice alone. Say hello to you. Xuanqing said to Kushina and Minato when school was over that day. We are already friends, so it's better to take the initiative to explain this kind of thing. Otherwise, it will be exposed later, which will easily affect the friendship. Using shadow clone to go to school? Is that possible? Why didn't I think of that? Kushina was stunned at first, then said with surprise. She went to school a few months longer than Xuanqing, and with her intelligence, she had already learned everything she should have learned. She had no interest in learning what she didn't want to learn. She had long felt that school was boring and a torture. Originally, she had been planning to beg her grandmother to let her not go to school at all and learn the sealing technique with her grandmother. She was more interested in that. Now after hearing Xuanqing's words, she suddenly understood. There was no need to drop out of school. Wouldn't it be better to use shadow clone to replace herself? In this way, Grandma would definitely agree. As for what to do if she doesn't know shadow clone? Just learn it. For a genius girl like her, a small shadow clone is not a piece of cake. Anyway, she has a lot of chakras, so it's easy to separate a shadow clone to go to school. Then I will also use shadow clone to go to school in the future. Kushina decided immediately, and then said to Xuanqing, I heard from Sister Tsunade that you have also been learning the sealing technique recently. Yes. Xuanqing nodded. My mother had a deal with Master Mito before, and I got a lot of sealing techniques from her, so it's a good time to learn. Kushina said immediately, it just so happens that I am also going to learn the sealing technique from my grandmother, do you want to join me? At that time, we can also exchange learning experiences with each other, how about it? She thinks it will be more interesting to study with one more companion. At the very least, it can be pleasing to the eyes. She appreciates Xuanqing's masculine handsomeness. Unlike a certain sissy, it's too sissy. Hey? Is this kind of thing okay? It requires Master Mito's consent, right? Xuanqing was slightly stunned when he heard it. He didn't mind learning from Uzumaki Mito. It's much more efficient to have a ready-made sealing master to teach than to learn by yourself. He had tested it a long time ago. If someone teaches, the skill proficiency will improve faster. The better the teacher, the better the effect. Although, with the talent of God rewarding hard work, he can learn quickly by self-study. But who can refuse double hanging? I will definitely agree. I will tell Grandma when I go back later. After all, she likes you very much. She asked me to take care of you at school before. Kushina patted his chest and promised. That's fine. Ask it. It doesn't matter if it doesn't work. Xuanqing nodded and didn't refuse. Minato, who was standing aside, felt a little disappointed after hearing this. If possible, he would also like to join in. But he knew that this was impossible. Xuanqing could do it because Xuanqing himself had obtained the seal training scroll of Master Mito. In addition, Master Mito also knew him and had a good impression of him. But Minato himself did not have these conditions. In addition, he did not know shadow clone technique. At this time, Xuanqing noticed Minato's low mood, and immediately patted his shoulder and said, "Don't be disappointed. We can't learn sealing techniques all day long. How about we arrange some time every day to practice ninjutsu and taijutsu together?" In his opinion, Minato is a good investment target. He can take advantage of Minato's young age to invest in him, improve his favorability, and then bind him. He will definitely be a good helper in the future. Instead of leaving such talents to the third generation and becoming enemies in the future, it is better to win them over in advance. Of course, in this process, proper guidance should also be given. Let Minato see the true face of the third generation, the true face of the so-called will of fire, and the cruel truth of the ninja world. Lest he be brainwashed by the third generation. P.S. New book uploaded, please collect, send flowers, and comment. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 43, Investing in Minato. Minato's favorability rises to 84 points, 3/6. Please bookmark. I don't mind. Kushina listened, glanced at Minato, and agreed. Although she still felt that Minato was a sissy and unpleasant, they were friends after all, and it was only right to take care of each other's feelings. Is this appropriate? Minato listened and looked at Xianqing with a touched face. He didn't expect that Xianqing, a child of a big family, was not only not arrogant on weekdays, but also willing to be friends with him. At this time, he was willing to accommodate and help him. He really didn't know what to say. At this time, Xianqing noticed that just now, Minato's favorability towards him soared by 10 points, reaching 65 points. There's nothing inappropriate. Anyway, we all have to practice, and it's good to make progress together. We are friends, aren't we? Xianqing smiled and shook his head. Even if it's not for the benefit, he is willing to be friends with people like Minato. At least, you don't have to worry about him plotting against you behind your back. But I don't know shadow clone technique, I can only do it after school. Is that okay? Minato asked a little embarrassed. These are all trivial matters. Xianqing waved his hand nonchalantly and said, I am optimistic about your talent and future, Minato. As an advance investment, I can teach you shadow clone technique and even some ninjutsu suitable for you. When you grow up in the future, you can repay me and the village. What do you think? Do you dare to accept it? Fearing that Minato would be embarrassed and refuse to accept it, Xianqing directly used a little provocation. Well, by that day, the village will probably be named UCHIHA Xianqing. Dare? What's there to be afraid of? Sure enough, Minato was provoked by these words and nodded decisively. Then, when the blood faded, he touched the back of his head a little embarrassedly, looked at Xianqing and said, but, in this way, will I owe you Xianqing too much? He didn't know if he would be able to pay it back in the future. He felt that Xianqing seemed to have more confidence in him than he did. Then I'll pay you back slowly in the future. I'm not afraid that you owe me too much, so what are you afraid of? Xianqing casually reached out and patted Minato on the shoulder. It's settled. Thanks. Xianqing. Namikaze Minato looked at Xianqing with a complicated expression, and his eyes were full of gratitude. This was the first time someone was so kind to him and thought so highly of him. He secretly swore in his heart that Xianqing would always be his best friend in the future. At the same time, Xianqing also found that Minato's favorability towards him soared to 84 points. Wow! So high? Can't we sign a contract directly? Xianqing was calm on the surface, but he was surprised in his heart. Well, we haven't known each other for many days, and it's a bit utilitarian to rashly propose a contract. Wait a few more days, until the shadow clone and some ninjutsu promised by Rear Admiral are passed on to Minato, and consolidate the goodwill first. Xianqing decided immediately. This surge in favorability made him a little flustered. It can only be said that Minato is a relatively pure person. Come on, come with me to my house first, I'll teach you shadow clone technique first and then talk about other things. After saying that, Xianqing said to Kushina. Then Kushina, we'll say goodbye here today. Ask Lord Mito first. If it doesn't work, don't force it. Yeah. Go ahead. Kushina nodded, waved his hand, and left quickly. Let's go too. Xianqing patted Minato's shoulder and called him to go home. It wasn't long before they entered the Uchiha clan. Along the way, many members of the Uchiha clan looked at Xianqing and Minato with some surprise. Xianqing is back? Is this your friend? Someone greeted Xianqing and asked curiously. Yes. Uncle Shiyu, how is business today? Xianqing also smiled kind. It's okay. I'll just finish today. Tomorrow the family's pharmacy will open, and I have to go there to help run it. Uchiha looked expectant. He had already come into contact with the medicines that the family was going to sell. He knew what kind of sensation these medicines would bring. If they sold well, the family should not be short of money in the future. Recently, the family reform has been very expensive. Especially the clan schools at all levels, the elite guards, and the new family reward and punishment welfare system. All aspects require money and resources. Oh? Is it going to open? That's great. Xianqing's eyes lit up slightly. These days, he only took 2 hours a day to make some medicines, and didn't care about other things. He didn't expect his mother to move so quickly. It seems that I have to make more medicines in the next period of time, otherwise there will definitely not be enough to sell. Xianqing thought to himself. He wanted to hand over the production of these medicines to others. But there is no suitable and reliable candidate for the time being. Many medicines require the meat of sea kings, or a higher level of pharmaceutical grade. We must train a group of qualified pharmaceutical people as soon as possible, or come up with a qualified batch pharmaceutical production line. Xianqing thought again. With this idea in mind, Xianqing took Minato to the small training ground in his backyard. He began to teach Minato shadow clone technique. He first explained the practice method in detail. Then, step by step, he slowly demonstrated it to Minato again. Then, Minato successfully got started. Good. I really didn't make a mistake. Xianqing saw it and gave Minato a thumbs up. Hee. No way. You taught me well. Minato touched the back of his head and smiled a little embarrassedly. Keep practicing a few more times. Make sure you really master it, then today's teaching will end here. Xianqing raised his hand to signal. Okay. Minato immediately released Shadow Clone. Then, he practiced 4 or 5 more times. After mastering it more and more steadily, Xianqing asked him to stop, and then said, "It's already okay. You can practice more intensified later. As for matters related to practicing together, I will come to adjust and arrange the world after Kushina's affairs are determined tomorrow. I'll take you back first." Okay. Minato nodded, and after being sent out of the Uchiha clan by Xianqing, he stopped Xianqing and said, "Just send it here. Next, I'll go back by myself." Xianqing. Goodbye. Also, thank you. After that, Minato ran away quickly. This kid. Xianqing smiled slightly, turned around immediately, put his hands in his trouser pockets, and walked towards home. After returning home, Xianqing made a seal to separate 3 shadow clone. One was sent to learn the sealing technique, and one was sent to practice chakra control and seal. One went to practice ninjutsu. His original body was directly teleported to the pirate world, joined Mikoto, and started to attack each other. Practice observation haki and try to awaken observation haki. Uchiha Yuri discovered before that if you want to awaken haki, you still have to be in the pirate world. It won't work in the ninja world. It seems that the necessary conditions are missing there. Xianqing thought it was because the rules of the world were different. But once you successfully awaken, you can go to the ninja world to practice and improve. It's quite interesting. The method of practice for the two is also very simple, that is, throwing various snowballs at each other, various surprises. Swish, swish, swish. Soon, a continuous sound of breaking through the air sounded. From time to time, there was a cry of pain. KONOHA in the room frowned slightly, and finally shook her head helplessly. What sin had she committed? To have such 2 people. As the 2 threw more and more, the speed became faster and faster. Both of them were completely immersed in it. P.S. New book uploaded, please collect, send flowers, and comment. Have fun reading books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 44 Awakening Observation Haki, help Mikoto awaken as well, 4/6. Please bookmark. Ong. At a certain moment, Xianqing suddenly found himself in a special state, and his whole body felt transparent, as if he could sense everything within a radius of hundreds of meters around him. This was especially true for the snowballs that were constantly being thrown at him. Moreover, these snowballs seemed to have been paused. Observation Haki was achieved. Xianqing easily dodged the snowballs that kept coming. Then, while continuing to throw at Mikoto, who had not yet awakened his observation Haki, he opened the attribute panel with a thought and found that there was indeed an extra skill in the skill column. Observation Haki, 1/1000, entry level. Hey! The upper limit of the entry-level proficiency is 1000. It's 10 times higher than chakra refining technique. Doesn't this mean that each subsequent stage will also be at least 10 times higher? Maybe even more. Now it will take a lot longer to practice to perfection or even break the limit. Xianqing thought with a headache. However, considering that this skill is more difficult and rare, and has a high upper limit, it is understandable. At this time, Mikoto also found that Xianqing suddenly became different. He became more comfortable dodging, and even distracted himself without being hit. She quickly divided a little of her mind and shouted to Xianqing, "Xianqing, did you successfully awaken observation Haki?" "Yes." Xianqing dodged and nodded affirmatively, "Just awakened successfully. Do you want to continue?" "Continue." Mikoto gritted her teeth and nodded affirmatively. Xianqing has awakened, but she, as a sister, has fallen behind. This is not good. Are there any tricks? She couldn't help asking while continuing to dodge. In the end, she was still affected by Xianqing and distracted. Calm down and concentrate on dodging. This is the only trick. Mikoto sister, your mental strength and talent are sufficient. You have to believe in yourself. Next, I will increase the frequency and tricky angle of throwing. You have to be careful. I believe you can do it. Here it comes. Okay. After hearing this, Mikoto's anxiety was indeed reduced a lot. She forced herself to calm down and responded. The next moment. Swish, swish, swish. She only felt that countless snowballs were constantly thrown at her from all directions like a storm. More than twice as fast as before? Twice as tricky? She couldn't even distract herself to throw any snowballs. Even so, she was still hit. But Mikoto gritted her teeth and persisted. Just like this, she kept forcing herself and concentrating. The pupils of her eyes even began to turn red, which was a sign of opening Sharingan. But it was forcibly suppressed by Mikoto. Because, the experience given by Uchiha's Hili proves that activating Sharingan to dodge will not only fail to promote the opening of observation Haki, but will have the opposite effect. Concentrate, concentrate, and concentrate again. Mikoto felt as if she was only a hair's breadth away from awakening observation Haki. In this way, I don't know how long it has been, Mikoto has even forgotten the existence of time. At a certain moment. Ong! She suddenly felt her spirit sublimated, and her head was buzzing. Then, the whole world became different. It was so clear. She could keenly feel all the movements and even images within a range of dozens of meters around her. The snowballs that kept attacking from all directions seemed to slow down. Observation Haki, also awakened successfully. Swish, swish, swish. Mikoto easily dodged many snowballs. The next moment, the snowball attack stopped. Obviously Xianqing noticed Mikoto's change and stopped it on his own initiative. Congratulations! Xianqing walked forward with a smile and congratulated. Huff, huff, huff. Mikoto supported her knees with her hands, panting, and smiled, "Thank you." This time thanks to you. Otherwise, I don't know when I can successfully awaken. Your experience is very useful. Squeak. At this time, the sound of a door opening came, attracting the attention of Xianqing and Mikoto. The two looked over and saw KONOHA walking out of the house with a shocked face. She looked at the two and said in surprise, "They actually awakened their observation haki. It's incredible. The difference between the two was only a few minutes. How did you do it? Don't think that observation haki is easy to awaken. Even in the world of pirates, this thing is only exclusive to a very small number of people. Most people will never be able to awaken observation haki in their lifetime. In fact, there are many armament haki strongmen who have not awakened observation haki. Unlike armament haki, which can be awakened by constantly training the body, observation haki involves mental power and the sixth sense beyond the five senses. The difficulty of awakening is completely different, and it requires talent." Hehe. Xianqing and Mikoto smiled at each other. Xianqing said, "We have special awakening techniques." KONOHA couldn't help rolling her eyes. "Do you think I didn't hear your previous conversation? If you can awaken just by focusing on dodging, then the observation haki wouldn't be so rare. I can only say that UCHIHA clan do have some talent in spirit and perception. The special eyes unique to UCHIHA seem to involve spirit and even soul. She has seen them in UCHIHA's Hilly and UCHIHA Mikoto. On the contrary, Xianqing, this kid, seems to have not awakened this special feature yet. KONOHA thinks it's because he's not old enough. With Xianqing's talent, awakening in the future is inevitable. Maybe." Xianqing was slightly stunned after hearing this, and nodded without comment. "Okay. Now that you have succeeded, don't continue this kind of training. It's so noisy that I can't concentrate on reading." After complaining, KONOHA went back to the house. Xianqing and Mikoto looked at each other, then smiled at each other. Xianqing said, "Then let's stop here today." "Okay. I also want to feel and test the specific situation of the observation haki, so I'll go back first." Mikoto nodded, and then teleport back to the ninja world. The next moment, Xianqing also chose to return to the ninja world. "Are you back? It's time to eat, let's eat first. Go wash your hands." As soon as he came back, he saw UCHIHA's Hilly serving the dishes. Mikoto was also walking towards the kitchen. "Okay." Xianqing immediately returned to the room, changed into a thinner set of clothes, washed his hands, and then returned to the dining room and sat down to eat. "I heard from Mikoto that you all just awakened observation haki." At this time, UCHIHA's Hilly couldn't help asking. "Yes." Xianqing nodded in response while chewing the meat. "Very good. It's quite a coincidence." UCHIHA's Hilly nodded with a smile. "With observation haki, the ability to save life will be greatly enhanced in the future. Later, work hard to practice observation haki. Not only to improve perception and evasion ability, but also to improve mental strength. Kill two birds with one stone. For the time being, I feel it is better than our UCHIHA meditation method. Of course, I'm not saying that you should give up meditation completely. Meditation and observation haki are also complementary, don't fall behind. Do you understand?" "Yes." Xianqing and Mikoto both nodded. This is UCHIHA's Hilly's experience in studying observation haki during this period. P.S. New book uploaded, please collect, send flowers, and comment. Read books every day during the National Day. Charge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 45, Binding Contract Ninja Eagle, Kushina's favor ability also reaches the standard, 5/6. Please collect. By the way, Xianming, our UCHIHA pharmacy will open tomorrow. For the next period of time, Xianqing, you should refine more medicine every day. It will be hard for you. Uchiha's Hilly suddenly thought of this and spoke again. Okay. I've noticed it. Xianqing nodded, and then said, oh. By the way, I forgot to say that the favorability of the captured ninja eagle has reached the standard, and I have contracted it. I will release it in the space-time gate space and give you the authority. You can communicate with the space-time gate space to summon it at any time in the future. It's better to make a summoning contract, which is more convenient and can also conceal people's eyes. As he said, Xianqing thought about it and gave the relevant authority to Uchiha's Hilly and Mikoto. This ninja eagle arrived a few days ago. These days, Xianqing feeds it every day to increase its favorability. Now it's finally done. This ninja eagle has a wingspan of 15 meters, just like a small airplane. With Janin-level chakra and wind-style abilities, it is extremely fast. It can break the speed of sound at the fastest speed, reaching more than 400 meters per second. It is terrifying. Of course, if you want it to reach such a speed when riding, you can't carry too many people. At the same time, the rider must be able to withstand the impact and wind speed. Okay. There is a blank summoning scroll at home. I will use it to bind the ninja eagle later, and then each of us will sign a name contract. Uchiha's Hilly nodded in agreement. With this ninja eagle, it will be much more convenient to open the map next. Next, Mom will take some time every day to run the map. Xianqing, just wait with peace of mind. I will notify you to go together after the map is opened. She was worried about letting Xianqing go out to sea alone. Okay. Xianqing felt Uchiha's Hilly's concern and was only moved, so he would not refuse. After dinner, Uchiha's Hilly immediately took out a blank summoning scroll. Then, he entered the space-time gate with Xianqing and Mikoto, completed the contract with Shinobi Hawk, and returned home. In the Senju tribe. As soon as Kushina came back, he told Uzumaki Mito that he was going to go to school with Shadow Clone. At the same time, he also said that he hoped to receive Uzumaki Mito's teaching of sealing techniques with Xianqing. Oh! Uzumaki Mito raised his eyebrows in surprise. It seems that the relationship between our Kushina and Xianqing is getting better and better. Even want to study together. Are you in love with him? As soon as Uzumaki Mito said this, Noeki, who had returned a long time ago, and Tsunade, who had just returned, all looked at Kushina, revealing the color of 8 trigrams. Oh! Grandma! Kushina's pretty face flushed immediately after being teased, and she puffed her cheeks and argued, no. At the same time, she was also asking herself in her heart, is it really like this? She really didn't think about it before. At the beginning, she only contacted Xianqing because of Mikoto and Uzumaki Mito's instructions. Later, I don't know why, she got along better and better with Xianqing. He just felt that being with Xianqing was very comfortable and relaxing. Because Suanking's words and deeds always met her wishes. It happened unknowingly. If Uzumaki Mito didn't remind her, she didn't know when she would find out that her friendship with Xianqing had already begun to deteriorate. However, the speed of this deterioration was a bit fast. It can only be that emotions are often uncontrollable and unpredictable. Really? Kushina was still too naive. Her expression changes could not be hidden even from Tsunade, let alone Uzumaki Mito. Uzumaki Mito immediately joked again. No. No. Kushina shook her head repeatedly. In short, no. She would not admit it now even if she was beaten to death. Want to eat her melon? No way. Okay, okay. No, then no. Uzumaki Mito saw that Kushina was about to explode, with her red hair flying, and did not continue to stimulate her. He nodded perfunctorily and said, since you want, then ask him to come along. Anyway, he has also obtained the practice methods of these sealing techniques, at most he can just make more good connections. With the level of this kid's demonic medical skills, it's worth it. These days, she has heard Tsunade praise Xianqing. Great. I will tell him the good news tomorrow. Hehe. Kushina was very happy to hear that. At this time, Tsunade also smiled and said, "So you are going to use Shadow Clone to go to school instead of you? Great. Then I can go to Xianqing to exchange medical skills more often every day. Haha. Maybe, you can ask him to split a Shadow Clone to learn from me." Yes. Let's do it. Why didn't I think of this method before? I wasted several days in vain. No matter what, I have to make up for it. Uzumaki Mito has no objection to this. She hopes that Tsunade can learn more medical knowledge from Xianqing. In this way, Tsunade's medical skills will only become more and more powerful. In the future, when she encounters the same situation as before, or when someone in the tribe has a difficult to treat disease, she may be able to solve it herself without asking for help. The next morning. Xianqing, I asked my grandmother, and she has agreed. Should we start learning today or tomorrow? After arriving at the school, Kushina shared the good news with Xianqing. Let's do it today. Xianqing said directly. He couldn't stay in this school for a day. It just so happens that Minato has also learned Shadow Clone technique. Let's take him to find a place to practice together. Then, Shadow Clone can actually be sent to learn the sealing technique. As for me, I think it's better to practice physical skills and strengthen the body. After all, Shadow Clone can't replace this point. What do you think? Of course, today is the first day. I will go to see Master Mito first and explain the situation to avoid being rude. Xianqing then suggested. It's not worth it to spend a lot of time learning the sealing technique. Every day of his life is very important now. It can make him continue to improve. No time can be wasted. In addition, he discovered yesterday evening that Kushina's favorability towards him suddenly increased again. It increased directly to 81 points. It also reached the binding standard. Xianqing was ready to find an opportunity to bind her and Minato. After ensuring that his secrets would not be leaked, he could increase his investment in them and provide them with health-preserving exercises, haki training methods and Sea King's meat. Accelerate their growth. Hey? Is that so? Kushina was slightly stunned after hearing this. And then said with some concern, will it be very hard to practice physical skills? It's okay. Xianqing was slightly stunned after hearing this, and then comforted, don't worry, I have other skills to ensure that it won't be too hard. Believe me. As long as there is the assistance of Sea King's meat and health-preserving exercises, the difficulty of bodybuilding training will be greatly reduced. Okay. I believe you. Kushina listened, looked at Xianqing seriously, looked at him, and then quickly turned away, her cheeks slightly red. Her heart was pounding, and she thought, so handsome. Before the truth was revealed, she hadn't thought about it or paid attention to it. After being pointed out by Uzumaki Mito yesterday, she found that she had completely changed. However, she didn't hate this feeling. And this scene happened to be seen by Minato. Minato felt heartbroken. Is Kushina in love with Xianqing? Minato thought for sure. For a moment, Minato felt very complicated. My first love ended before it even began? He didn't hate Xianqing because of this. Just now, he saw clearly that it was Kushina who took the initiative. Xianqing didn't seem to realize that Kushina's feelings for him had deteriorated. P.S. New book uploaded, please collect, send flowers, and comment. Read books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 46, Minato's Character and Forgiveness, Uzumaki Mito's Reminder, 6/6, please bookmark. Hey! Minato! You're just in time. We were just discussing training. Xianqing noticed Minato coming and immediately raised his hand to greet him and asked him to come over. Then, he keenly noticed that Minato was a little disappointed. He was not stupid. He glanced at Kushina, whose face was still blushing, and understood something. He immediately checked Minato's favorability towards him. He found that it had not dropped, and it was still 84 points. Ah! Minato's character is strong. It makes me feel guilty. Maybe, there is no need to observe and settle it anymore, and let him and Kushina bind to me later. Xianqing thought so. He felt that if the person he liked was taken first, he would definitely not be able to do it like Minato without taking out his anger. After hearing this, Minato quickly sorted out his mood and tried not to be so disappointed. Since Kushina made his own choice, there was nothing for him to entangle with. He immediately stepped forward and said, "How are you going to arrange it?" Xianqing immediately said, "I will first assign a shadow clone to accompany you to find a suitable secret training place. I will first meet with Lady Mito with Kushina and tell her that we are going to use shadow clone to practice sealing techniques with her, then, Kushina and I will come to meet you, make a training plan, and officially start training. Of course, before leaving, we have to leave a shadow clone at school, is that okay with you?" "No." Minato shook his head. "After I went back yesterday, I practiced again and can maintain shadow clone better." "Very good. Then let's find a corner where no one is and leave shadow clone," Xianqing said, calling Minato and Kushina to leave the classroom. After finding a corner where no one is, each of them assigned a shadow clone and sent shadow clone to school. Their original bodies quietly left the school. On the way, Xianqing separated another shadow clone and asked it to take Minato to find the secret base first. He and Kushina came to the Senju tribe together, met Uzumaki Mito, and explained their purpose. "Oh? Use shadow clone to learn the sealing technique. You should know that the sealing technique is a very delicate technique. When learning and practicing, it requires delicate chakra control. Are you sure you have no problem?" Uzumaki Mito listened, but did not directly refute, but asked back. "I can do it." Xianqing nodded affirmatively. "In fact, I have the ability to remember everything I see. I have completely memorized the knowledge of sealing techniques from you a few days ago. These days, I have also set aside some time every day or used shadow clone to practice sealing techniques. I think I have some basics now, and I have mastered more than 10 elementary sealing techniques. If you don't believe me, I can show you." As he said, Xianqing didn't wait for Uzumaki Mito to speak, and he directly pinched the seal formula, leaned over and slapped his hand on the ground. Suddenly, a soundproof barrier sealing technique was formed directly. Then, he performed the detection isolation barrier technique, the 4-series light technique, the fire seal, and other sealing techniques one after another. Uzumaki Mito and Kushina were amazed. "You really surprise me again and again, kid. I didn't expect you to have such a strong talent in sealing techniques." Uzumaki Mito looked at Xianqing with a complicated expression, and finally nodded, "Okay, I agree to your request. In the future, you can send shadow clone to learn sealing techniques from me." She estimated that even if she didn't teach, with Suinking's talent, it wouldn't take many years for him to catch up with her in sealing techniques. This talent in sealing techniques is already stronger than hers. Since you have chosen to make a good relationship, why not give more? In the future, there may be unexpected and generous rewards. "Thank you, Master Mito." After hearing this, Xianqing hurriedly thanked Uzumaki Mito with joy. "Thank you, Grandma." He. Kushina on the side also hurriedly followed to thank him. Uzumaki Mito glanced at the girl and said, "I just said Xianqing passed the test, but I didn't say you." "Hey." Kushina's smile froze when she heard it. Then, she ran over quickly, pinched Uzumaki Mito's shoulders coquettishly and said, "You agree? I still want to practice with Suinkai to become stronger." He. Uzumaki Mito smiled slightly and put forward a condition: "If you want me to agree to you, then you must meet my requirements every day when you learn the sealing technique. Otherwise, I will cancel your right to learn the sealing technique with Shadow Clone at any time. Is there a problem? She was also afraid that Kushina would not be able to master the sealing technique properly because of distraction. For a reserve Jinkriki and a member of the Uzumaki clan, the sealing technique is the foundation. Of course, judging from her current situation, Kushina may not have the opportunity to become a Nine-Tails Jinkriki in the end. But the necessary training is still necessary. This is not only to perfunctory the third generation, but also for Kushina's safety. The status of Nine-Tails Jinkriki Reserve can make her get the attention and protection of the village at this stage. Yet, to a certain extent. Okay. Kushina listened, although a little embarrassed, but gritted her teeth and agreed. Okay. That's it. You leave Shadow Clone to learn from me, and you can leave. Uzumaki Mito smiled and waved his hand. Yes. Xianqing and Kushina immediately separated a Shadow Clone each and prepared to leave. At this time, Uzumaki Mito reminded him, Xiao Xianqing, your chakra and vitality are far inferior to Kushina. Don't divide too many Shadow Clone at a time. It's not good for your growth. Remember? Yes. Xianqing knew that Uzumaki Mito was concerned about him and for his own good, so he immediately bowed respectfully. I've made a note. I'll pay attention. If he didn't eat the meat of sea kings every day to supplement his nutrition and vitality, and without the assistance of health-preserving exercises, he really wouldn't dare to do so recklessly. You know, he still left a Shadow Clone in the pirate world to learn KONOHA's medical skills. Counting the one in school, the one who stayed here, and the one who accompanied Minato, there are 4 Shadow Clone. It's the kind that is maintained for a long time, and the burden is not small. Well, just keep it in mind. Go. Seeing this, Uzumaki Mito didn't say much, sent Xianqing and the others away, and began to teach the 2 Shadow Clone sealing techniques. At the beginning, he certainly wouldn't teach advanced sealing techniques, and still started from the basics. Although Xianqing had studied by himself, he still studied seriously. Although his Shadow Clone could not contribute his talent of God rewards hard work in real time, but his own comprehension talent was not low, and the learning effect was still very strong. When Shadow Clone returned to the original body, these learning experiences and energy would naturally bring back the results of observation. At that time, the talent of God rewards hard work would also be triggered, allowing him to gain a second harvest with the help of his talent. Maybe it was a little worse than the original body directly studying and listening to the class, but it was also an extra cheat. After leaving Uzumaki Mito, Xianqing and Kushina went to the Minami Kaga River by themselves. Although this place was not the Uchiha's clan land at this time, the Uchiha's shrine was here. Therefore, part of this area also belonged to the Uchiha. Xianqing also planned to find a suitable secret base for cultivation here this time. The confidentiality did not need to be too good, it just needed to be a little remote, with fewer people, so that they could practice without being disturbed. P.S. New book uploaded, please add collection, flowers, and comments. Have fun reading during the National Day holiday. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Top up now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 47, Binding Minato and Kushina, Kushina's Worries, 1/10, please order first. Order by yourself. When Uchiha Xianqing and Kushina approached the Minami Kaga River, suddenly, Xianqing paused slightly. He felt a lot of information flooding into his mind. What's wrong? Kushina asked in confusion. Nothing. Minato's Shadow Clone automatically released the information. The base has been found. Let's go. It's over there. Xianqing quickly digested the information, smiled and shook his head, and called Kushina. It took a few minutes to run more than 1,000 meters, through a forest, along the Minami Kaga River, and appeared in a clearing in the forest downstream of the river. Hey! Minato! We're here. Xianqing raised his hand from a distance and greeted Minato, who was waiting there. "Welcome. Isn't this a good place?" Minato also smiled and waved in response, and then asked, "So, how should we practice next?" He didn't have any clues for a while. After all, he was just a civilian and knew very little about practice. At present, what he has mastered is what he learned from school. Let's start with chakra control, hand seals and basic physical training. As for ninjutsu, there's no rush for the time being. Once these foundations are laid, subsequent ninjutsu training will be more effective with less effort. Xianqing said directly. "Hey." Minato listened and asked in confusion, "I understand hand seal training, but are basic physical training the ones taught in school? Also, how should chakra control be trained?" "Of course not those in school." Xianqing shook his head. "The basic physical training I'm talking about is a set of physical training methods I compiled based on some basic physical training methods in my clan. At present, this has become a compulsory course for our Uchiha clan preschool class and in-school intensive class. There's no point in saying more, I'll show you directly. Watch carefully and remember carefully, you'll practice this later." 2, 5, 3 Xianqing said, and began to practice basic physical training. After these days of learning and practicing, his basic physical training has been practiced to more than half of the small success, and it's not far from the big success. This basic physical skill is just as he said, it was created by learning and summarizing the various basic physical skills training methods and experiences of the family, and then combining some of the 6 style training methods. Of course, the talent of heaven rewards hard work also gave a little help. Every time he practiced, the talent of heaven rewards hard work would give corresponding experience and feedback when improving the proficiency of this skill. It allows Xianqing to continuously optimize this basic physical skill. Of course, this degree of optimization and adjustment is completely incomparable to the qualitative change of enlightenment after breaking the limit. It is not something of the same level. But it is enough to continuously optimize this basic physical training method to a better and more efficient level than the existing basic physical training methods of Uchiha and other ninja clans. Xianqing practiced very slowly, and explained from time to time. After finishing, Xianqing stopped and asked, "How is it? How much did you remember?" "I remember it all." Minato and Kushina nodded in unison. Obviously, people's memory and understanding are not bad. Xianqing demonstrated so slowly and explained so detailed. If you can't remember it, it means there is a problem with your talent. Very good. Then practice it for me to see if there is any problem. Xianqing nodded with satisfaction and raised his hand to signal. Okay. Minato and Kushina practiced immediately. As a result, they naturally did not really get started. Obviously, remembering is not the same as being able to do it. Fortunately, Xianqing was patient and directly separated a shadow clone to teach and guide the two to continue practicing until they successfully got started. He walked aside and started practicing. At present, his body building is also mainly based on basic physical skills and health-preserving exercises. Health-preserving exercises are best combined with sea king's meat or nutritional medicines and nutritional pills. Of course, the nutritional pills he took were definitely not the ones that Uchiha Pharmacy officially started selling today, but the ones with the highest purity. In addition to a small amount of medicinal materials used for matching, 90% of them are made up of concentrated essence of sea king's meat. One pill can replace a pound of sea king's meat. Convenient and trouble-free. You have practiced basic physical skills, basic physical skills proficiency +6. After practicing 10 times in a row, Xianqing felt a little tired and sore in his body, so he stopped and took out a nutritional pill and swallowed it. Suddenly, he felt a stream of warm current slowly spreading from his stomach. The fatigue and soreness of the body began to gradually dissipate under the effect of the warm current. It will take about half an hour to completely dissipate. Xianqing simply dismissed the shadow clone used to teach Minato and Kushina, walked over, and saw that Minato and Kushina had successfully entered the door. He nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. It seems that your understanding and physical talent are very good. In the following months, spend 1 or 2 hours in the morning and afternoon every day to practice this basic physical training, and keep tempering your body. Hey! Minato didn't think it was a big deal, but Kushina was reluctant. She was panting and looked very tired and said, every day? 1 or 2 hours in the morning and afternoon. You might as well kill me. This physical training is too tiring. Is there no way to make it easier? Minato listened, and shook his head with a smile without waiting for Xianqing to speak. What shortcuts are there for physical training and practice? I am very happy that Xianqing is willing to teach us such a precious basic physical training. This is a precious inheritance that ordinary people like me could not get in the past. So, he became more and more grateful to Xianqing in his heart. Even the favorability increased by 2 points again, reaching 186 points. Kushina couldn't help rolling her eyes after hearing this. Sissy voices are really annoying. Too serious. Can't you hear that I'm just complaining? She could only look at Xianqing eagerly. Well, not that there is none. Xianqing gave a different answer. Hey! Minato and Kushina both widened their eyes and looked surprised. Really? Kushina ran over impatiently, hugged Suinking's arm, and asked clearly. Minato, who had already made up his mind, was very calm about this. Obviously. He had completely cut off his feelings for Kushina and was temporarily ready to practice and become stronger. Really? Xianqing nodded, but did not speak in a hurry. Instead, he used his observation haki to sense that there were no people or creatures under surveillance or within a few hundred meters nearby. Then, he leaned over and made a seal on the ground, creating a soundproof barrier covering the 3 people and the surrounding area of dozens of meters. After doing this, he looked at Minato and Kushina with a serious face and said, however, my method is not without cost. This requires you to trust me enough. At the same time, this also involves an important secret of mine. If you agree, although you can get huge benefits afterwards, you will also be subject to me to a certain extent. Are you sure you still want to understand and try? If you don't want to, then just ignore what I said and practice step by step. Well. Xianqing felt that it was time to bind the 2 people to a contract. Anyway, the favorability of the 2 was enough. In addition, Minato was lucky, he had no shortage of perseverance and talent, and he could persist in the hard basic body training. But Kushina probably doesn't have the patience and perseverance. At this time, she hasn't experienced much hardship, and she doesn't know the importance of sufficient strength. I'm fine. Kushina heard it and raised her hand without hesitation. Being controlled by Xianqing to a certain extent is not something difficult for her to accept. Anyway, her heart has already fallen on Xianqing, and she doesn't think Xianqing will hurt her. Moreover, this way, you can cheat and become stronger easily, why not? I'm fine too. Minato only pondered for a moment, and then made a decision. He looked up at Xianqing with a firm face and expressed his opinion. Xianqing chose to trust him and was willing to let him know some secrets. In addition to Suinking's selfless dedication before, Minato didn't think this was a difficult decision. Okay. Then I'll give you this opportunity. Xianqing saw that both of them were determined, and nodded in agreement immediately. With a thought, 2 mysterious runes were condensed directly from the center of his eyebrows. In the surprised eyes of Minato and Kushina, he sent it to the 2 of them and said, touch this mark with your hand, and then choose to agree in your heart, that's it. Okay. Minato and Kushina stared at the mysterious runes in front of them, and without much hesitation, they reached out and touched the runes. The next moment, a voice sounded in their minds at the same time, asking them whether they agreed to bind with Xianqing by contract. After binding, they will get huge benefits, and at the same time, they will be subject to Xianqing to a certain extent. Agree. Having decided before, Minato and Kushina naturally did not hesitate and chose to agree directly. The next moment, the rune turned into a stream of light and sank into their bodies along their arms. In the blink of an eye, it entered their sea of consciousness between their eyebrows and steadily floated on the hands of their sea of consciousness. At the same time, a large amount of information began to flow into their minds. They had to close their eyes and digest it with all their strength. This time, Xianqing not only gave them some information about the time-space gate, the time-space gate space, and the pirate world, but also passed on some future information about the ninja world to the two. Of course, there is very little information about the future of the ninja world. There is only vague information about the Uzumaki clan's imminent crisis of destruction and the Tsutsuki clan's invasion of the ninja world in the future. It is mainly to make them more aware of the crisis and the motivation to practice. More, Xianqing is not going to let them know. Especially in the future, Kushina and Minato are a pair, and Minato will become the fourth Hokage. Xianqing will never tell them. Since he has appeared in this world, many things in the future will naturally change completely. The only thing that remains unchanged may be that the Tsutsuki will invade in the future. This initiative is not in his hands, nor in the ninja world. More than 10 minutes later, Minato and Kushina finally digested this information and opened their eyes. Are these all true? Other world? Pirate world? Devil fruit? Great swordsman? Sea kings? And the future of the ninja world? Minato looked at Xianqing in confusion and asked. Everything was too unreal. Although he had made bold guesses about Suinking's so-called secret before, he was not so bold. He didn't expect the secret to be so big. He understood why Xianqing was so serious and wanted to bind a contract with them before letting them know. Otherwise, Xianqing would be in danger. He even thought that this was not enough. Xianqing should be more cautious. He was deeply moved by Suinking's trust. His favorability towards Xianqing soared by 4 points again, reaching 90 points directly. At this level, they were already friends of life and death, and it was basically impossible for him to betray Xianqing. Minato is really easy to deal with. Xianqing couldn't help but smile knowingly when he found out about this. I just admire Minato's grateful character. Xianqing, is our whirlpool country really going to be destroyed? When did this happen? Does Grandma know? Kushina was also shocked by the gorgeous and magical otherworld information at first. But after receiving the news about the ninja world, especially the whirlpool country and the Uzumaki clan, she no longer cared about the otherworld information, and her heart was full of worries about the whirlpool country and the Uzumaki clan. She was full of worries about her relatives. Facing Kushina's worried eyes, Xianqing walked over with a smile, reached out and touched her head to comfort her. Don't worry. Long before my mother met with Lord Mito last time, Lord Shui had already received the news that the Uzumaki country was about to be invaded. She even wrote to the current patriarch of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Luming, hoping that he would lead the Uzumaki clan to migrate to Konoha to avoid disaster. But, Uzumaki Luming refused. What? Kushina interrupted Xianqing's words when she heard this, and said excitedly, why did Grandpa do this? What's wrong with coming to Konoha for refuge? Does he have to wait for the family to be destroyed before he is satisfied? Oh. Xianqing raised his eyebrows slightly and said, Uzumaki Luming is your grandfather? Relative? Yet. Kushina nodded in anger and worry. Is that so? Xianqing nodded in understanding and said, it's not that he doesn't want to. I'm afraid he can't. Such a big family, even involving the entire whirlpool country. This kind of thing is not something he can decide alone. He must have his own difficulties, don't blame him. And even if he refuses, when he receives the exact news that the 4 major ninja villages have invaded the whirlpool country, Lord Mito will send people to rescue them in time. For this reason, she even made a deal with our Uchiha last time. At that time, we Uchiha will also send Jinchuaki to rescue the Uzumaki clan. With the binding contract, he doesn't have to worry about these secrets being revealed to outsiders by Kushina and Minato. 2.7 Xianqing's interests and secrets cannot be disclosed to outsiders. There is a lot of information that even Uzumaki Mito cannot know from Kushina. Kushina can't appeal to Uzumaki Mito. Really? Kushina listened, and immediately turned from worry to joy, and asked with a surprised look. Yes. Really? Xianqing nodded affirmatively, but then warned, but you can't tell this to Mito-sama, and you can't ask her. You can't ask, because it involves some of my secrets, I hope you can understand. In short, don't worry about everything, it will be fine. 0145122081711322270. Leave it to Mito-sama and my mother. I tell you this information, and I also hope that you can have some sense of crisis, calm down, and work hard to practice. Otherwise, even in the face of such or even more serious crises in the future, you will not have enough strength to solve them, understand? You know, Mito-sama and others can't protect us forever, they will also grow old. In the future, we need to support the sky for the younger generation and face various crises. Speaking of this, Xianqing looked at Minato, who was in deep thought, and warned, this is also for you, Minato. Don't waste your talent, don't let me down. I will try my best to provide you with the nutrients and conditions for growth. It depends on you how high you can reach in the end. Yet. Minato listened and nodded seriously, I will not let Xianqing down for your efforts and expectations. I just want to ask, in the future there will be a race called Satsuki invading the ninja world and destroying the ninja world. Is this news true? Can you see the future? This is very important to him. If so, he will work hard from now on. P.S. This book is on the shelves, please pre-order it. Custom order. Chapter 48, Uchiha Pharmacy with hot sales, Inoshika CHS Thoughts, 2/10, please order it yourself. It's true. Xianqing nodded affirmatively, this also involves the Sage of Six Paths and even the mother of the Sage of Six Paths, the goddess Uzuki, which is not suitable for you to know yet. I will tell you more secrets when the time is right. I can indeed see some future information, but it is not comprehensive. He can see his own future. It all depends on the memory of the previous life. But it is enough to fool people. I understand. Minato listened, his expression became more serious, and nodded heavily in his heart, I will work harder to practice and improve my strength to prepare for future crises. This kind of thing cannot be borne by Xianqing alone. As a member of the ninja world, Minato has no choice but to do this. Just follow the steps, don't push yourself too hard. We still have time. With the resources of two worlds, we will definitely grow up and solve this future crisis. Xianqing patted Minato on the shoulder and enlightened him. He was a little afraid that Minato would be too serious and desperate. It would be bad if he wasted himself. As for the crisis of Satsuki, Xianqing never took it seriously. There are still decades to go. Not to mention that he still has the resources of the world of pirates, even if he doesn't, he can only rely on the talent of God's reward for hard work. After decades, if he still can't easily beat Satsuki Momoshiki and others and solve the crisis of Satsuki, he can just hit his head and die. Saying this is just to motivate Minato and Kushina, to give them more motivation and pressure to practice. Well, I understand. I won't do anything stupid. Minato felt Suinking's concern and worry, and smiled. He knows the limit. I will work hard, too. Xianqing. At this time, Kushina also recovered, looked at Xianqing seriously, waved his fist and said, I won't let you bear the pressure alone, I will work hard to be your helper. Haha. Okay. After hearing this, Xianqing laughed loudly, touched Kushina's head and said, then I will rely on you in the future. Right. At this time, Kushina changed the subject and said, Xianqing, you said before that the way to help us practice physical skills more easily, is it the meat of Sea Kings 08? In the information received before, Xianqing focused on the great benefits of this kind of meat for bodybuilding. He also listed the situations of many physical skills masters in the pirate world. It's obvious that it's telling Kushina and Minato that this is a good thing. Not bad. Xianqing nodded affirmatively. Sea Kings contain rich high-quality nutrition and vitality, which is very effective in improving physical fitness and strengthening bodybuilding. This is related to my recovery from congenital deficiency. In addition, if it is combined with health-preserving exercises, the effect will be multiplied several times. No more talking, let me teach you health-preserving exercises first. By the way, this is a delicacy made of Sea King's meat. You guys eat first and then we can practice. As he said that, Xianqing flipped his hand and took out 3 plates of Sea King's delicacies from the space-time gate, 1 for each person, and gestured. Wow! It smells so good Then I won't be polite. Kushina took her plate, smelled it, her eyes lit up, and her appetite was aroused. Just when she was hungry from practicing basic physical skills, she started eating immediately. Minato was the same, thanks. You're welcome. Seeing this, Xianqing also started eating. After a while, the 3 of them finished the food on the plate. Minato and Kushina both touched their bulging stomachs and said with satisfaction, so full. This feeling of fullness is too full. In addition, Minato said again, I feel warm in my stomach, and there are streams of warm currents spreading. My cells seem to be very eager for this warm current. This is much better than the meat he ate in the past. They are totally on a different level. No wonder Xianqing is so confident about this meat. Yet, I feel it too. Kushina also nodded repeatedly. It's normal. Xianqing smiled knowingly, clapped his hands and said, okay. We've finished eating, it's time to start practicing health-preserving exercises. This has a huge effect on accelerating the digestion and absorption of nutrients and vitality in meat, improving physical fitness, improving root bone constitution, improving vitality, and prolonging life. Watch carefully. Xianqing began to practice and explain the practice of health-preserving exercises to the 2. After practicing, he made sure that the 2 had memorized it, and then continued to teach the 2 to practice. After more than an hour, it was confirmed that the 2 had mastered the health-preserving exercises and the Sea King's meat in their stomachs was almost consumed. Xianqing asked them to stop. Then, he guided the 2 to climb trees, tread water, and practice chakra control. After a set, it was already noon. Then eat the Sea King's food and repeat the morning practice in the afternoon. Although it was still not easy, neither Minato nor Kushina complained. Especially Kushina, the perseverance and tenacity she showed at this time surprised Xianqing. It seems that the information from the future really stimulated her and made her grow a lot. That's good. Xianqing thought with some relief. Time went back to the morning. On the busiest street in Konoha near the guard team, Uchiha's pharmacy officially opened. Because, in Suinking's try, Uchiha's Hilly had already let Uchiha secretly promote it. The powerful effect of the drugs sold has already attracted the attention of many people. Although most people don't believe it too much, given that Uchiha rarely lies, and many people are still ready to come and take a look. Therefore, the scene was extremely popular as soon as the store opened. After some people who tried to buy it first confirmed that the effects of these drugs were really genuine. Suddenly, the pot exploded. The effect of this nutritional pill is too good. Not only is it highly nutritious and easy to absorb, it can even warm and strengthen the body. Awesome! The bodybuilding potion is also very effective. The conditioning potion is really amazing. After taking one, I feel that many of my illnesses have been cured. Even some difficult to treat hidden injuries are like this. For a while, the scene became even more popular. Countless ninjas began to scramble for these drugs. Even if UCHIHA tried to prepare as much as possible, the drugs prepared by the store today were still sold out. The turnover directly reached more than 20 million. Of course, there were more stocks on the first day, and many people bought them. The daily supply of goods in the future will definitely be reduced a lot. Unless Xianqing finds a better production method, or cultivates enough trustworthy pharmaceutical talents, the daily supply may increase. But if all the goods are sold out every day, the daily turnover will not be less than 5 million taels. This is the reward for at least 5S level tasks. It's a big profit. Relying on this pharmacy alone, UCHIHA will not be short of money in the future. These naturally attracted the attention of the third generation, Danzo, and many large and small ninja clans. Most ninja clans and ninjas are mainly concerned about the powerful effects of these drugs. For example, the UCHIHA clan, especially the Akamichi clan, are more concerned about the powerful effects of the nutrient pills. At this time, the three clans are in charge of the family. Lushan. Yeah. You all should try it. This is the nutritional pill sold in UCHIHA pharmacy today. Not only is it 30% more nutritious than the best secret food pills of our Akamichi clan. The key is that it has basically no side effects, can perfectly supplement the nutrients needed by the human body, and is very easy to absorb. In addition, it also contains a little vitality. If you take it for a long time and use it as a resource for cultivation, it will not only not harm your body, but will promote your growth, strengthen your body, and slightly improve your life experience. This thing is amazing. I really don't know how UCHIHA made it. Although the price is a little expensive, it is totally worth it compared to its efficacy. Akamichi took out a medicine bottle, took out 2 nutritional pills, and handed them to the 2 old friends opposite. Oh? Is it really that good? Naralushan and Yamanakayuya were also surprised. They knew Akamichi too well, he was not the kind of person who would lie. Moreover, the Akamichi clan's level of experience in the art of military pills is also top-notch. This nutritional pill must be good enough to be praised and affirmed by Akamichi. Immediately, the 2 swallowed a nutritional pill one after another. Del. As the medicine was quickly digested, the 2 soon felt the effects that Akamichi said. Both of them showed surprise on their faces. It's true. Let's not talk about other things. Just the increase in vitality, even if there is only a tiny amount in one pill, is precious enough. If it is replaced with medicine, it can't achieve this effect unless it is an extremely precious medicine. How did UCHIHA do it? It's not possible to add a precious medicine to increase the recovery of vitality. That would be a loss. It shouldn't be. Akamichi Kyufeng shook his head. The person who made this medicine is very clever. I asked the pharmacist in the clan to try to decompose it. Only a small part of the medicinal materials can be decomposed. The main medicine and most of the auxiliary medicines have been specially refined and cannot be analyzed at all. Even those medicinal materials that have been analyzed are just some of the medicinal materials commonly used to make Bingliang pills. Nothing special. This is what Akamichi Kyufeng was amazed at. Obviously, the level of this UCHIHA's pharmacist is almost higher than that of everyone in the ninja world. It seems that UCHIHA dared to release this medicine for sale, and they are well prepared. Narashikayama smiled knowingly, and then said, in the future, we can buy more. It would be best to meet with Lord UCHIHA's Hilly and reach a long-term ordering agreement with UCHIHA. I expect that there will be many people who want to buy. By then, I'm afraid it will be hard to get it because it will be out of stock. It's best to act in advance, take the first bite of the crab, and swallow the benefits first. As for the subsequent other ninja clans not being able to get a share, this has nothing to do with the 3 clans of UCHIHA. Akamichi Tofu, agree. Yamanakayuya, no objection. Well, I will personally hand in the visiting card later. I hope to see it. Narashikayama nodded and said decisively. Then I'll trouble you, Shikeyama. Akamichi Tofu and Yamanaka Yuya naturally have no objection. But at this time, Akamichi Kyufeng suddenly smiled with gloating. I predict that relying on this alone, Shiha's daily income will not be low, millions of taels. Relying on this alone, Uchiha will not be too short of money in the future. Some people may have a headache. Hehe. Although they are all disciples of the second generation, there are still big differences. Akamichi Kyufeng has been very low-key in recent years. Not only because he himself is not ambitious, the Inoshika CH clan also pursues a low profile. It is also because of the exclusion and secret suppression of the third generation. He chose to give in because he saw through the true face of the third generation. Even the Inoshika CH clan gave the Sarutobi clan earrings that symbolize the Brotherhood alliance. Choose to rely on and submit to the third generation. Even so, the Inoshika CH clan has been suppressed and targeted by the third generation in recent years. The intention to weaken the three clans is obvious. The most straightforward point is that the third generation allowed Danzo to force them to forcibly select some geniuses from their three tribes to join his so-called roots. Moreover, once they join, they basically lose contact with the tribe. You can completely regard this tribe member as dead. This makes the Inoshika CH tribes feel angry and aggrieved, but they can do nothing about it. Because now the third generation is powerful and in power. Being patient does not mean having no temper. Compared with Inoshika CH, Uchiha is the third generation's biggest worry. Yes. It used to be Senju. But now Senju is almost gone. A while ago, Uchiha's reform of the guard team and clan school has already caused headaches for the third generation. Especially recently, because of the reform of the guard team, Uchiha no longer handles ordinary civil disputes, and throws them all to the newly formed 3rd Guard Battalion. Uchiha's reputation among villagers and even many of the 500 small ninja clans has also begun to improve. At present, because it is still a short time, it is not obvious. But Akamichi and Kyufeng can foresee that Uchiha's reputation in the village will only get better and better in the future. Now Uchiha has a new source of income, tisk. Just thinking about it, you can foresee the frustration of the third generation. But Uchiha's Hilly is still in good health and his strength has returned to its peak. The third generation doesn't even dare to target him much. It's good, isn't it? Narashikeyama smiled slightly. The powerful Uchiha in the past was not in our interest. But compared to watching the third generation suppress us, watching the 4 tribes of Sarutobi and Shimura suck the blood of many ninjas and civilians in the village, and stepping on our heads to grow stronger, I would rather the Uchiha grow stronger. At least, they can't suppress us without bottom line and suck our blood. If there is a regret pill, he would never support the third generation to take the throne. You can't know a person's heart by his face. Indeed. Akamichi Kyufeng and Yamanaka Yu also nodded in agreement. Okay. Let's not waste time, I'll go to press the visiting card first. Otherwise it's too late. With that, Narashikeyama got up and walked out. At the same time, in the Senju tribe. Tisk. Grandma, look, my apprentice is amazing. Even this kind of nutrient pill can be mass-produced. I bet this is definitely a weakened version. Tsunade took a nutritional pill and said in amazement. At this time, Xianqing and Kushina had finished learning the sealing technique for today and cancelled the shadow clone here. Isn't it obvious? Uzumaki Mito listened and smiled faintly. Even life potions can be made, and nutritional pills with better efficacy can naturally be made. But this is good enough. No matter how good it is, it will be completely targeted. If that's the case, even Uchiha may not be able to save it. So, don't say this in the future. This is enough for me to restore the vitality I lose in daily life. It can even gradually strengthen my physique. Maybe, I should pick up the physical training again. If the physique can be further strengthened, it will not only improve her strength, but also slightly extend her life and peak period. That's right. Tsunade listened and nodded a little sternly. I will keep it a secret. After all, he is my disciple and our benefactor. Although treating Uzumaki Mito is just a deal between the two parties. But neither Tsunade nor Uzumaki Mito really think so. However, the monkeys will probably have a headache. Hehe. I am looking forward to their helpless and furious look. Uzumaki Mito said with a smile. She is very vindictive. Haha. Isn't this better? Tsunade also raised the corner of his mouth slightly and smiled coldly. P.S. Please pre-order. Custom order. Chapter 49 Danzo, seeing Uchiha make money is more painful than me losing money, 3/10. Please subscribe. That's right. At this time, Uzumaki Mito said to Tsunade, you go to Uchiha and find Uchiha's Hilly, and order some nutritional pills, bodybuilding medicines, and the like from him for a long time. Hey! Tsunade listened and said in confusion, why? If you need it, just buy it from Xianqing. It's different. Uzumaki Mito shook his head, that's extra, we have to fight for the obvious share. First, it hides the fact that we can buy extra nutritional pills from Xianqing. Second, we have to occupy enough shares for Senju and the Uzumaki clan who will definitely join in the future, right? Don't they need nutritional pills to enhance their strength? If we don't occupy it, this share will belong to others. It is not wise to sacrifice one's own interests to enhance others. That's right. Tsunade finally reacted, and stuck out his tongue a little embarrassedly and said, I forgot all these things. Then I'll go now. You should also think more about the family's affairs, and you can't continue to be so lazy. Uzumaki Mito shook his head helplessly. This is because she protected him too well, and he never had to worry about the family's affairs. How could he ignore such an important issue? Hehe. Isn't there grandma? I'm leaving first. Tsunade had a bad premonition when he heard it, and hurriedly ran away. It's better to leave this matter to Nawaki. Grandma should just give Nawaki what these family heads need to learn. She is optimistic about her stupid brother. It's just right to help him open his mind and save him from being so naive and stupid. In addition, many other ninja clans, such as Hyuga, Abarame, Inyazuka, and other ninja clans also reacted differently. But they were very eager for these drugs. Some of them were also ready to take action. At this time, in the Hokage's office. Damn, I've always heard that Uchiha is going to open a pharmacy, but I didn't pay attention to it. I didn't expect it to be so powerful. Uchiha Yin is so hidden. When did they master such powerful pharmaceutical technology and formula? Yudatan Koharu said with an annoyed face. Seeing the enemy making a lot of money is like losing money for her. Moreover, the other party has good things in his hands, and she can't wait to get them and make this money herself. Mitokato Homura on the side also frowned slightly and said, since Uchiha's Hilly got better a while ago, Cheng's Hihaki has changed. We still don't know how Uchiha changed. We only know that it has a deep relationship with Uchiha's Hilly, and we don't know anything else. It's such a failure. Obviously, they were well informed about the internal news of Uchiha before. Recently, they are like blind and can't find out the real news of Uchiha. Some people who were originally brainwashed began to waver, and the information they gave was unreliable. Uncomfortable. Hey! How could I not know all this? But what can we do? We have no good way to deal with Uchiha now. The third generation listened and said worriedly while smoking a dry pipe. The most troublesome thing is obviously him, the Hokage, okay? Hiruzen, this can't go on. At this time, Danzo couldn't help but speak in a deep voice, I see that this pharmacy is making a lot of money every day. With this alone, Uchiha may not be short of money in the future. If this goes on, we will be more and more unable to restrict and suppress them. Their strength will only become stronger and stronger, and their arrogance will only become more and more arrogant. Why not just close their store and force them to hand over the formula of the medicine to the village in the name of the village? After all, these can be regarded as strategic materials. How can they be controlled by individual families? As long as you agree, I can do it. Danzo is more jealous and radical than Yuta and Koharu. As soon as these words came out, Yuta and Koharu and the others were shocked. Several people hurriedly dissuaded him. Danzo, calm down. Don't do this. If you really do this, there will be big problems. That's right. The third generation also nodded, looked at Danzo seriously and said, you can't do this. It's not legitimate. At that time, not only will Uchiha disagree, but other ninja clans will also oppose it. Today you can force Uchiha to hand over the prescription with such a ridiculous reason, tomorrow you can force the ninja clans to hand over the family's secrets or something. This loophole cannot be opened. Otherwise, they and the families behind them will definitely be torn apart by other ninja clans in Konoha. You, Sarutobi Hiruzen, are not the only one who can be the Hokage. If we recognize you, you are the Hokage. If we don't recognize you, then you are nothing. Even Uchiha can't compete with the entire village, so can you, Sonobai, and the other 4 tribes? What should we do? We can't just do nothing and watch Uchiha grow stronger day by day, right? Danzo said angrily. He felt that Sarutobi was too conservative and had too many concerns. The combined strength of the 4 tribes, plus Anbu and the root, was enough to deal with Uchiha. They could even use the benefits of this medicine to attract some ninjas to stand with them. Instead of spending a lot of money to buy it from Uchiha every month, it would be better to contribute this prescription, right? Unfortunately, his idea was destined not to be approved by the third generation. Don't say it. This method can't be used. We will find an exception. The third generation saw that Danzo was still not giving up and was trying to trick him, so they immediately frowned and said firmly, Kr. Danzo looked at the third generation angrily, speechless for a while, and simply turned his back to the third generation, and sulked. At this time, he is not the future dark perfect ninja world. Otherwise, he should have said directly to the third generation, Sarutobi, you will regret it. Then, he slammed the door and left. At this time, Yuta and Koharu couldn't help but say to you in the mountain, Yoshin, what Danzo said is not without reason. We can't just sit back and watch Uchiha continue to grow so strong. We must find a way to suppress their growth. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of the teacher's hard work in the past? In fact, these are all polite words. The real reason is still profit. Konoha's cake is so big. The market for drugs is so big. The money is all earned by Uchiha. What do they earn? Are they going to send their clansmen to risk their lives and do dangerous tasks? These were previously done by Uchiha, Senju, and other big ninjas or civilian cannon fodder ninjas. As Konoha's high-ranking officials, how could the families behind them do such a thankless job? Just wait. The opportunity will come back soon. The third generation pondered for a moment, and said faintly, in the past 2 years, the major ninja villages have gradually recovered their vitality. Cloud Shinobi, Rock Shinobi, and even Sand Shinobi began to stir, and the war factions in each village began to rise. They are not satisfied with the existing interests. A new war is coming. And if you want to kill people without bloodshed, there is only war. Only in wartime do we have the greatest authority. Once a war breaks out, we have a legitimate and irresistible reason to command any family of ninja to perform any mission. Even if the mission fails and people die, it's no big deal. It can be a glorious sacrifice for the village. These can't be done in peacetime, what do you think? He actually doesn't like war. He hopes that the ninja world will be peaceful, and everyone can sit down and talk about any conflicts, instead of fighting all day long. It's really that the death of his teacher last time left a huge shadow in his heart. It scared him. He hated war. He was afraid that he and his family would die on the battlefield. But now, he changed his mind. Perhaps, he didn't have to go to the battlefield himself, he could just ask others to go. Aren't you Uchiha strong? Don't you want to make a name for yourself and seize the position of Hokage? Sure, I'll give you this chance, go to the battlefield and seize it. As long as you can come back alive, hehe. Asterisk. Udaten Koharu and Mitokato Homura were stunned and frowned. Mitokato Homura was very worried and said, Hiruzen, is a new war coming? Yes. The third generation nodded affirmatively, from all the signs, it is true. In 1 or 2 years at the shortest, 3 or 5 years at the longest, the war will inevitably break out. The recent crisis in the land of whirlpools is actually a manifestation of the impending outbreak of war. The fighting factions in each village are trying to obtain a strong enough sealing technique and even a suitable Jinchuriki carrier from the Uzumaki clan, so as to successfully seal the tailed beast and create qualified Jinchuriki as a war weapon. Other manifestations are everywhere. You have also handled many things, it is impossible that you are not aware of this. Don't be lucky. Isn't this war an opportunity? Haha. Hiruzen, you finally got it. At this time, Danzo turned around at some point and said with a grim smile, to deal with Uchiha, this extreme method should be used. That's right. War will be our weakening Uchiha, the best weapon to weaken other ninja clans. As long as we are in power, they have to obey the mobilization orders during the war. Just like the last war. The Senju clan was still in its heyday at that time, and many people opposed them taking power and Sarutobi as Hokage. If Uzumaki Mito had not chosen to support them, they would never have succeeded in taking power and gaining a foothold. As a result, what is happening now? The Senju clan is already on the decline, and the most elite were almost completely lost in the last war. The side branches were also completely dismembered by their plan to integrate the second generation of Senju into the civilian population. Many of the die-hard Senju members were eliminated bit by bit through various dangerous missions in war and peacetime. Look at how much strength and prestige the Senju have left in the village now. The main reason is that most of the Senju clan members are straightforward. Their minds are full of Konoha's glory. They regard Konoha as the private property of the Senju. As long as they use Konoha as a trick, they will succeed. They can easily carry out the mission of sending themselves to death for this. This time, they can completely replicate the means of World War I to target Uchiha and even the Senju who are dead but not stiff. Danzo even thought that Uzumaki Mito was too annoying. Why didn't he die earlier? That way, he could secretly trick or kidnap the remaining Senju descendants to conduct the wood-style experiment he had been waiting for a long time. If he could replicate the wood-style, would Konoha still have any opponents? If he could master the wood style, wouldn't the position of Hokage be easy to grasp? Danzo. The third generation listened, and although they agreed in their hearts, they still scolded Danzo with a stern face on the surface, don't say anything that is not conducive to unity. Everything we do is for Konoha, not out of selfishness. Ha ha ha. Danzo couldn't help laughing wildly after hearing this. Yes, yes, yes. Everything is for Konoha. Everything is for Konoha. You, Sarutobi Hiruzen, are much more vicious than me. Much more hypocritical. Danzo is always bold and responsible most of the time, not hypocritical. But Sarutobi Hiruzen is different. He is both responsible and independent. Perhaps, this is why you, Sarutobi, were able to become Hokage in the first place. Very insidious. It seems that I have to learn a lot from you in the future. Let's start by holding high the banner of Konoha. Hehe. Danzo sneered in his heart. 5 days have passed in a flash. These days, the third generation has not made any big moves. Instead, the various ninja clans could not help but visit Uchiha Yuri one after another to discuss the ordering of drug shares. With the current output of Xianqing, it is naturally impossible to meet all the needs of everyone. But every ninja clan that came to the door, more or less, gained some gains and obtained some shares. Among them, Inoshika CH, who responded the fastest, and Tsunade, who had the best relationship with Xianqing, obtained the most shares. In addition, Uchiha Yuri did not choose to give all the shares to the various ninja clans. Instead, 30% was kept and sold at Uchiha Pharmacy. Although, some of these will still be bought by people from major ninja clans. But under the single-person purchase limit, many small and medium-sized ninja clans and civilian ninjas can still buy some. These people bought, except for bodybuilding potions, such as nutritional pills and conditioning potions, which they were reluctant to use during training. They were kept for use when they were on missions and encountered danger. If used well, they can save lives. Because of Uchiha's Hilly's request, Xianqing could only ask KONOHA to help make some medicines every day to increase the production area. Of course, as a price, he needs to use high-quality green plum wine as a reward. In addition, a batch of Huxia medicine books must be provided regularly, and the supply cannot be interrupted. In order not to increase the workload, Xianqing had to agree. Perhaps, I should ask some pharmaceutical doctors from Magnetic Drum Island to do it for me. Good, Xianqing thought suddenly. At least, it is not a problem for these drugs with reduced efficacy even if the doctors learn the formula. Because most of them can also prepare similar medicines with the rich resources of the pirate world. Especially the nutritional pills with 10% effect. This thing will definitely not sell well in the pirate world. Because it is a chicken rib. Too expensive and too impractical. With this money, it is better to buy a few kilograms of Sea King's meat directly, and the effect is much stronger. Immediately, Xianqing communicated this idea with KONOHA. Haha. KONOHA laughed loudly after hearing this. You should have done this a long time ago. You can open a drug factory in a nearby town specializing in the production of these drugs. In this way, you don't have to bother me, a busy man. Haha. Xianqing smiled embarrassedly after hearing this, and then rubbed his hands and said, but you know, I don't have much reputation here, and I may need to rely on your reputation to open a factory. Please come forward to help me manage it and hire some pharmaceutical people. I am willing to support you with 500 bottles of top-grade green plum wine, plus 10 kilograms of gold as a reward. How about it? If others don't know, how can he not know KONOHA's prestige in this country? Ordinary citizens may not know much about her, but the high-ranking officials of the kingdom are definitely well known. Even Xianqing suspected that the king of the Magnetic Drum Island and even many high-ranking officials were in awe of KONOHA. Otherwise, why could she easily occupy the palace as her residence after the next king Wapol messed up and was expelled in the future? Wapol shouldn't have taken action against her? Oh. KONOHA heard it, raised her eyebrows slightly and said, very generous. Okay. In order to make it easier for us later, I promised long about this. The agreed reward must not be less. In addition, buying land, building factories, hiring people, and building material channels all cost money. Are you sure you have so much money? P.S. Please order first. Custom order. Chapter 50, Various Ninja Villages Move. Something is going to happen in Whirlpool Country, 4/10. Please subscribe. Well, let's wait a few days. Let me make some money first. Xianqing decided immediately. In his opinion, it would be quite troublesome to exchange a large amount of gold with paper money in the ninja world. You have to go to the capital of the Fire Country and find the daimyo or the high-level officials of the Fire Country to exchange. Because these things are originally in their hands. It is used to stabilize the currency. Anyway, now that the flying mount is already available, the ninja eagle UCHIHA can fully carry him to an altitude of 10,000 meters and fly to Sky Island. Just take some time to go to Sky Island with his mother to get a batch of gold to deal with the emergency. At this time, the golden city of Sky Island was still buried in the clouds. The people of Sky Island and Shandia didn't care about the gold and didn't touch it. In fact, it might still be a period of war at this time. Getting gold is much easier than in the Enel period. Well. By the way, you can also look for thunder fruit, get the thunder fruit first. In addition, if Enel is easy to fool, you can also fool him to increase his favorability, and then bind him to be my future thug. After all, this guy's talent is still very good. It's worth training. The premise is that he is easy to fool. Whatever. When you are ready, tell me. Be quick. I don't want to make these inferior potions for you every day. I don't know why you make these. You are not a black-hearted businessman, are you? Hee. KONOHA sneered. Ahaha. How could it be? Xianqing smiled and touched the back of his head. Although he made a lot of money from these potions, he was not a black-hearted businessman, right? The people of KONOHA rushed to buy them, and they thought that we UCHIHA had a conscience. It can only be said that the national conditions are different. When he went back that day, Xianqing told his mother about this matter. Okay. Then go to Sky Island to get gold tomorrow. Uchiha Yuri naturally had no objection. You can never have too much money. With so much gold, the sooner you pocket it, the sooner you can feel at ease. By the way, she was also very curious about devil fruit, especially thunder fruit, which was known as the strongest devil fruit in Logia, and wanted to take a look. As for whether to eat it or not, let's talk about it later. Yet. Xianqing nodded with satisfaction. By the way. At this time, Uchiha Yuri asked, I've been very busy recently and haven't paid attention to you. I heard from Mikoto that you have bound Uzumaki Kushina and a child named Namikaze Minato. Why so suddenly? You have only been in school for a few days, and you have successfully raised the favorability of the two people. Kushina is fine, as a member of the Uzumaki clan, she is not bad in talent. But if she remembers correctly, the one named Namikaze Minato is the original future 4th Hokage of 503, right? Uchiha's Hilly remembered what Xianqing had told her. She didn't expect her son to be able to get him so quickly. Of course, it is impossible to increase the favorability so quickly without hard work. Yes. Xianqing smiled and nodded. Children are relatively simple-minded, and it is easier to increase the favorability. Let's not talk about Kushina. With the help of Sister Mikoto and the support of Lord Mito, it is easier to deal with her. Plus she has good talent, so we signed a contract. As for Minato, although he is a commoner, he has great talent. I am actually optimistic about his future. Plus he has a good character and knows how to be grateful, so his favorability increased rapidly. Uchiha Yuri nodded in understanding. Since we have already signed the contract, let's train them well. They can also become your assistants in the future. Invite them to visit our home when you are free. By the way, have you taken them to the pirate world? Not yet. Xianqing shook his head. These days I have been teaching them basic physical skills, chakra control, and health training. I haven't had time yet. I will talk about it in a few days. Yet. Uchiha Yuri understood. He was about to continue talking. Knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door outside. Uchiha Yuri paused slightly, and with a glance of his observation color, he found that it was Uchiha 7th generation, and his expression suddenly froze. He immediately stood up and walked out, opened the gate and asked, 7th generation, what happened? Grand Elder, the informants of Cloud Shinobi, Mist Shinobi, and Rock Shinobi have reported back that a group of elite ninjas from their villages have disappeared. Especially Cloud Shinobi and Mist Shinobi, Reikage, and Mizukage have not shown up for a day. Also, the news came back from the Whirlpool country that the spies from various ninja villages who were secretly investigating and making trouble in the past 2 days have suddenly disappeared. The people in the intelligence department of the clan and I have judged that these 3 major ninja villages should have sent people to attack the Whirlpool country. The reason why the spies in the Whirlpool country disappeared is obviously the calm before the storm. It is a deliberate gesture to paralyze the Whirlpool country. When the elite troops of each ninja village arrive, they may be waiting for a thunderbolt. Uchiha 7th generation reported to Uchiha's Hiri with a serious face and judged. Paying close attention to these things is the only thing Uchiha Yuri has given him recently. Toshiro naturally dares not slack off in order to treat them with the highest standards. Uchiha Yuri frowned and said, "Your judgment should be correct. It should be time to take action. I will immediately go to Uzumaki Mito to discuss the dispatch of troops. You immediately send someone to notify the 2nd elder, the 3rd elder and the 4th elder to go to the tribe square to wait for me. Also, pass on my order to summon the elite 1st and 2nd battalions of the guard team to assemble and stand by quickly, ready to follow me to fight at any time. The elite guard team currently has 3 battalions of 64 people, a total of 192 people. Almost 70% of the elites in the tribe are included. The weakest are all at the level of 2 Megatama elite Chunin. Those who cannot meet this standard cannot join the elite guard team. 30% are Jainin or even elite Jainin. It can be seen that the Uchiha at this time was powerful. Yes. Uchiha 7th generation immediately took the order and left. Uchiha Yuri hurried back to the house and said to Xianqing and Mikoto, "Something happened in the country of whirlpools. I have to see them immediately." Uzumaki Mito. It is estimated that we will send troops to the land of whirlpools soon. To ensure that everything goes well, I have to go there in person. However, I will leave a shadow clone at home. You can contact my shadow clone at any time if you have any questions. I will teleport back as soon as possible. These days, don't go to school or even outside the clan. Just stay in the clan. If you want to go out, go to the pirate world, so that some stinky rats in the dark will not take advantage of my absence to do some shameful things and hurt you. Uchiha's Hilly obviously did not intend to give Danzo and the others any chance. $7.89. Xianqing and Mikoto both nodded. In addition, I will leave Uchiha Liuhuo to lead the elite guard team's 3rd brigade to lead the other middle genin in the clan to patrol the clan closely during this period, so as not to give others any chance to spy on Uchiha. Also, the pharmacy will be closed for these days. The medicines produced these days will be kept for now. When I come back, I will open it and sell them together. Uchiha's Hilly said again. Xianqing and Mikoto, okay. Well. That's it. I'm leaving first. Uchiha Yuri thought about it and made sure there was nothing missing, so he was ready to split a shadow clone. But Xianqing thought about it and stopped him. Don't. Mom. You are going to participate in the war this time, and you may meet the 3rd Raikage, Mizukage, and Tsuchikage. It's better not to split the chakra. I have a better way for us to keep in touch at any time. Xianqing said. The 3rd Raikage and the 3rd Tsuchikage are not easy to deal with, so it is better to let your mother be careful and save some strength. Oh? What method? Uchiha's Hilly stopped his hand and asked curiously. In fact, it is an alternative use of the space-time gate space. Xianqing smiled knowingly and said, I can set aside a small space in the space-time gate space, which is specially used for us to communicate and spread rumors. I will divide a mailbox-like space for each binder. If we need to send a message to any binder, just send the letter or note directly into the corresponding small space. At that time, the corresponding person will automatically receive a reminder of the space-time gate mark in the sea of consciousness. How about it? It's just that this level of setting is easy for Xianqing, who controls the space-time gate space. Hey? Can it be like this? This is a good idea. Uchiha's Hilly and Mikoto's eyes lit up when he heard it. I didn't expect that the space-time gate space could be played like this. Then let's do as you said. Let's try it now. Uchiha Yuri urged immediately. Okay. Xianqing immediately thought and directly divided such a space in the space-time gate space. Then divided several small mailbox spaces in it, AIDA, and the top 5 of them were respectively branded with the names of Xianqing and others. At the same time, after setting up the reminder function, he said to UCHIHA Yuri, "It's okay. You try it." Okay. UCHIHA Yuri tried it immediately. No surprise, it's completely feasible. Okay, then use this. I won't leave Shadow Clone at home. You all should pay attention to safety. I'm leaving. After that, UCHIHA Yuri flashed away and rushed to the Senju tribe. Leaving Xianqing and Mikoto looked at each other. Ah! I am still too young and too weak, otherwise, there is no need to make my mother so worried. Even I can't apply to join the war directly. Xianqing said with regret. It's not a good thing to rely on my mother to support everything. Don't think too much. Mikoto listened, smiled, and pinched Xianqing's cheek and said, "You also said that we are still young. It will be fine when we grow up. These years, we have been practicing hard, and sooner or later we can help my aunt. Besides, you haven't done nothing. If it weren't for you, my aunt wouldn't have recovered, and UCHIHA wouldn't have become more united and powerful. Even I can't have the current strength. You have done a good job. Don't rush to grow up. Just take it step by step." She has seen the changes in the family for more than a month. It can be said that it is different every day. The clan members who were originally divided into several factions and scattered and divided also quickly merged into one in this process. Until now, there are basically no doves, hawks, centrists, etc. Xianqing has made great contributions to this matter. Okay. Xianqing pushed away the hand that pinched his cheek after hearing Mikoto's words, and said helplessly. For some reason, he seemed to feel the glory of motherhood from Mikoto's words and expression just now. He was speechless. He suffered a loss because of his young age. In UCHIHA Yuri, he rushed to the Senju tribe as quickly as possible, and after reporting, he soon met Uzumaki Mito. "Chiri, what's the matter that makes you anxious to see me?" Uzumaki Mito obviously hadn't received the news yet, and asked in confusion. "Haha. It seems that the news from you Senju is delayed. I just don't know if the village has received the news." UCHIHA Chiri teased, and then said seriously, "Let's talk business. I, UCHIHA, just received news from various villages in the land of whirlpools." Then, UCHIHA Chiri quickly told Uzumaki Mito the details. Then he said, "So, I judge that the 3 major ninja villages except the Sand Village have sent elite troops to the land of whirlpools and are ready to take action." What? Uzumaki Mito's face changed drastically after hearing this, and she stood up excitedly. After a little thought, she judged, "Your inference is correct. I will gather the elite of the clan and set off immediately in half an hour. Please hurry up and get more people on your side as soon as possible. It's extremely urgent." She was also very annoyed. Not only the intelligence network of the tribe is too useless, but also the intelligence network of the village. Of course, she also suspected that the village might have received the news, but Sarutobi Hiruzen and others did not inform him in time. This is not impossible. For a moment, Uzumaki Mito was even more dissatisfied with the 3rd generation. She had the urge to kill them. But she knew that now was not the time to worry about these things. "You don't need to tell me, I'm ready. The troops should have been assembled and ready to go at any time." UCHIHA's Hilly waved his hand lightly. "Oh." Uzumaki Mito was slightly stunned, but soon realized that it should be the elite guard team that UCHIHA had set up. "Thank you. Please wait a moment. I'll be ready soon." Uzumaki Mito thanked him immediately and went out to call the Senju tribe members on duty nearby. "Order him to immediately rush the elites of the clan. Something has happened to the Uzumaki clan." Because, Uzumaki Mito had already made preparations in the clan, selected the personnel, and finalized these items. So, in just 10 minutes, all the personnel were there. Even Tsunade was called up. There are only 43 elites left in these senju. Among them, there are 7 elite Jonin, 6 ordinary Jonin, and the rest archnin. This is almost 90% of the elites of senju. More than half of them are descendants of senju who have been separated and integrated into the civilians. However, during this period, they have been temporarily living in the senju clan for most of the time, always ready. Otherwise, they can't be summoned so quickly. Compared to Uchiha, it is not a bit shabby. Let's go. Seeing that everyone was there, Uzumaki Mito immediately said to Uchiha Yuri. Yes. Immediately, the group quickly left the Senju clan land and rushed to the main gate of Konoha. Uchiha Yuri also sent a shadow clone to the Uchiha clan land to take the clan members who were going to the expedition to wait at the clan gate. It just so happened that this was the only way to leave the village, which was convenient for joining. The reason why I didn't come back directly to wait with people first was because I was afraid of causing misunderstandings. But the movements of Senju and Uchiha still attracted the attention of Anbu and the route. And they were reported to the 3rd generation and Danzo as soon as possible. And the elite Senju set out to the village gate, and were noticed by many ninjas along the way. For a while, many ninjas speculated and wanted to know what happened that could attract the elite Senju to come out, and even Uzumaki Mito went out in person. In the Hokage's office. What did you say? There is an unusual movement of elites gathering in Uchiha, and Lord Mito has urgently summoned dozens of Senju elites to rush to the village gate with Uchiha Yuri. 1. The 3rd generation received this news and their faces changed drastically. Suddenly realizing something, they couldn't help but glare at Danzo on the side, and then called Minister Anbu and ordered, "Hurry up and rush the Anbu of the 2 battalions to gather at the village gate and follow me to the expedition." Yes. Minister Anbu immediately took the order and left. Danzo also summoned a root ninja who was on standby outside to go to the Anbu base to call dozens of root elites who had already gathered to go out with Anbu. P.S. Please order first. Custom order.